Hello and welcome everyone to ZaranTech.
Did you know that over 30% of SAP project problems are caused by poor data quality? Much of this issue stems from the Materials Master. Today's course is all about SAP Materials Master, data cleansing, and data migration. The Materials Master is the key data about every item a company buys, makes, or sells. If this data is wrong, it affects inventory, planning, sales, and more. Studies show that poor data quality can cost companies up to 20% of their revenue. Wrong material data leads to slow operations, extra costs, and wrong reports. That's where data cleansing and data migration come in. Cleansing means fixing or removing bad data. Migration means moving clean data into a new system like SAP S/4HANA. This course will help you understand what Materials Master is, learn how to clean and manage data, explore key steps in SAP data migration, use tools and tips with real examples. If you work in supply chain, procurement, or data teams, this course will boost your skills and your confidence. So, let's make your data clean, simple, and ready for SAP. Let's dive in.
The agenda for session. So very first, we will have an understanding over HANA's logistics and material management. After that, I'm going to understand and give you an understanding over the difference between ECC and S4HANA, because as I know, certain people are little quite facing difficulties in technicalities of terminologies in SAP. So what I want you to understand is SAP has its own language. When I say own language, its own technical terms, which it's been addressed in. So when we discuss professionally or speak about SAP professionally, it has its own attributes, parameters, characteristics, and the terminologies that we use. Same way, the product names in SAP are also being given as the same. So when I say ECC, ECC stands for Enterprise Central Component. So this is one aspect that you need to understand. And the basic criterias of the same. Let it be under Enterprise Central Component or the SPRO. When I say SPRO, it's SAP Project Reference Objects that we are talking about. But we're going to discuss the main operational key functions of Material Master. That includes your purchasing, material requirement planning, customer requirement planning, MRP, CRP, and CIR, the customer individual requirement planning, plant storages, and accountings, accounts receivable, accounts payable, the AR and AP, the costing, and how we can create the entire enterprise structure and mapping of enterprise structure to those SAP tables as your lab functions. And also master data as a record with various structure views that could be basic view, financial view, the key views that we're going to use, and the similar T codes and allocated Fiori apps for the same. And then we are going to understand different material types and their control functions. When I talk about material types, it can be of different domains, different industries, different sector types, different material types that we maintain. But with material types, it's very important that we understand the stock types. Stock types, when I talk about stock types, I'm talking about restricted stocks. I'm talking about unrestricted stocks, block stocks, stocks under quality, reserved stocks. These are certain stock types that we're going to discuss as we go ahead. Apart from the stock types, we also want to understand how these stock types are mapped with different kinds of POs, like the purchase orders. That could be your consignment PO, it could be third-party PO, it could be a subcontracting PO, or stock transfer orders. All these different purchase orders, how they maintain for different stock types, and again for different movement types, how they are being each mapped across with one material master being maintained for either plant-specific materials or for company code specific materials in SAP. So as we go on, we understand both the key factors about this. This is what the agenda is going to be in your starting of this session. Anyone has any doubt in between, you can raise a hand and ask me a question. Is that clear with everyone?
Yeah, it's clear.
Perfect.
Just one thing I would like you to cover more like when I know it will go a bit advanced, but when there's a stock movement, you touched upon stock. What is
Yeah.
unrestricted stock? What is QA stock? What is,
Yes.
various type of after my Migo. So those are the issues that our team may face sometime, that let's say there is a good movement, and even after receiving the good, it goes into certain different type of stocks. So please
Mhm.
touch upon that topic.
Definitely, I would do that. I would do that. So once we get into the PO, I'll complete the PO, and our major topic would be into the goods movement types. Okay, starting from the creation of the movement types and assigning different stock types to various stocks. That I'll do it. Now,
Great, great.
understanding towards logistics and material management. See, before we understand SAP itself as a subject, I want you to understand the concept, the background behind the ERP, on what basis any ERP or SAP was built. Okay. See, you would be knowing throughout the history of ERA that there were business processes which were being involved. The basic business process that you see across the world, wherever you travel across 7 continents, you find people either manufacturing something or they are into services. Or if not, the third process is the hybrid process. In hybrid process, you see they are manufacturing and giving services both. Now, in either of these 3 cases, when I talk about service, definitely it is human resource oriented. Okay. See, in any industry or any company you go in any domain, there are 4 main resources that needs to be managed very closely. Or you could say they are the 4 main core resources. That we say it as the 4 M's: the man, machine, material, and money. The man is the human resource, the machine is the asset, the material management is the material resource, and the money is the financial resource. If these 4 resources, the man, the machine, the material, and money, if they are being managed effectively, efficiently in an organization, then definitely the organization can achieve its strategic goals. So when I say strategic goal, what am I stressing on? I am stressing on the vision and the mission of the organization. So every organization, let it be a MSME or let it be a micro industry to the largest chain manufacturer, everyone has a vision. Everyone has a mission and values. They are their strategic goals, the strategic management goals. Now, to achieve that, you need to have an efficient and effective management of resources. That is the enterprise resources. That itself is what ERP came into existence, the enterprise resource planning. So, what are those resources? They are again the man, machine, material, and money. And we are here, and our objective is to understand the material resource, how to manage it, how to effectively use it, and how efficiently you can perform the operations in delivering these aspects into an organization. So, ERP is all about your enterprise resource planning of 4 main resources: man, machine, material, and money. So, based on this concept, there came into an existence of material requirement planning. See, during the post eras, what was happening is the customer would approach the manufacturer, and the customer would give the requirement to the manufacturer, and manufacturer would manufacture the product based on the customer's requirement and deliver. That was, you could say, during the industrial era that took place before World War II or World War One, wherein the customer used to approach the manufacturer, and based on the requirement, the manufacturer used to fulfill the customer's need. Then came a era of MRP2, the material requirement planning 2, wherein the manufacturer understood that this is the time when the customer would come for the requirement. So that was the time when the manufacturer started storing the raw material, because he expected the customer to come at that point of time and order the goods from him. Then came the digital era, wherein the manufacturer decided, why should I store raw material? Rather, I understand the customer's requirement, so I will store the finished product with me. And that is where the customer need not wait. He can directly procure a finished product from me or purchase the finished product from me and fulfill his need. This is how the development of material requirement planning from your industrial era to present digital era took place, wherein MRP1, MRP2, and now the ERP, the digital application, took into place. So based on this basic understanding and concept, there came the domain of ERP industry into the market. And in this, SAP being the most customizable and the most user-friendly and most implemented across all the domains in industry sectors. See, as a consultant, the very first thing, more than using this software, that you need to develop in you is the business maturity of understanding of the business process that any client is dealing with. See, probably you're with a pharma industry, you're with an electronic industry. So you might be, in a different industry sector requirement. It could be your automobile industry, it could be real estate or something else. Okay. So you can see that ERP as a platform is being implemented across all the global applications in different domains. So different businesses has different processes for their domains, but the application as an SAP will remain the same, but operation level changes. Hence, as a consultant, the very first tool that you need to develop is the business sense of maturity, the business maturity of taking decisions regarding the business process. What kind of business process? If this particular process has been applied, then what will be the result? What kind of result the client is looking into, or what kind of application the client needs at this point of view. All these characteristics and all these needs have to be understood by the consultant. When the consultant understands these parameters, then he will be in a position to give the solution to the client. See, client here in all the way has no idea how he needs to operate. Client basically has invested money in the product, and now client wants what right profits that he can get from the market. That's the objective of the client. And for that purpose, he has implemented SAP so that he efficiently and effectively uses his resources. And to use this effectively and efficiently, he has recruited professionals like you, or he has outsourced his process to professionals like you to give him the right consultation. But now, as a consultant, what needs to be your approach, what needs to be your thought can only develop when you have that advanced business sense of maturity towards the business process on which the SAP operates. So when you develop that background on the sense what SAP operates, then you would be in a position to give the solution using SAP, how you could execute what the client needs. This is one foremost thing. Second foremost thing is you need to understand how things happen between MTO and MTS. See, when I say the concept about MTO, okay, I am talking about make to order. When I say MTS, I am talking about make to stock. Make to order is that process wherein I know my requirement because the customer has told me what he needs, how much he needs, when he needs, and how he needs. That is, my demand is certain. When my demand is certain, I do the MTO process, that is make to order. In make to order, I am delivering the product what the customer needs. But in the other process, that is MTS, that is make to stock, in this process, my demand is uncertain because I don't know what's my customer need and requirement and how much is the need and requirement. So as per my forecasting analysis, I manufacture it, I stock it, and I supply it, either MTO or either MTS. So normally, when this process is being done by our client, it's very important for the consultant to understand whether that particular client is fulfilling his requirements based on MTO or MTS. So when the process is MTO, then the SAP application processes will change. And when the process is MTS, then the approach and strategy will change. This is again a core criteria where I see consultants missing it out. Okay. Before you apply or give any kind of solutions over SAP, it's very important you understand whether the client is working on these two kinds of demand managements, either MTO or MTS, or is he going on hybrid process? So here, to understand hybrid process, one more tool that the consultant has to use or has to apply is the process of forecasting. In aspects, there are two kinds of forecastings that you see. Okay, one is your seasonal forecast, another is your trend-based forecast. Seasonal-based forecast in terms of manufacturing industry. I am not getting specific to pharma, but yes, I'm in generalizing it towards as manufacturing industry. When I talk about seasonal forecast, so based on the season, I forecast my manufacturing process or I design my product based on that. It could be during the New Year's Eve, it could be season of half year, or it could be a festive season or any kind of a season. Based on my product, I forecast the need and requirement of what has to be delivered as per my customer needs. When it is trend-based forecast, so whatever is trend based on the customer's needs or customer's desire, based on that particular trend, I innovate my product or I develop my product to deliver. So as a consultant, when I suggest my client or when I do the gap analysis of my client's process or operations, it's very important I understand the technicality on what core business process the client is working on. One is the demand management, whether it's MT or MTS, and second is the process of forecasting, whether it is seasonal or whether it's being trend based. When you come to a conclusion of these demand management and the process of forecasting, then definitely you would be in a position to consult the client on what kind of a solution that he can use when, where, and how in SAP. Any questions or doubts so far? Anyone here? Or I've been fast, or you missing something? You can please ask me.
One question, Parvez.
Yes.
Yeah, again, you touched upon forecast. My question is specific toward MRP. See, I was just discussing with one of the team that how do we know that the users are raising the PO? Are they raising through MRP or are they raising an individual basis? So my question pops up in my mind that how to get to know the trend in the PO. Is it coming through a MRP based PO or a manual PO? So
See this here. There is one more question that lies in. Is your client on automation process or on the manual users?
Not sure. They use MRP.
They use MRP, I understand. But are they on UiPath or Blue Prism on automation process of P2P cycle? No. So that means they're on a manual process.
Right.
Now, if they are running MRP, so are they checking on their BOM and BOQs on regular process? Have you defined their BOMs and BOQs?
They already have defined BOMs and BOQs.
Are they single stage or multi-stage?
Not sure.
Yeah, see, these inputs needs to be taken. And again, these BOMs, which are in single stage and multi-stage, are they unified into single material group or different material group? And are they belonging to one-time vendors or are they belonging to fixed vendors? So this material group understanding needs to be there.
Yeah, of course.
When this comes into picture, we can get to know that the PRs that are being raised, are they completely specified with the material group or purchasing organizations and the vendor? If vendor, are they registered one time or fixed? Then we can get to know these are the regular purchase requests which are being transformed to POs or they're manually being updated.
Yeah. So of course, because as I said in the beginning, I will be giving flavors to real-time problems and try to solve this. And I'll note it down and I'll get those answers in future.
Sure. See, for everything, any kind of a scenario, I tell every consultant, very first thing is take the inputs, gather the inputs. Once you gather the inputs, second, chain the input. First, collect the input data, then chain the input data. When you chain the input data, you will get to know where the chain is not linking. When the chain is not linking, you try to find out the problem there. Automatically, your problem gets solved. First, gather it, then chain it. If you're not able to chain it, then definitely there is a loophole. And that loophole, you need to fill it. Any more questions, anyone? All right, I'll take you forward now. So before going further ahead in understanding to integrate real-time data processing and advanced functionalities of SAP S/4HANA, I want you to understand the process of forward engineering and the process of reverse engineering. Okay. See, when I say forward engineering, it's a very basic understanding. The basic understanding is I am procuring raw material and I'm transforming this raw material to a finished product, and I'm selling this finished product either to my customer or my distributor. This is a simple forward engineering process. I'm raising a PR to my supplier or a vendor, to my purchasing organization. My purchasing organization gets for RFQ with the supplier and the vendor. They have the quotation comparisons. They choose the right vendor supplier based on various parameters, raise a PO, and there is GR that is taking place. And based on the GR, I'm doing my GIs for transformation of raw material to a finished product. And my finished products are now goods issued to either to the distributor or to the customer. This is my basic forward engineering process. And what happens in reverse engineering process now? In reverse engineering process, the customer approaches me. Okay, I am not analyzing any kind of manufacturing process and making a product and selling in the market. The customer approaches me with his requirement, which we call it as the CRP, the customer requirement planning, or CIR, customer individual requirement. Based on this requirement, the distributor forwards, the retailer forwards the requirement to the distributor. Now the distributor forwards to the manufacturer. The manufacturer fulfills the customer requirement as per the customer needs. This is a reverse engineering. In market situation, every product manufacturer from any industry, from any domain, they follow both forward engineering and they follow both reverse engineering. So when they're following both forward and reverse engineering, that means I want to pull you towards one business management process. That is B2B, B2C, and D2C. That is business to business, business to consumer or customer, or D2C is directly to customer or the consumer. So when I'm talking about these three business processes that are being followed by any product owner, then the master data of material will have both the flows. There'll be constant flows at the level of raw material, semi-finished product, and the finished product. So when the flow of raw material, semi-finished, and finished product increases, that means the master data level also increases. The material master flow, the master data, everything increases at a higher pace. When there is increase in all these spaces, then management of these goods at different stock levels, let it be in restricted, unrestricted, reserved stock, block stocks, quality stocks, everything becomes a major process. And it will be a constant movement process, because business process between any manufacturing product that you see in the market lies in all the three phases, either B2B, B2C, or D2C. And hence, the operational level increases. When operational level increases, that means there are possibility of consultation strategies that needs to be formed, keeping these concepts in mind. When these concepts are kept in mind, the consultation level at all these categories become easy. So why do you see HANA being developed, customized over and over again and again in different versions? Because of these business process challenges that they face on day-to-day basis, on different strategic levels. And with these challenges, SAP comes out with multiple solutions and multiple strategic criteria in their products. And they come up with multiple products from the same area. or from the same domain or from the same industry. So based on these aspects, there are two major divisions that you need to understand. One is economical classification of industries, and second is the industrial classification of industries. See, when I talk about economical classification of industries, SAP has divided into three sectors. One is the public sector, the private sector, or the third sector. The third sector is basically the NGOs, the non-profitable organizations. But SAP concentrates majorly on the public sector and the private sector, as per the economical classification of sectors. But same way, there are industrial classification of sectors for which SAP has designed or customized their products with that. One is the primary sector, the secondary sector, and the tertiary sector. When I talk about primary sector, I'm corely talking about those industries which are involved in extraction of raw material itself. That could be a coal industry, it could be your iron ore industry, it could be oil and gas industry. Secondary sector is the sector basically transforms these raw material to semi-finished or finished products. This is the main core area where the ERP picture lies in. The secondary sector of industry, where the transformation of raw material takes place to semi-finished or finished stocks. Whereas the tertiary industry, it's majorly a service-based industry, which basically supports the primary and secondary. So that category is very less. But majorly in industrial classification, the ERP application has a large scope over primary and secondary itself, but majorly into the secondary aspect, wherein the transformation has a major role to play. And now the consultation as well, with regards to SAP as an ERP, lies at the secondary sector. From any domain that can take place, a pharma industry or automobile industry, or any industry that we are talking about. So when we understand the concepts of forward engineering, the reverse engineering, the concepts of forecasting, the concepts of the demand management with regards to make to order, make to stock, and understanding the different classification sectors of industry, then we will have a stronghold and position to understand the gap between the standard practices of SAP and the practices that are being implemented by any organization at that level. The very first flow process of any consultant is to understand the gap between the standard practice and the present operations that are being going on. So when you have the capacity and the capability to understand that this is the gap and this is where I need to fill the gap, that is where you resolve the solution. And this is one idea and one concept. The second idea and the second concept is to understand what kind of purchase orders are being maintained at different levels, especially for maintaining a right master data, for understanding a master data. See, as SAP MM consultants, okay, if you own or if you understand the concepts of material management itself, will not help you solve the problem. As a consultant, you need to understand where the data is flowing from, on which side of data is flowing from, and what data and who is responsible for that particular data. See, there are different consultants working at the same platform level from different windows. So there is a data access which belongs to MM towards the outbound side also and towards the inbound side also. When I talk about inbound, I am talking about the goods inflow, the raw material inflow or the semi-finished inflow. And when I talk about the outbound, that is your finished products outbound, either for consumption towards your factory level or the plant level, or either for the customer. So the data between inbound to outbound or outbound to inbound, the data access will be at different levels. So which data belongs to whom? In terms of the entire logistic operation, as a consultant, you need to understand. If you stand specific that my area is all about material management, and I'm only bothered about master data in material and master data about vendor master, then those things wouldn't be in your favor. Definitely, you wouldn't be able to understand, even if the ticket is being raised. And you would have seen, I'm sure, many experienced people out here. When a person raises a ticket, he clearly doesn't mention what exactly the problem is. He just gives a basic description or whatever the error code that is being lying there. And it's your capacity and capability and your skill which makes you to understand what ticket or what scenario belongs to you. And based on that scenario, you will be in a position to give an understanding how that can be resolved. But this understanding can only come into your mind when you understand the flow of data from inbound to outbound logistics and also from outbound to inbound logistics. That is how you can govern the material master, or you can govern the entire master data. See, for SD as a process, they are totally on outbound. They are completely working on towards the finished products material master and the customer master. But when we talk about we are quite specific about the material master, not only raw material, semi-finished or finished, but also with the vendor master. Same way, a different consultant levels towards finance, towards different resources have their own data. And being specific to one data wouldn't give you the right result. So you need to understand the data of the entire platform of the operation that takes place in that particular specific industry, which we call it as the IS process, that is industry specific process in Material Master. Material Master, assigning about material groups, material types, material sectors, those are different possible aspects at the time of getting into MM01 or XK01 or BP as a process at that time. But to understand the flow of your entire inventory into your entire inventory management process, let it be either FIFO as a process, either LIFO as a process. When I say FIFO, first in, first out, last in, first out, the FIFO and the LIFO as a process, we need to understand how this can be optimized at different data management levels. Any doubts so far, anyone? Anyone has any question?
I have one quick question. Can you hear me?
Yes, please. Yes.
So, you touched on quite a few terms. One of the statements that I heard was what kind of PO is being maintained, purchase order, right? So, can you link that point to others?
Yeah, I'll do that. See, basically in SAP or even in general practice or even in global market practice, okay? Certainly in certain countries, they call it as just as a PO. In certain countries, when we talk about UAE and towards Europe, they call it as LPO, that's local purchase order. But under that, there's subcategories. One is a consignment purchase order. Other is a pipeline purchase order. One is a third-party purchase order. And other is a subcontracting purchase order. Okay. So now, when you release what kind of a purchase order for what kind of material, it's very important for the data to take place. If, for example, when I say consignment stocks, what is a consignment stock now? A consignment stock is either a vendor managed stock or that kind of a stock which is present in your warehouse, which is present in your storage location. But you don't pay for that stock at that point of time. You pay only when you use it and how much you use it. Okay. Now, for that kind of a stock, when you do the movement type or when you issue them, either at the plant specific or company code specific, in what material group and type you maintain, it's very important. In one category, when I talk about consignment stock or a consignment purchase order. Second thing is the pipeline purchase orders. Pipeline purchase orders are basically for those kind of goods which are not sure how much you want to use it, and those kind of goods which are procuring through pipelines or any other methodologies, either the gas, the oils, water, with the local authority regulatories. Like in Bangalore, we have BESCOM and BWSSB and other authorities of these kinds. Apart from pipeline, there is also a process of third party and subcontracting. See, here I want to give you an example. There's a company which makes spark plugs, and this spark plug to manufacture, there are 5 processes that are being used. 5 different processes. In this 5 different process to make spark plug as a finished product, process 1 and 2 and 3 are being done by the company in-house. Process 1, 2, 3 are being done in the in-house as a process. Whereas the process 4 and 5 are outsourced. Okay? The process 4 and 5 are outsourced. And to fulfill that process of 4 and 5, I am only supplying the raw material as well. Okay, and I am only supplying the raw material for the completion of process 4 and 5. Then what kind of purchase order I need to maintain, and stock types at what level I have to maintain, and what kind of master data of these different materials I have to maintain plays a major role again. That's the reason why I stressed on what kind of purchase order you prepare for what kind of goods and what kind of PO is that plays a major role. I hope I answered your question.
Good. Thank you.
Yeah. Anyone has any other question? Any questions you have? You feel anything has to be included? You can ask me.
No, we can continue.
Perfect. Thank you, everyone. Now, again, I pull you back towards logistics. See, basically, when we talk about logistics, many of the clients understand logistics as just, to load the goods into your trucks or any shipping methodologies and supply them to the third party, that's the 3PL logistics, or to the client, basically. This is what the basic term logistics was before, or what normally present clients understand. But as a consultant, you need to understand the entire flow. The entire flow, when I talk about logistics, I'm talking about picking of goods, packing of goods, and maintaining them at the different storage locations at different material types level. And finally, when it is under GI, the goods issue level, how you issue them and supply to the other point of sources. So picking, packing, storing, and again, for quality check, loading and supplying it to the customer is what your entire logistic process is. So whatever process I'm talking about, from picking of goods, from storing of goods, from packing of goods, from quality check of goods and supplying, all these contains data. And for each material number, a unique identification number of that material has this much amount of data which is being carried back towards the whole process. Now, as an consultant, you might think that this belongs to the EWM consultant or a warehouse manager or issues from the warehouse manager. But at the time of your GR, when the MIGO takes place of different movement types, when you receive goods, or when there is partial acceptance of goods, or when there is a third-party process wherein you're just storing and supplying of the goods, then the process, then the procedures of the data changes. That as a consultant has to understand.
One quick point, since you mentioned terms like MIGO and GRs, there are many people who are not from the background. They might know this, right? So if you can just, for the first time when you talk about that term, if you can quickly stress on what is MIGO and what is GR.
I'll do that, Anu. Thank you so much. Yeah. See, MIGO is basically a T code, okay, in SAP, that we use it to receive goods or to issue goods. It's an entry-level platform for maintaining different goods movement, or basically we directly say it as for goods receipt. Okay, it's a process in SAP at the P2P level, from your procure to pay level. It's one of the transactional codes that we maintain. So when I talk about GR, it is the goods receipt. So when I say goods receipt, I am talking about those goods that I am receiving. Okay. For example, there is a purchase order. And now in that purchase order, I have mentioned different materials which I want to procure from my vendor or supplier. Now, once the goods reach my storage location, and against that purchase order, I apply my GR. GR is for whatever the products mentioned in the PO, have I received as per the same characteristics, parameters, quantity, and quality. That is a goods receipt. Hope I answered your question, Anand.
Yep. Thank you.
Yes. Now, when we talk about the entire flow process, in knowing how the process takes place from one end to another, we need to know the entire P2P cycle. Okay. See, before I repeat it, I get into give you an understanding about S4HANA and other MM and everything. I want you to understand the base factor behind material management, or how S4HANA or SAP S4HANA developed the factors. So we were talking about the P2P, the procure to pay cycle. See, in inbound, there are different cycles which are being applied for the material flow. And again, for the transformation of raw material to finished product, there are different cycles that are being applied. Again, at the outbound level, when I talk about finished product, there's a different cycles that are being applied. Like procure to pay is one cycle, production, that is plan order to production order, is one cycle, and other is order management cycle when at the plant management level, and order to cash cycle, that is in SD, in outbound process. So in these three cycles, what kind of orders come into picture? A consultant needs to understand which order he has to take the data from or analyze the data from. At P2P level, there is a purchase order, different types of purchase orders. At plan order to production order, there is a plan order, there is a production order. At plant maintenance level, there is a work order. And at the outbound sales and distribution, there's a sales order. Same way, all these cycles contain their processes, procedures, characteristics, parameters, and orders. And SAP, as a process, to complete its entire inbound to outbound cycle, to complete its entire aspect from outbound to inbound, that is in reverse engineering, contains different cycles that are being implemented and different orders that are being issued. Now, when we talk about purchase order, before getting into purchase order, I would give you some idea and hint about at the plant maintenance level also, which we call it as the work order level. See here, in maintenance, there are two types of measures that you need to understand. One is preventive measure, other is a corrective measure. Preventive measure that takes place on a regular cycle for the material management, where there is no any kind of misuse of goods or wrong goods which are being issued for consumption, or different goods are being issued for the customer or anything. So there is a preventive measure that's being taken place. Preventive measure so that any accident doesn't occur. Same way, the other process is the corrective measure. Corrective measure you take into action when the accident has occurred, when a mishap has occurred, or when there is some aspect missed in physical inventory check, or some misplaced in inventory at the time of either replenishment or either at the time of refurbishment. In either of these two processes, there is some concept wherein you understand that work order has to be done either at the, you can call it at the corrective measure or either at the preventive measure. Again, when I'm using these two terms called replenish and refurbish, there's a difference between these two. You need to understand what replenish is all about and what refurbish is all about. See, refurbish, it's directly to the term to repair or to mend or to redo. Okay. For example, you have a product which is under warranty and guarantee. And now the product which is under warranty or guarantee, if there is a problem in that particular product, you repair it or replace it, or you refurbish it. That's the process of refurbishing. Whereas a replenishment is a different concept and different criteria and different idea. Replenishing is basically to refill back, to refill it. For example, when you go to a supermarket, what happens in a supermarket is we tend to keep back certain goods which we don't need it. Okay, and we don't keep it back in that particular shelf or that particular storage bin. For example, we pick up certain chocolates, we don't want it, we leave them at probably a soap counter or we leave it in a different counter. So now there's a replenishing team which picks those materials back and keeps back them at the right storage bin at the right storage location. That process we call it as replenishing. One part. Second part of replenishing is at the end of working hours of a supermarket in the night, a replenishing team refills the stock back. That's again replenishing. Okay, this is a basic difference between replenishing and refurbishment. But yes, again, I used the term guarantee and warranty. Can anyone here tell me what's the basic difference between a guarantee and a warranty? Anyone here who can tell me what's guarantee, what's warranty?
So the basic difference, if I want to attempt, it's like in case of guarantee, for example, if I take a mobile example, I'll get an entire stock, entire mobile as a new handset. But in case of warranty, there might be chances that they will repair and then they will give me the handset, same handset.
Absolutely. That's what it is. Warranty is you will assuredly not get a brand new piece again. You'll probably get it repaired or it could be refurbished for you. Whereas in guarantee, I will definitely replace a new product. So this is a basic difference between you need to understand, that is one, warranty, and other is guarantee. So especially the procurement team, people who are directly dealing with vendors and suppliers need to understand the difference between one is warranty and other is guarantee. So whenever they create a purchase order at this level, it is very important they understand what is warranty and what is a guarantee. So these are certain concepts about preventive measures, corrective measures, refurbishment, replenishing, and work orders. Same way, at different plant levels, there is a concept of plan order to production order. See, when I talk about plan order to production order, here you come across a concept of MRP, CRP, and CIR. MRP is again the material requirement planning, CRP is customer requirement planning, and CIR is customer individual requirement planning. Now here, I would like to give you a good example. I'm sure everyone would have visited KFC, McDonald's, and different kind of cafes. You can see there the tomato ketchups or any kind of sauce. They are exclusively manufactured for either KFC separately, or you could say McDonald's separately, or any other cafe. But when you see the brand, it is either Del Monte, which has been doing, or you have Viva, which has been manufacturing exclusive for them. How are they managing these specific customer requirements in their regular production system, in their regular plant or assembly system? See, this process again is integrated with your material requirement planning. When CRP and CIR are integrated with MRP, that is where a new bill of material birth will take place. The birth of new bill of material take place. And again in this, two concepts which any consultant needs to understand technically is a single stage bill of material and a multi-stage bill of material. Single stage and multi-stage bill of material comes when there is a specific customer requirement that is taking place. See, you cannot expect a manufacturer to have a separate plant or a separate assembly line for every customer who gives them the requirement. So they integrate the customer requirement or customer's individual requirement into their main bill of material through either single stage or multi-stage bill of materials. And now you might have a doubt or question, does the material number changes for single stage material or multi-stage material, which is incorporated into one single bill of material? So the answer is no. The material number remains the same for that particular product, that particular material that you're using. But yes, you can use them both either in single stage or both in multi-stage, but the number remains same. Every time there is a question lying that the bill of material or bill of quantity will be in single stage differently, multi-stage differently. No, it's not necessary. It depends from product to product and criteria to criteria and strategy to strategy. So these are certain concepts when the error raises or when the client has any kind of enhancement or any problem that occurs, a consultant needs to understand that he has to gather input from these all areas to come out with a solution through SAP. So when these data, when you know where you can extract from, when you know these technical terms, see, probably the user who's raising the error or probably the user who's raising any kind of enhancement, they might not be having knowledge about these technical terms. But a consultant, when he has to sound professional, it's very important that he speaks in these technical languages or SAP language with the client or the user. And believe me, same terminologies and words you will see in your GUI as well. GUI, SAP GUI, that is the graphic user interface, you see the same terminologies. Because ERPs are being built on these concepts, on these path flows, on these cycles. So MRP is a major, you could say, a kind of an heart process in production planning. That is transforming your raw material to a finished product. And MIGO is that kind of a transaction code or that kind of a transaction which plays a major role between the P2P cycle and the production cycle. When I talk about the outbound cycle, that is the O2C cycle, that is order to cash cycle. In order to cash cycle, I am with the sales order, I am only dealing with the GI, the goods issue. That also I'm performing under the same transaction, but I'm only talking about goods issue at the outbound level. But at the production and at the P2P cycle, that is MM, they are very closely integrated with their operations and processes, especially in terms of material management. Again, out of all MRP, CRP, and CIR, there lies a parent concept, that is MPS, Master Production Schedule. The Master Production Schedule decides on different MRPs, CRPs, and CIRs. And Master Production Schedule happens gathering of the entire material master data based on the client requirement again. Master Production Schedule is your key word that you need to understand if at all you are dealing with any kind of manufacturing industry or production industry. It has a major role to play. And again, it is integrated with the master data. And all these master data is again very closely related to the vendor master data that you are maintaining. Now, vendors can be anyone. It's always not important that you purchase a specific material from a specific vendor itself. You can always purchase from multiple vendors. Here again comes the concept of quota management. Quota management again is a process in material management. Why am I taking you through these terminologies? Why am I trying to get you information from throughout these processes? Every bit by bit is, I am trying to open your mind and I'm trying to open your mind hard disk to be ready to gather information from all these areas, just not material management. If you just talk about material management, you are limiting yourself to solve the entire problem of the ERP. Don't limit yourself to solve the entire problem of the ERP, because at the end of the day, you would struggle to solve your day-to-day tickets, or you'd struggle to solve your client requirements. If you have this basic knowledge of other integrated areas where MM is playing a major role in other right from the inbound to the outbound cycle. If you gather this right information, from where I can get the data so that I can merge that data with my data and get the solution, it's very important for you to understand these cycle aspects in all the processes from inbound to outbound. That is P2P cycle, plan order to production order, your maintenance cycle, that is the work order cycle, and the outbound cycle, that is order to cash cycle. Raising a customer inquiry and converting a customer inquiry to a quotation, and finally getting to the business process of order to cash cycle. What are those business process? Number one, bill to party, sold to party, and ship to party. So these are certain technical terms, concepts in different cycles that I want you to put your light on and understand the processes. So I am just giving you an overview and glimpse about what our further training classes is gonna be. It's just not that we're gonna work on the servers and enter the T codes, add on the data, and execute the process. Yes, we're gonna do that as a lab exercise. But apart from doing that as a lab exercise, I want you to develop that sense of business maturity, which makes you to understand what kind of a T code or what kind of a process or what kind of a procedure you have to use in SAP, and when you have to use it, and for what process you have to use it, and by using that, what kind of output result you will get. See, as a consultant, you need to know when I enter the input, what will be the result. If I don't know what will be the result in SAP before me entering the input, then I'm not a consultant. Remember, before I enter the data in that particular transaction or in that particular operation, I must know what will be the output. That is the level of professionalism a consultant should maintain or develop. And when this level of professionalism or understanding would come, when your business process understanding or the power of integration, which we call it as the simultaneous engineering. Simultaneous engineering is process wherein you know when you have to integrate the finance with material management, when you have to integrate the material management and finance with sales, when the sales has to be integrated with production, and when the production has to be integrated with and FICO. So this kind of simultaneous engineering understanding, you need to have it in your mind as a core criteria. When you develop this understanding, then that is where you will be in a position to give any kind of solution to your day-to-day errors or enhancements or execution. If this lacks in your day-to-day understanding, then things be in a different world. So try to understand how this integration of data takes place and how the integration of processes, how the integration of cycles within this entire flow system takes place. As a consultant, from any background you come, whether you're a CA, whether you're an engineer, you're from a finance background, you're from procurement background, or any kind of domain, let it be from pharma, let it be from automobile, or let it be in FMCG or food-based, any kind of domain or functionality you come from, you need to understand that all these domains, all these industries are built upon these process of cycles, these process of standard practices, these standard orders. You go into any domain, purchase order, sales order, the goods receipt, the goods issue, the inventory management, the planning order, MRP, CRP, everything remains same in any industry, any domain you go. And the cycles, the procure to pay cycle, plan order to purchase, plan order to production order, the plant maintenance orders, the work orders, the order to cash cycles, all these cycles and orders remain same. Even just not SAP as an ERP, you can name any other ERP in the market. Let it be Oracle, let it be Dynamics, let it be Navision, Oreo, Odoo, Zoho, Tally, any kind of n number of ERPs that you see across the world. Major cycles and processes on which they are being built. This is the base. So as a consultant, you need to have a strong technical knowledge and understanding of these base business process so that you will come out with the right solution for any kind of problem or error that is being raised. I see consultants struggling only to understand where the data he or she has to extract out from, and where the data is missing, where the data duplication is taking place, or where the data is not linked, or what is the missing data in the blueprints. I see many of the other consultants who fail to access the right blueprints after being given so handy. They don't understand where the data is lying from, and which is the present current data, which is the past data, how the data analytics has to take place between the past present data. All these kinds of basic concepts they lack because they don't understand the back-end business process that takes place. Always don't think what kind of a product the client is dealing with. Always see what kind of business process the client is dealing with, and compare that particular business process with the standard practice of SAP business process. Then based on that gap, analyze it and then implement your solution. Then that is the right way. You will get the right solution easily. If you don't understand the right gap analysis between their practice and SAP standard practice, on which the base of operations the SAP is built, that is where you will struggle to execute any error. Hope I am clear so far. Anyone, any doubts, any questions, you can ask me, please.
So, I had a couple of questions, but I believe since whatever you mentioned the last couple of minutes, you will be covering those in detail. So, for example,
Yes.
difference between single stage bomb, multi-stage bomb, bills of
Yes.
materials. So, those things I would think that later as well you are going to explain in detail, correct?
Yes, once we
Or-
touch production, I'm definitely going to complete into that production. See, basically here, I'm going to integrate the other functional modules into MM for you to understand the data aspects. Okay.
Okay.
Because the entire data is being linked. Because one material that is being created at one level, that material is going to move in all the functional aspects. It's going to move in all the functional modules. So it's very important that the material user who is entering that material data, the material master, that's being accessed at different integrative functional modules level also. So that means there are chances that the data changes or updations will definitely take place, either at the quantity level, either at the material valuation, at the material class, material types, everywhere at the unit price or at the group price, everywhere the updations will take place. Clear?
Okay, got it.
For people who are new to this, you feel any terms that you have missed, you can please ask me. The technical terms or the process, the flow, the cycles.
No, everything is clear.
Perfect. And see the material that you see on the screen, it's available for you on your LMS. You can go through them. This has the basic concepts between S4 HANA, what exactly the functionality is. So before I get into this, I thought this particular concept and aspect is more important for you to understand before you understand the product. So I wanted you to understand on what base the product is being built.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary transaction code used to create a material master record in SAP? Option A, MM01. Option B, MM02. Option C, MM03. Option D, MM60. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there! Want to get good at managing utilities? Our SAP ISU course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP ISU. It's like a toolkit for managing utilities, from billing to customer service, helping you stay on top of things. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced skills. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for years. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This amazing learning opportunity is very affordable. Ready to become an SAP ISU expert? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Let's take ahead with our discussion over the different forms of data aspects. So far, we have understood the process, the concepts, the cycles, and the different documentations, that's different kind of orders involved, right from the forward engineering to reverse engineering. So let us understand the process flow, how each cycle has, and what are the core aspects that as a user or a super user or as a consultant that you need to understand. Now, taking forward in your entire inbound process, okay, I want you to understand how the flow in SAP takes place for the data and the data creation. The very first, the enterprise structure is being developed or that has been implemented, wherein we will have first the company being created, under which we create or maintain a company code, a single or multiple again, which under which we maintain multiple plants again. Under the plant, we maintain different storage location. And under the storage locations, we also have purchase organization and purchase group. So this is the core enterprise structure which maintains or develops or creates. But yes, the company and the company code is in the scope of finance. At the first time of configuration or implementation, you see the first core members of the team who's involved in developing the company and the company code is majorly the finance. That could be your FICO or simple finance team. Why they allocate these two in the first? The reason behind is they assign the various GL accounts, cost centers, or the various account categories that they maintain for that relevant company codes. Hence, they start the process. Now, with that company code, basically the 4-digit, that company code with or SD or HRM, further with HCM and other functional modules, they develop their own enterprise structure, which is required for their transactions to take place. So with specific with we first create a plants and assign, storage locations and we assign, and purchase organization and the group. Yes, in practical application, we don't directly assign our purchasing group to any of these categories, but rather we apply them into our documents. Let it be purchase request, RFQ, or a purchase order. In either of these three, yes, the purchase group is very must. Can anyone here tell me the difference between a purchase organization and purchase group? And why are we not assigning purchase group to any of our attributes? A difference between purchase organization and purchase group.
Basically, purchasing org means it will conduct the procurement activities on behalf of company. Purchasing group will be a group of buyers.
Buyers for whom?
For the company. Group of buyers who will procure the materials.
Okay, so you can directly say that they are involved in your day-to-day purchases or people who directly deal with the vendors, okay? Yes, that's right. So purchasing organization will be that particular organization or a department who would be responsible, okay, for the entire procurement process to take place, right from understanding the requirement, developing the PR, and getting it till the whole procurement process being accomplished for that particular purchase. Whereas purchase group, they are the group of people or individual who are responsible for your day-to-day purchases or who directly deal with the vendors or suppliers. Yes, accordingly, here in SAP or in general practice, for that reason, we have two different kinds of purchasing organizations that you need to understand. There are two different purchasing organizations that we practice. So what are those two purchasing organizations? One is centralized purchasing organization. Other is decentralized purchasing organization. One is centralized, other is decentralized. Can anyone tell me which is the most form or the best practice to be implemented? Centralized purchasing organization and the decentralized, or you can also tell me what is centralized and what is decentralized purchasing organization. What is centralized and what is decentralized purchasing organization, and which is the best practice to have, either centralized or decentralized?
So if there are multiple line of business and the procurement team sits out of different business division, then they follow decentralized. And if there is a like central team who deals with the vendors in a central manner, for example, the common procurement, then I believe it's a centralized mechanism. Both have their different pros and cons. So I can't say that if centralized is good or decentralized is bad. But I've seen both types of scenarios. Is this answer correct?
You're quite close to the correct answer. See, in this case, I'll get you the third one, okay, which is also practiced, you could say, internationally in certain global companies. That is, they outsource the purchase organization. They outsource the purchase organization. Now, do you think this kind of a practice is good? Or is it profitable to the organization, or this should be practiced?
Again, I have seen this practically in one of the clients. They have outsourced the complete purchasing function, including the purchase organization. This is their strategy they followed, like outsourcing one by one. Once they outsource the finance function, then they outsource the procurement function, then they outsource the IT function. I don't know this is the strategy the company was following. If it was profitable or not, I can't say. You guide us.
Okay. Now, see, in major global companies that you see, especially in big giants or probably in Fortune 500 companies as well, the major aspect is they follow the concept of centralized purchasing organization. Why centralized is because they have a strong control over all the activities that take place. Okay, they have a strong control, number one. Number two is the human resource involvement will not be very high, okay, wherein you have different teams sitting for purchases, different teams sitting for day-to-day activities and transactions in purchase, which becomes definitely an extra cost. See, purchase department is a core department of an organization basically, but it is an administrative expense. Okay, it is an administrative expense to any organization, and hence they want to cut down this cost. They want to cut down this cost, and hence they follow the concept of centralized. And the second reason is they want to have an uniformity. Okay, uniformity is whatever kind of raw materials are being procured at different locations for different plants for the same product that they are manufacturing in different geographical areas. So they maintain a centralized purchase who is dealing directly with the same sector of vendors and suppliers. That's the reason why we maintain centralized. In certain cases, wherein there is a concept which I want you people to very much pay attention on, a very core concept, which I was also telling you is that you need to understand the current affairs in economy in any nation to understand certain concepts in SAP or the processes in SAP that take place. Number one is I want you to understand the PESTEL concept. PESTEL, the PESTEL concept. What's this PESTEL concept now? See, in any geographical location, in any nation you go, the purchase process, the purchase strategy, the vendor assignment, the vendor analysis, and supplier is not the same. Why it is not the same? Because there is a political implication. Okay, there's a political implication. There are economical conditions that favor and sometimes don't favor. Certain times there are social causes as well. And there are technological barriers, again, that play a role. And there are environmental conditions that take place and certain legal aspects. So, as a purchase director, as a purchase coordinator, supervisor, or a purchase manager, if you're directly working on SAP as a user, or if you're running an organization and using SAP, or if you're consulting a purchase department to your client, then the very first aspect is the pestle analysis is a major weapon for you. You need to understand the pestle analysis should be done for any kind of large purchases or long-term purchases that are being made. Let it be in public sector, let it be in private sector or a third sector organization as well. So political conditions are not the same in any nationality you go. Certain countries are democratic, certain countries are dictatorships, certain countries have different policies in terms of purchasing strategies and procedures. Secondly is the economical conditions, the economical condition of the organization, the economical condition of that particular nation, and again the social barriers again. Social barriers again, your procurement process or strategy should not raise any kind of social problems or it should not disturb certain social ethics of that particular nation or organization as well. And certain technological barriers. See, every company doesn't welcome technology at a large stream. There are certain companies who resist. They resist on implementation of high standards of technologies because of high cost and high involvement of skilled labors and everything. That becomes again a policy or a drawback to handle right purchasing or to implement a large scale purchasing strategy again. And again, certain environmental conditions. See, certain companies purchase in a large scale for their different kind of projects, let it be related to public welfare projects or private welfare projects, which involve wherein they should not damage the environmental conditions or situations, or their purchase or their product or their process should not cause any kind of, you can say, basically we call it as the landfills. At the end of the year, every organization who has not used their raw material or who has not sold their finished product, they end up in landfills, and that's again a kind of a problem to environment. So there is a concept of sustainability. So I'm not going to go much into sustainability. It's just for your information to understand. So again, that is also a responsible for a purchase manager or the people who are involved in procurement to understand as a factor in operation situation, in the operational processes, understanding sustainability and having the right analysis of pestle plays a major role for your decision making. Another thing is the legal aspect. The legal aspect of that particular product that you're purchasing and the kind of a process that you're following. Pestle analysis plays a major role. And as a responsible procurement manager or as a responsible procurement professional or as a responsible supply chain professional or any other professional who is involved in business operation, he needs to have the capacity to get into the pestle analysis of any kind of projects they are dealing with or any kind of project that they are planning to execute or that they are willing to come on. So one is the pestle analysis. That plays a major role. The second factor that plays a major role with pestle analysis, which I want you to understand, is the SWOT analysis. I'm very sure in your organization, especially in your HR department, they would have definitely done SWOT analysis and SWOT experiments over the different requirements in the organization. So basically, SWOT analysis is analyzing the strength, the weakness, opportunities, and threats. That is the strength, the weakness, opportunities, and threat. So SWOT analysis can be done not only for the human, okay? It can be done for anything, for the process, for an organization, for a department, for a material, anything. So this SWOT analysis will also give a right input for your decision-making abilities. A right pestle analysis, a right SWOT analysis will help you solve your problems more than 80% easily. Any kind of aspect related to decisions of what to be purchased, how much to be purchased, when to be purchased, for whom to be purchased, and at what process to be purchased, and why it has to be purchased, the problem nearly towards 80% would be solved if you have a right pestle and SWOT analysis that has been done. Let it be at any project level for that matter, or let it be any domain, let it be any industry, let it be any subcategory. Having the analysis power of PESTEL and SWOT gives you right execution and gives a right pillar to your strategy that you develop. So practicing these kind of concepts plays a major role. So a person who wants to build his career or who wants to have the right consultation as a consultant to your client should have the ability to analyze PESTEL and SWOT. But he should also know how to integrate this with the process of project management. To integrate with the process of project management. How many of you here are PMP certified? How many of you are PMP certified, project management professional? Anyone, or anyone who's undergoing PMP trainings or who's planning to do PMP, or I mean, who's planning to take a project management certification, or anyone who's done? No one? Okay. In future, I strongly recommend that you do it. That will help you take a lot of decisions while consulting your client, or rather, that will help you to understand the client's situation and the process or the kind of trouble that the client is going through in their business processes. So basically, when there is an analysis understanding, when there is an analysis understanding towards the process in business, right from inbound to outbound or outbound to inbound, that gives you the right consultation strategy. And when you develop this concentration strategy ability, then you can implement this using SAP as an ERP. Okay. Normally, what people think, I know how to create purchase orders, I know how to create purchase requests, I know how to create a material, or I know how to create a vendor. I'm able to do the entire P2P process. Where I'm able to do the entire P2P process, then yes, I can manage the SAP process. Believe me, if you know that, then you're just a user. You are just a user or a data operator. If you feel that I just know these things, I can enter the T code at all the levels, either at 51N or 21N, I'm going to enter these T codes and get my job done in SAP, then believe me, you're just a user or a data operator. And with this knowledge and with this idea, you will not sustain more in this industry. Now, what client looks from a consultant? A client basically looks from a consultant that he has different situations. He has different scenarios, okay, which he's facing on daily basis, or his users are facing on daily basis. Now he wants a relevant consultant. He wants a relevant consultant, either a business consultant or an ERP consultant or a business process consultant for that matter. But rather, he chooses SAP consultant because he has implemented SAP. Now, what he expects from this SAP consultant, he expects that this person is not only going to solve my problem, rather he is going to give a good strategy for me to make my business process flow. Flow in what sense? Flow from material, flow of information, and flow of finance. See, these are the three major things that any organization, managing director or the investor or the person who's promoting the organization would look into. That is, the flow of material, the flow of information, and the flow of finance takes place smoothly, correctly, efficiently, and effectively. And for all these three, I just cannot give information which is relevant by using only SAP. But to give by only using SAP, I need to have my background knowledge about the entire analysis. And this analysis is going to come to me when I know the various concepts in PESTEL, SWOT, and the major thing is the goal. The major aspect is the goal. And again, in goal, in any business consultation or ERP consultation, especially at the level of gap analysis. See, when we go towards implementation or when we go towards consulting a client to implement SAP as an ERP, at the time of ASIS study, at the time of ASIS study. What is this ASIS study? ASIS study is nothing but as it is. Okay. I am studying the condition as it is in the sense what the strategy is the organization using now, what is the process that the organization is applied now, and how they are making their day-to-day processes go on. I am going to do that study, as it is study. And this as it is study, I am going to compare with the standard practice of SAP. I'm going to compare with the standard practice of SAP. So when I compare with the standard practice of SAP, so what the thing is going to happen now? I am going to get the right gap analysis. I'm going to understand the right gap between this, and further, I'm going to do the gap analysis of the same. When I do the gap analysis, now I am in the position to consult or propose strategy, either for implementation or either to resolve whatever the problem or the issue that the organization is facing. Now, when I go as a consultant only with the knowledge how to operate SAP, how to run SAP, then believe me, the condition of studying ASIS and comparing with the standard practice and the condition of doing the gap analysis and then proposing a strategy or consulting, I'm going to fail if I do not have that relevant information or analysis aspects of inputs with me. Hence, when I have the background of analysis, when I understand the business process, which we discussed in the last session, the business process, the analysis, and the process of simultaneous engineering. The process of simultaneous engineering, which we discussed. Simultaneous engineering, we discussed between the different functional modules of SAP, that is between MM to SD, between SD to FICO, between these three to, again with PP or with the PM. Okay, the integration between different functional modules, we understood. But apart from the understanding the aspects of different functional modules, the simultaneous engineering process, you need to understand over three different major domains on which the SAP stands. Number one is the strategic management. Number one is the strategic management. Second, the business process of the entire SAP. Third is the project management concepts and concepts. Yes. Here, when I say project management concepts, there are three processes which you always need to understand. One is the PERT analysis. Second is critical path method. It's basically the critical path method. And third is your Delphi techniques. When you know how to apply Delphi techniques, when you know the critical path methods, when you know the PERT analysis basically stands for process evaluation and review techniques. Process evaluation and review techniques. When you have the ability and you gain knowledge on these processes and concepts, believe me, you can easily give very efficient solutions to your clients. And when they implement these consultation, analysis, and activities in their daily practices, definitely they come up with good results. They show good results. Hence, as a consultant, these are your tools and techniques. These are your tools and techniques. When you understand these tools and techniques, and use this knowledge and use SAP ERP as your tool, then you'll be able to give the right solution to your client. Always remember, just you have knowledge of SAP ERP as a tool and you understand the T codes, the concept, you know how the flow takes place. Everything is, you have a knowledge on every aspect, but this individually itself is not going to help. With this, the tools and techniques that you own on your business process knowledge, with this knowledge, implementing using of SAP as an ERP as a tool, you will be able to solve your clients' daily issues and problems. So that's the reason why we are understanding these concepts, these ideas in our starting sessions. Before we start into the server, before we start with the lab activity, before we get into our transactions, I am equipping you and giving you that understanding what decision you can take at that level. And these ideas and concept can only help you gain right implementation strategies at everywhere. See, you are just consulting your client. You might be involved in certain implementation projects. Again, you might be involved in certain enhancements as well. See, writing a functional specification document or writing a technical specification document to ABAP or any other user, that's a different task. Easily, you will find an enhancement and write your FS or TS documents, the functional specification or technical specification documents. But this, you're corely using it at SAP as a tool at that level. But what about the client? The client has no idea what strategy has to be implemented using this tool to get the output of the result that the client is looking. Hence, with your business process knowledge, with your analysis, and with your other tools and techniques, you can get this output using SAP as a tool. Not just SAP as a tool, any ERP for that matter. So building your right business process, analysis, and implementing the tools and techniques at relevant areas plays a major role. Now, after understanding SWOT analysis, after understanding pestle analysis, or the analysis factors at a different level, I want you to understand certain strategic goals or aligning the simultaneous engineering goals with any kind of business process that the organization deals with. Let it be in terms of manufacturing, or let it be in terms of a hybrid system. Let it be in terms of a hybrid system. Hybrid system in the sense which involves both manufacturing and services as well. Okay. Now, every business across the globe needs to develop core factors. Okay. That is, one is the physical process that they work on, and other is the virtual process. Virtual process that happens over ERP or any other software for that matter. Okay. For example, if we talk about project management softwares like Oracle, Primavera, or MS Project, those are different again for project management. But physical process is one criteria where you have the users or different implementing or the support or the consultants for that matter. Here, the simultaneous engineering between these two, the simultaneous engineering or the inputs and outputs, between these two should tally. When these two tally, then itself the outcome, the desired outcome will be positive or which will be relevant. Now, when these two don't synchronize, the physical process and the virtual process that takes place, when they don't synchronize, then the output that you're expecting will not be possible. So for that instance, you just understanding the virtual process concept will not help for you to execute. So both put together, the physical process idea or the strategy, implementing it over the virtual process will only give you the right outcome or whatever the kind of aspect that you're looking in that has to be executed, is possible to do that. So as a consultant, two aspects, a physical process, the virtual process, you need to synchronize, you need to simultaneously develop as an engineering process. Then yes, you'd be able to give the right result to your client. One core concept and aspect. The other aspects into these processes that you need to very corely understand between the physical process or the virtual process before getting into ERP is to know how these are being developed or how these are being maintained at different standard levels of an organization. Accordingly, there are two ways. Understand CapEx, understand OpEx. CapEx is your capital expense. OpEx is your operational expense. Now, can anyone tell me the process of procurement which is involved in an organization? It is just operational expense or just capital expense, or is it both capital plus operational?
It is both.
Can you justify me that?
In the project, they have implementing any plant or any new things, it goes under CapEx. After implementing that, the operational cost and repair, plant maintenance is come under the OpEx.
Okay. Now, tell me this and this part goes under which functional modules of SAP? Or just one module? Or it goes under multiple modules?
It goes to FI as well as costing as well as PP. I don't know about PP, but of course FI and CO.
FICOS or simple finance, yes?
Yes.
Other modules?
PM.
Yes, PMS. MMS. Can you give me the core functionality? Purchasing, exactly. Good. I'm happy to know that you're able to relate it. Okay. Always get that analysis power of relating things, or rather building the chain. I always say building the chain. If you have that analysis power of understanding and building the chain from one factor to another, then believe me, you will automatically get the solution. If you just have that ability to chain it, and come out with that analysis, you will get the solution. And once you get the solution, you can easily execute it over SAP. Get my point? Any doubts or questions? Please feel free to ask me, or you can stop me. And if you've not understood any concept or any technical term that I'm using here, you want me to repeat it, please ask me.
Do you have any questions?
No, I'm clear.
Okay.
This is something that I was also aware of.
Wonderful.
Just a small quick question. Can anyone tell me difference between efficiency and effectiveness? What's efficiency mean and what's effectiveness?
Efficiency is something like it is related to hard work, which something can do, how efficiently it can do. How much it covers. It is something which is efficient, but precisely how accurate it covers. It is something which is effectiveness.
Okay, you were quite close, but not clear straight. What's efficiency and what's effectiveness?
Basically doing things with minimum wastage, whereas effectiveness is achieving something in a particular time period or in a particular time only, or the effort you are taking.
Okay. They were just very related. But yes.
Or in terms of effectiveness, it can be measured as how it solves. Effectiveness is how well it solves the problem.
Medicine, if say I have a headache, I take a medicine and it works. It means it's effective. And how efficient is how fast it works. Like in 5 minutes, or 10 minutes.
Exactly. Your example is right. I'll put it across in a correct way. See, efficiency is a claim that I make, whereas effectiveness is the result that you have. Okay. I claim my team is efficient, but when I deliver the result, it is effective. Get my point? Efficiency is always a claim. Still, the result is not being delivered. But when I say effective, the result is being delivered. So this is a precise difference between these two that you need to understand. Efficiency is always a claim. The result is not being delivered. As Hamad gave an example, that's right. So first there is a claim, but when the result is delivered, it becomes effective. So this is certain technical aspects when you deal with your client or as a professional, you need to understand what technical term you use it, where and how. This is one aspect. Going back to our strategic management now. Every organization has this as a core area. Let it be Department of ERP, or let it be places where the man, machine, or the material or the money is being managed. The four basically of any enterprise resource is being managed. The main core aspect is the vision. Second is the mission. Now, when the vision and the mission are integrated, when the mission and the vision are integrated with your operations, with your day-to-day decisions and analysis, then only the organization can achieve these two as a strategic match. Now, for example, the departments of the organization are in a different operational strategy, are in different analysis strategy, are in different decision-making strategies. But if they are not aligned with the vision and the mission of the organization, then these two things cannot be achieved. But yes, SAP or any ERP is being implemented in the organization to achieve their visions and mission. That is the basic criteria. The strategic management, whenever you get into implementation project, the very first team which sits to understand the project and the concepts and the idea or the plan of action is the strategic management. Because whatever the decision or analysis or whatever the inputs that you make, they see to that they are aligned with their organization's vision and mission. So hence, again, when the consultation outputs are being made, when the consultation results or when the consultation aspects are being given to the organization or a client, you should always see to it that they are aligned with the organization mission, vision, and also the values. When these things are being met, then yes, the client is quite satisfied with your decisions or your inputs or your activities. Major reason for failure of support projects to be taken back or any of SAP projects to be rolled out from one organization to another, the reason is their implementations, their inputs and their activities do not align with the organization's mission and vision or the values. And hence the strategic integration of consultation misses there. So as a consultant, you need to understand or align or assign the strategic management of the organization and integrate that with the ERP implementations. And when this is done successfully, then you come out with the right solutions of aspects and concepts throughout. Yes. After understanding this, now technically, I want to take you throughout each cycle process of SAP as the core aspect. Okay. I will come up to MM in the later stage. Let me start up with SD first. Okay. Sales or distribution, or you can also call it as the outbound logistics. Also, you can call it as downstream process. You can also call it as downstream process. Can anyone tell me what's upstream and what's downstream? Anyone can tell me what's upstream and downstream process in ERP?
Upstream can be procurement, while downstream is sales.
Yes, exactly. In direct words, yes, it's procurement, and downstream is sales. Now, I'll put it in a small graphical, in a small pictorial representation for you. This is your supplier. This is your manufacturer. This is your distributor, a retailer, and the customer or the consumer. Now, can you tell me from which part to which part is upstream and which part to which part is downstream among this? The material and information flow is in this direction.
From supplier to consumer is upstream.
From supplier to customer, no.
Supplier and manufacturing is upstream and distribution to customer is downstream.
Exactly. That's right. Now, You're sure that SAP is also into oil and gas? There's a separate module for this as well, correct?
Yeah.
Yes. Now, SAP itself has upstream and downstream process in oil and gas. Okay. Now tell me, this is your crude oil extraction process, then made into different products, that is petroleum products or diesel products, and distributor, a retailer, and customer, which is upstream and downstream here now again.
Distribution would be downstream until extraction and processing is upstream.
Exactly. See, this aspect you need to understand for the process using, again, SAP or any ERP for that matter. Supplier to manufacturer, manufacturer to distributor, distributor, retailer to customer. If the flow of material, if the flow of information, or if the flow of finances takes place from supplier 1, 2, 3, 4 till 5th, this is your forward engineering, which we discussed this. Now, when the flow of information, flow of material, flow of finance takes place from customer back to supplier or till the manufacturer, that is your reverse engineering. So whenever you get across understanding any kind of enhancement for the project or any kind of support or even an implementation, understanding whether the domain is involved in forward and reverse both. Based on that, you can strategize the process of ERP or SAP. See, this is how you need to know how the material flow can take place. Again, as a core factor in the same process. Again, in the same process. Just keeping in mind material management. Just keeping in material management, I want you to answer core criterias in this. So what's that? Again, let me have the supplier, the manufacturer, the distributor, the retailer, and the customer or the consumer for that. Now, at this level, you find that the production and material management is taking place. Or you have the main warehouse or storage location or the plant. And he forms to be your vendor or supplier for that reason. If my process is B2B, my process is B2C, my process is D2C, if I am involved in all the three, or if anyone, how material management strategizes here is very important. Here, I am dealing with raw material, I am dealing with semi-finished product, I am also dealing with finished product. Okay? Now, here at the distributor level, what kind of material am I dealing with? Am I dealing with raw? Am I dealing with semi-finished? Or am I dealing with just with finished?
Finished.
You're dealing directly with finished. So now, tell me, at this area level, you're applying P2P cycle or O2C cycle? You're applying P2P cycle or O2C cycle?
Sorry? At start of, which point do you mean? At the start of distribution?
Yes, see, at this place, between the manufacturer and distributor.
O2C, he will place order.
Yes, order to cash. Here I'm dealing with GR or GI or only GI?
GI.
Yes. You are issuing the goods. Now what at this level, between the supplier and manufacturer, which cycle do I go with? P2P or O2C?
P2P.
Yes, you go with P2P. Yes. Now here, between the supplier and the manufacturer, there is GR or GI? Goods receipts or goods issue?
G.
Sorry?
GI.
Yes, it's going to be GR. You're able to understand the concept? You're in any doubts or questions that anyone has at this level?
I thought can it be both GR and GI?
At which level, GR and GI?
I mean, procure to pay.
Procure to pay. See, procure to pay is between the supplier and the manufacturer. Okay? So GI will be either for consumption at the plant level at the manufacturer or either of the finished goods towards the distributor. Get my point?
Yes.
Yeah. So here, between the supplier and manufacturer, your stock level is still raw. or sometimes it can be semi-finished in certain cases. Okay. Now, what if you are a reseller? You are a reseller in between. So what kind of material stage are you dealing directly with the distributor? From supplier to reseller, reseller to distributor. What is the material type that you're dealing with?
Semi-finished. Yes.
Semi-finished, and sometimes it can be finished as well.
Yes.
Okay? Yeah. Now, coming up to case 2 now here. Coming up to case 2 now. You have a regular customer, and this customer has ordered goods with you, and you do not have the stock right now, but you don't want to lose the customer and you want to fulfill the demand. So you go with a vendor or a supplier who is directly fulfilling the demand of the customer on your behalf. So what kind of purchase order will you raise over SAP? What kind of purchase order will you raise over SAP?
Can you come again, please?
Yes, definitely. So you have your regular fixed customer in your customer master, and you are on an outline agreement with the customer. See, there are two types of agreements. One is value, other is the stock. So you are on a particular stock contract or an outline agreement with this customer. But right now, at this moment, you don't have that stock. But you have to fulfill the demand of this customer. But one of your vendor and supplier has that stock, which your customer needs. Means the specifications match. The specifications conform. The specifications conform between your customer requirement and what your vendor has the material. Now you ask your vendor to supply the material directly to your customer on your behalf. So what kind of purchase order will I raise over SAP?
Will it be a subcontract?
No subcontracting. We discussed yesterday different POs.
The frame agreement?
Not exactly as a frame.
Outline agreement.
That's an agreement. I'm talking about a PO. I'm talking about type of PO.
Pipeline PO?
Consignment purchase order?
No. Pipeline PO is not for this product. It's a physical product. I'm not procuring through pipelines.
Third party is what?
Exactly. It's a third party processing. I have involved a third party, right? When I've involved the third party, then I'll go with the third party PO.
Okay.
Getting the point? I have involved a third party here. And I'm delivering the finished product. I told you very clearly, the specifications of my customer and my vendor conform. How many of you understand the difference between confirm and conform? Confirm and conform. Conform is definitely a technical term that every procurement person needs to know. What is conform? I conform that I have this product with me. Means what? I'm not confirming. I'm
It will stick to the rules.
A rule is not the right word, but your pitch is correct. Your pitch is correct, but a rule is not the right word. When I say I conform, specification, yes. That means what specification the customer has given me, that he wants this type, this kind, this shape, this size, this color, whatever the specifications, any kind of specifications that the customer has given me, I have the same. That means I conform. Remember, it's a very strong technical term in purchase. I conform, or the vendor or the supplier conforms with you that he has. And when he conforms, then that is the time when you can go ahead with the purchase. You cannot go ahead with the purchase with the vendor unless and until he conforms the specification of your requirement. See, these are your day-to-day activities, your day-to-day issues. I'm talking about very basic issues. These are very light and basic issues. There are so many such processes and strategies that the organization would like to implement, and they implement it, and they expect the SAP to operate as per their strategies. That's the reason why they have customized. And at the end of the day, they expect the consultant to give the right solution.
So in this case, you mentioned that third-party purchase order should be used within SAP when creating the PO. So does that mean that in case of third party, there is a specific process wherein the good is sent directly by the party to customer and it doesn't come to us. Is that the specialty?
See here, there are two things. You can directly do the 3PL, third-party logistics to your customer, or if you have a provision or a warehouse, or if you feel that you can store it and send the material to the customer, you can do that as well. It depends on your quotation criteria as well. If you feel it involves storage cost, it involves handling cost, it involves picking, packing, and other logistic costs, then you will directly supply it. If you feel I can manage this complete logistic cost, storage, maintenance, handling, and extra which we call it as the clerical cost. If you're able to bear this and you're ready to bear this, you get it to your warehouse, you get it at your level, and you relabel it, or you do the white labeling and then you supply it. It's again a strategy.
So in that case, then how about if we would have used the consignment PO to get the material from the vendor and then we have shipped it? It's possible.
Technically, it's possible if the vendor is ready to wait for the payment for that reason. Because consignment PO says, I pay you after I use it. And if I don't use it, you need to take it back. Now, vendor will be in a dilemma that whether the third party, whoever is purchasing from his customer, will definitely take it or no. Or what if he rejects at some reasons?
Okay,
so consignment will be between 1 to 2 only. If 2 is supplying to 3, then 1 will not be ready to take this leverage. 1 is going to tell, I'm supplying it to you, you pay me, whatever the condition is between 2 and 3, I'm not bothered. Then 1 would go with the consignment stock.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and yesterday you also mentioned about local PO. Then since we are talking about POs, can you explain how is it different?
See, a purchase order, I can give it to any of the vendors or suppliers in any geographical location. Okay. When I say LPO, it's a local purchase within that geographical region.
Okay, good.
With a local vendor or the supplier, LPO. So basically, it is a standard practices PO. And SAP also, if you go and see in 21N, you will first see standard PO itself. Okay. There's nothing like LPO. But in your physical practice, when you go abroad or other geographical locations, there is a concept of LPO, but that's the same as standard PO. Only difference is you do a local purchase with the local. Yeah.
Good.
Yes. But why this word came into existence in organization? That is again the economical criteria of that particular nation. That's the reason why I always tell, have current affairs knowledge on the economical developments of that particular nation. Why that local word was added was because the country, okay, or that particular nation wanted to have localization. That is, use of local products. Means procure or give business to that locals so that their GDP of the nation increases. Get the point? So basically, more are your exports and lesser are your imports, higher is your GDP. So by localization and by having use of local products, procuring local materials by the local manufacturers helped the nation to grow in its GDP. Clear?
Yep. Good.
That's the reason they attached the word local to it, LPO. Any doubts or questions so far, anyone? Please feel free to ask me. Any doubts or questions so far in any aspects? Okay. Now I'll take you through 3 concepts: SRM, CRM. SRM is Supplier Relationship Management, and CRM is Customer Relationship Management. So in your inbound process or your upstream process, it starts with SRM. Further going with SRM is your internal supply chain management. Further, at the outbound or the downstream is your CR, Customer Relationship Management. In supplier relationship management, in SAP, we have vendor evaluation. Then based on vendor evaluation, you have 3 different vendors. The three different vendors, one can be fixed, one time, or sometimes they also call it as basically on value vendor, or they have different concepts and name in different domains for vendor evaluations. One is a fixed vendor, one time vendor, or a value vendor, wherein we involve the vendor evaluation. In internal supply chain management, it involves procurement, it involves production, it involves facility management, or even you can say maintenance, it involves your human resource, finance, and so on. Whereas customer relationship management, it involves on your returns from the customer, your warranty, guarantee, and the feedback. Majorly, works on these two aspects: supply relationship management and internal supply chain management. The very first concept that as a procurement consultant, okay, or else as a SAP procurement or an SAP or SAP S4HANA simple logistics consultant or a logistics consultant, I want you to understand the core values in vendor evaluation. Can anyone tell me what are basic criterias for you to choose anyone as a vendor? What's a basic criteria by which you choose him or her or an organization, an individual, a group of people, or an organization? Either of these three, if you have to choose them as your vendor or supplier, what is the basic criteria that you look into? The very first basic criteria.
Credibility.
Yes, credibility, yes.
Experience.
Experience. Then?
Knowledge.
Knowledge. Okay, yes. Come out with technical. Technicality.
Proven record.
Yes, the proven track record. Very good. Technical. Very core technical.
Availability.
Availability of what?
Products.
Yes, that means I want you to use the technical word there. You cannot have a very vague word. Be technical. Incoterms, wonderful.
Their ability to provide material that conform to
The ability to provide?
material or products that we need that conform to our requirement.
Yes, what is that word? We used that word just 2 minutes back.
Conform, right?
Yeah, it's conform. Yes, that's right. Yes. Yes, more criterias that you see in the vendor. Will you see this
Lead time.
Lead time pricing. Yes, lead time pricing. Will you see this criterias for both fixed vendor and one-time vendor also? Or for one-time vendor, you're okay? If there's anything, it's okay. You see this criteria in
For both.
fixed or both. How? What's your strategy? What's a safer side method that you consult your client to follow the
One-time vendor, we don't, from a consulting point of view, for example, we generally say don't go for it, or put at least a cap on one-time vendor, how much you want to spend on such vendors.
Exactly.
Because there's a revenue leakage possibility for one time.
Exactly. That's right. So, in vendor evaluation tools and techniques as a consultant, you need to see that what kinds of evaluation methods you involve in fixed or one-time vendors. So, these are certain evaluation methods or techniques. Now, have you heard of vendor KPI? You would have heard only of the employee KPIs, the key performance indicators. But have you heard of vendor KPIs? If yes, what is that? And why you need them?
So vendor KPI is very much important for a procurement function in a company. For example, in an automobile sector, let's say, in a GIT mechanism, they heavily rely on the supply coming from the vendor.
Yes.
If they don't deliver on time, the whole production downstream, sorry for the downstream, but production line will stop. The dependency on vendor. So that's why we client track KPI, for example, the timeliness on delivery, the quality of the work or the material they are providing. If it is too much of breakage, again there's an impact on production. So consistent quality supply on timely basis is at least two KPIs I am aware of.
Exactly. So basically, for vendor evaluation, having vendor KPIs is very important, because at the end of the year or quarterly or half yearly, if you evaluate your vendors based on their KPIs, then it will be easy for smooth functioning of your production or the organization. Because if you rely on a single vendor, and you do not measure his performance, that is where you lag in your productions or you lag in your outbound process. So vendor KPIs play a major role. Okay. One, if the vendor has to increase his KPI, what he needs to do?
Build more efficiency.
Exactly, build more efficiency. That means whatever is being mentioned in the contract or the agreement between the first party, that is the company, and the second party is the vendor. Whatever the terms and conditions are being agreed, what are the obligations are being mentioned, if he fulfills that effectively, correctly, then yes, his KPIs would be strong and his relation with the organization will be on a long term. So to develop this relation with supplier, the consultant needs to have different programs, have different techniques, have different tools, measure them, and develop a right supplier relationship management. And these core inputs about the contract, about the terms and conditions, about the history of the supplier and vendor, you maintain it in SAP S/4HANA at the process of BP as a business partner. The business partner level, whether he's a vendor or supplier or an associate, you maintain at BP level in S/4HANA. But in ECC, you were maintaining at XK01, at creating your vendor, maintaining and measuring the vendor aspects in ECC in XK01. But this transaction in S/4HANA Simple Logistics is obsolete now. This particular transaction in S/4HANA Simple Logistics is obsolete now. You no more use XK01. If you enter XK01 also in S/4HANA, it will redirect you directly to BP itself, business partner. There were separate window for customer master and vendor master, but now you enter both at one platform as BP. This is one aspect of supply relationship management. After understanding SRM, I'll take you towards ISCM now, the internal supply chain management. See, the internal supply chain management, here SAP involved and integrated the entire resources of the organization. That is, in the process of procurement, the process of production, maintenance, human resource, finance, everything got into the internal supply chain, wherein the flow of information, the flow of material, the flow of human resource, the flow of finance, everything takes place at this area in internal supply chain management. Here, the major aspect for production, for maintenance and procurement, that you can call it as the heart of internal supply chain management, was one core aspect, that is MPS and MRP. MPS and MRP. Master production schedule and material requirement planning. Now, for material requirement planning, what were the inputs? What were the inputs for MRP? One was what to buy. One was what to buy. Second was how much to buy. Can anyone give me the technical terms of what to buy and how much to buy for MRP? Give me the technical terms which we discussed. What to buy and how much to buy. The inputs for MRP.
The BOM?
Exactly. What to buy is the BOM. How much to buy is BOQ.
BOQ.
Okay. Always remember, when it comes MRP, two questions. What to buy? How much to buy? What to buy is your bill of materials. How much to buy is your bill of quantity. Now, this too gives you the answer for what will be the net procurement or what will be the net purchase. So basically, gross requirement minus what is available. Gross requirement minus what is available will be your net requirement or the net procurement. And this net procurement goes into your PR, RFQ till your PO. Now, can anyone tell me what's gross requirement? Difference between the gross and the net. Gross and the net.
Maybe if we want to produce 10 items and we already have 2 in stock. So net would be we need to produce 7 or procure.
Yes, that's an example. But if my gross requirement is 100 and availability is 0, so what will be my net requirement now? How much should I purchase now?
Then you should know how much you need to keep in your stock. So if your gross requirement is 100 and you need to keep in stock 10, then 110 is what you need to procure.
See, 100 is my gross, okay? And my availability is 0. Then what will be my net requirement?
100.
Exactly. So how much should go in my PR?
100.
Exactly. 100 or more. Clear? Anyone, any doubt in this concept? Who's not understanding gross and net? If my gross requirement is 100, availability is also 100, then what will be my net requirement? How much should I purchase?
Nothing, 0.
Exactly. 0. Anyone confused? Please tell me. I would repeat it for you. If anyone is confused or not understanding. But be very clear with these technical terms. The gross requirement, the net requirement. Be very clear. Manually, I will not have the result for gross and net requirement. So what do I do now? I run MRP. My MRP is going to tell what will be the net requirement that I have to go further. So how often do you think MRP run should be scheduled in SAP?
Before any procurement is done.
Before any procurement is done, or do you think it should be scheduled at some time period, in every time period, or only at the time of procurement is done?
Max minimum order levels.
Exactly. At minimum order levels. But at minimum order levels, tell me that method which is applied globally to understand the minimum order level. It's a technique. It's a technique which is there in warehouse management. But yes, as a procurement specialist, you need to have knowledge on that. The technique that's widely taken up into picture in warehouse management. You heard of Kanban system? Anyone here who's heard or worked on Kanban system?
I've not worked on it, but I've seen clients like mostly Japanese client in automobile sector. They focus on Kanban methodology.
Exactly. What is the objective behind this Kanban methodology? What's the main objective?
Related to the
workflow?
Sorry, can both of you answer? I missed.
Reducing the wastage, building more efficiency. Again,
reducing the wastage, building more efficiency is one part. Yes. One more answered.
Priority. Which task to do first, which task to do later.
Priority, which has to do first. That's quite relative, but not exact. Yes, someone else also answered.
Yeah, I was saying, is it something related to the workflow?
Related to workflow, yes, it is related to workflow. So basic objective of Kanban system is so that you don't run out of stock. You don't run out of stock. A Kanban management system has been applied wherein you have sufficient, you have buffer stock available with you for your production system. This is one. With this aspect, I want you to understand the warehouse techniques. Number one is put away strategy. Number two is pick away strategy. At the time of GR and at the time of GI, what strategy am I using at the warehouse? When I do the GR, what strategy? When I do the GI, what strategy? Put away and pick away. The word says, try to relate the GR and GI. You will get the answer. Chain, create a chain. Integrate warehouse management to MM now. When I do the GR and GI, what will the warehouse do now? Will they pick away or put away? At which level? It's a direct answer. You can understand it, analyze it.
GR might be put away.
See, when I issue the goods, you think I'm putting back the goods to the storage bin?
GR.
In GR, yes, I am putting the goods. Yes. In GI, when I issue, I pick it. Clear?
Yeah. I said GR.
Okay, sorry, I misheard that. So put away is your G, pick away is GI. So this is what the strategy is being followed inside a warehouse when you do the GR or GI. Now, for example, I'll give you one situation again here. A supermarket, okay? There's a Carrefour supermarket in UAE in Dubai. Now, they have a stock in storage one of 10 laptops. Okay. Carrefour is owned by Al Futtaim Group. Same way, Al Futtaim also has group of hotels and they're also into real estate. Now, to one of their offices, they want laptops to be purchased. Have you heard there is procurement of two types? One is internal, other is external. In this case, the company is same, company code is different. Say, for example, this is 0011, this is 0022. Okay, the stock is here and the other company code needs this. You will follow the process of internal procurement, or you'll follow the process of external procurement, or will you do a STO, stock transfer order?
We will be doing the stock transfer order with the intercompany.
You'll be doing a stock transfer order with internal company. So when you do STO, will you deal with AR AP or no? Or just AP or AR? Accounts receivable or accounts payable, or just accounts receivable or just accounts payable?
Both.
Yes, you can justify me at which company level it's going to be AR and at which company level, company code level it's going to be AP. One company code is 0011, other is 0022. So in more complicated way, I will ask in which GL account it should be credit and in which GL account it should be debit.
Credit in 0011.
Debit in?
Credit in 0011.
Credit in 0011 and debit in 0022.
You mean to say money or the number of goods? Money, right?
Yes, of course, the value. See, in material management, this laptop, this laptop that you see here has a value. When you go to MM01, this has a material number. Okay. For example, this is 1234 as a material number. This material has a valuation that is being updated. Now, when I issue this STO, 10 laptops, definitely the valuation in MM is going to drop, correct? Now, where will I seek that?
That will be in 0022.
That will be in
0022.
The valuation or the debit?
The debit.
The debit will be in 002?
I think it will credit in 002 because the value will credit.
Yes, see, when the material valuation drops at 002, that means at the GL account something should increase, right? Correct? Still confused?
I am.
This again, the scenario. Even I am a bit
confused. Yes, actually. Got confused after hearing so many things together.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'll put it across again. See, Al Futtaim is the company. Okay. Carrefour Supermarket is one company code, and Hotel and Real Estate Business is another company code. 001, 0011, 0022. Now, Carrefour has this 10 laptops in the warehouse, and company code 0011 wants to procure this for their use. So now 0011 should do internal procurement. Should they follow external procurement process, or should they do an STO? Is question number one. Question number two is, if they follow any of these processes, internal, external, or STO, where the credit should take place and where the debit should take place?
So they can do STO because they are in the same region of Dubai, but however, being a different legal entity, still can do an STO. I don't know about debit and credit, but in fact, in a similar scenario, other companies that I've seen, like a parent company or like a subsidiary company, they still do, they sell it to each other.
They sell it to each other, yes.
Yeah, they sell it to each other with there's some agreement between them that they will build this margin or that margin. That happens.
Okay, but
in this case, I believe STO is the right answer.
Yes, STO is the right answer, no doubt. But what about the further activity? But can anyone tell me what is internal procurement and what is external procurement?
External procurement is from different vendor.
Yes, you're right.
Internal is from maybe some different organization within the same parent group company.
Exactly. Yes, you're right. With one of your own sister concerns or your subsidies. Yes. So now,
by that logic, shouldn't this be internal transfer then rather than STO? Because these are two different.
You are the consultant. You need to consult me. What I have to do now. What is the best practice for me?
I would vote for the intercompany transfer And since the 10 laptops will be moving from 0022 out, there will be debit in the GL account for 0022. And since it is going to 0011, it will be credit in that company's account.
Yes, that's quite close and it's quite possible. But we need to understand. See here, again, as a consultant, when the user tries to apply this, definitely he'll get error. And he's going to raise the same on the ticket for this process to take place. So which all you think the module expertise need to involve here to execute this task correctly?
MM and FI.
MM and FI. Okay. But SD, do you think they need to do GI for this, or they need to raise a sales order against this?
If it's intercompany, then yes. If it's STO, then I would think no.
If STO is there, do you think sales order is mandatory, or is sales order needed if it's an STO?
So
if it is an STO,
sales order, invoice, shipping, challan, in fact, a lot of government documentation is necessary.
Exactly. It involves the outbound entire process. It involves. See, these are certain challenges and day-to-day aspects that you will face, especially when you are into a major manufacturing giant like Nestle, Jubilant Foods, their brands, different parts when they involve, especially Hindustan Unilever, when you're involved in these kinds of companies with multiple products and multiple types and multiple sections, that is where these aspects come into picture.
I want to add an example here. Like in practically we have seen in the client we are working on, they have set up their offices in SEZ. Now, one office, if they procure material and it lands into one of the SEZ, one building is one SEZ, the other building is other SEZ. It has to be consumed on that particular building itself. Let's say a client have just sent another building and they want to ship it or move this stock from one building to another. If it is not an SEZ, they can't do it. It goes to waste.
So this is
legal complication.
It's a legal complication again.
Yeah. This is something very practical and very close, which we have seen in this time.
See here, physical aspect you understand, the client understands, but SAP doesn't understand. So SAP can give that result what is possible in its scenario, in its aspect. So we need to physically also create such strategies in such a way which is possible over SAP. Sometimes certain strategies are physically being created in not aligning SAP parallelly with that. So it's very important you have a parallel run of the same with this known criterias with whatever strategies that you are executing. So this is one aspect. With furthermore aspects that what I want to understand or tell you is, when we talk about migration,
About if office is same and we are transferring laptops from one department to another department, but the office location is exactly same. So will a GI be mandatory in that case or not?
See, the office is your storage location or a plant?
The storage.
It's your storage location, right?
Yeah.
And it's the same warehouse.
Yes.
So from this one warehouse, you are getting it to the same company code or to a different company code?
Can you explain both the scenarios if it's the same company code or the different company code? Because I'm not very well versed about this app.
Okay. See here, this is your company. Okay. A company can have multiple company codes. Company code 1, company code 2, company code 3, company code 4, company code 5. Okay. One company code can have multiple plants. Plant 1, plant 2, plant 3. Okay. And they can have multiple storage locations, SL1, SL2, and so on. Sometimes storage locations can be shared among other company codes as well. These are storage locations. They're in this, they can be multiple warehouses. Okay. They can be shared warehouses as well. And now you can have a purchasing organization, which can be either at the plant level or it can be at the company code level. Okay, based on centralized and decentralized, which we discussed. Same way, a purchasing group. which can be used for multiple company codes or the plant specific or whatever you want to strategize for. Now, your question was if this company code has two departments, Department 1 and Department 2, correct?
Yes.
And now you want to supply laptops for which, Department 1 or 2? Or to the company?
Supply to? From Department 1 to Department 2.
From Department 1 to Department 2. See, now Department 1 and Department 2 belong inside the same company code. So from any of your storage location where the goods are available, you can directly supply to this company code.
Okay.
From the storage location, that is the warehouse, where the stock is available, which you need, you can directly transfer that from to your department. And this will again be an internal procurement. If you have to purchase, if it is your regular item, which you are using it for your own company, then that's an internal distribution. Yeah?
Okay. Yeah.
Anyone here who has heard of returnable stock transfers? Returnable stock transfer. What is returnable stock transfer? And this returnable stock transfer are in my warehouse and I store them and I count them as my inventory. But this has been given by my vendor. This has been given by my vendor to me. I store them in my warehouse and I count them as my inventory. Returnable stock transfer. What is this?
Consignment stock?
Consignment stock, not exactly, but they can be counted as a consignment, but not exactly a consignment stock. What are these stocks? Why are they given? Why are they being given by my vendor? Why it is necessary?
Something like what a Japanese company do for just-in-time using stock from the vendor.
No, that's a procurement methodology. This is related to your inventory. This is related to your inventory. I'll take the example of same 10 laptops. I purchased this from HP. Now what HP is going to do me, they're going to send me these 10 laptops in 10 different boxes, packed as usual. But HP is also going to give me about 3 to 5 boxes which are empty, which has the third-party logistic details on it. Either Blue Dart, either DHL, either FedEx, or either UPS or anyone. The details of these third-party logistics would be printed on these empty boxes, and HP is going to give me these boxes with these 10 boxes. Why they are doing this? And this 3 to 5 boxes, I count them in my GR and store them in my returnable stock transfers. In my stock type, I store them in my returnable stock transfers as my inventory. I store them as my inventory. I use them when? If there is any warranty claim or if there is any damage in the product in my warranty period or a guarantee period, that time to return this stock, I use these empty boxes and I inform the third-party logistics nearby me, either Blue Dart or DHL or FedEx or UPS. They're going to pick up this stock and supply back to the manufacturer so that the product is not further damaged or it's not under any further wrong conditions. Such a stock is not only being given by one product manufacturer to me, to which all vendors and suppliers I purchase products from them, which hold certain warranty and guarantee. They provide me with these boxes or separate, you can say, pallets or separate handling items, which I store them in my inventory or warehouse and supply them back if there is any breakage or damage or warranty claims. Such a stock is returnable stock transfer. Any doubts in this? Anyone who did not understand what is this?
I have one question. So in the scenario that you explained, there were 10 laptops to be delivered by HP. So they delivered 10 plus 3 to 5 empty boxes.
Yes.
So does that mean the returnable stock here is the 3 to 5 empty boxes?
Yes, 3 to 5 only. And that also, if there is any damage, warranty claim or anything, then we're going to use that.
No, but what's the thing that is done? What do we do GR for? Is it those 3 to 5 empty boxes?
You do the GR for 10 plus this 3 to 5 as well.
Okay, but these 3 to 5, so do they actually ship us say if they ship us 3 extra, so they just ship us 13 laptops?
Yes, not 13 laptops. 10 boxes have laptops, 3 are just empty boxes.
Okay. And we do GR for the boxes. Okay.
Yes,
So
we do the
makes
GR
sense.
for that.
Thank you.
Anyone, any doubts or questions?
Yeah, I have just one. So these
Please.
3 boxes are empty box, right? So yeah, I'm not
Yes.
getting any inventory. It's not a part of my inventory. So when you had said that I will count as an inventory, is it kind of a packing material? Or because this
See,
is not an
this
asset
is
or this is not a
this.
stock?
See, this is a type of a stock. Like how you are maintaining restricted stocks, unrestricted stocks, stock under quality inspection, reserved stock, block stocks. Same way, returnable stock transfers are also a stock type.
But I have not paid anything for this to
No, you
the
have not
vendor.
paid anything. This is an extra value for added money that the vendor or the supplier is giving for you.
Okay.
So like
Okay, I have one doubt.
Yes, please.
What is the difference between this returnable stock transfer, stock type, and the non-valuated materials?
Non-valuated materials are obsolete. They are different. And that comes under physical inventory. This is completely at the time of GR. See, when I go with Durbis, when I go with scrap, when I go with obsolete, that time it comes under non-valuated.
Okay.
This particular, the inventory that you have got it now, they are part of your inventory. Because here I've given you only example of one. Like this, you have materials that you're procuring at a large quantity. So every supplier or vendor to take care of their product. Okay. See, if I have a laptop and it's under warranty or guarantee, I very well know the company has promised me to replace it. Do you think after that I'm going to take care of that product? When I know that he's going to replace me? Definitely we're going to neglect that, right? To stop the further damage of that product, the company uses this method. Yeah?
Okay.
Yeah, if you have to return it from your end, what will you do? You're just going to wrap it in either a envelope or a cover, or you will hand it over to the third party. And third party, you think he's going to take care of so much of fragile goods and return it back to the company? It's going to further damage. And now the company cannot refurbish that. So that's the reason why they use this method, so that at the end they can refurbish that and resell it in the market. Any doubts? Any questions further?
So can we take an example of like oil barrels? That if the 10 oil barrels are transferred, the empty barrels the company will take back.
Yes, of course. This happens in liquor as well. This happens in liquor as well. Any aspect of chemicals, liquidations, it happens.
Okay, so I was just wanted to check whether my understanding is correct or not. Okay.
Yes, of course. You're right. You're right. See, you're a manufacturer. Okay. You are manufacturing certain products, either in electronics, in automobile, or anything else. When you deliver certain products in a large scale to a company, okay, you're not quite sure that there will be perfection in operation and working of those products. Somewhere you feel that 1 or 2% that there will be certain returns. Out of 100 products, 1 to 2% there will be returns. Now those returns will be not handled so precisely or so clearly by the opposite person. To take care of those products, what do? You yourself voluntarily give that kind of items or material handling devices by which it can safely return back to you, because you have promised them that warranty and guarantee. Yeah.
So can we generalize that if there's any stock in returnable stock transfer is there, then it will always be some kind of packing material.
Yes, of course. It's basically a kind of a logistic or a packing material to return back their stock safely to the manufacturer.
Okay. That makes it clear. Thanks. And when we started the discussion, I see a term written migration. So is that related to whatever we discussed?
No, not at all. I took a detour again. We did not enter into migration again. Migration remains undiscussed.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which view in the Material Master contains information about storage conditions and shelf life? Option A, Basic Data View. Option B, Purchasing View. Option C, Plan/Storage View. Option D, Quality Management View. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get good at managing utilities? Our SAP ISU course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP ISU. It's like a toolkit for managing utilities, from billing to customer service, helping you stay on top of things. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced skills. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for years. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This amazing learning opportunity is very affordable. Ready to become an SAP ISU expert? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So let's begin understanding the database management system and also the migration aspects where we stopped. So before I get into the core aspects of migration, let's touch some part of data and certain differences within SAP as an ERP. So far, we understood the concept of ERP. We understood the concepts behind on which the ERP was built. Now, let us stick to a specific ERP, that is SAP. Now, when I say SAP, so here we're gonna understand the concept between two products of SAP. The very first product, SAP, when used under Enterprise Central Component, that is ECC, and the second product, which is the most upgraded and latest one, under S/4HANA as Simple Logistics. Now, when SAP began with ECC, with Enterprise Central Component, the very first application as an ERP, it was divided into three different module aspects. So this session would have more information for people who are new to SAP and people who have slight knowledge about SAP. So keeping that in mind, let us understand the concepts and idea how it started and how it upgraded till S/4HANA. See, when it was at the ECC level, okay? So the modules here, the number one were the technical modules, functional, and the third were techno-functional modules. Under technical modules, ABAP and the basis, when at the initial stages. And under functional, MM, SD, FICO, PP, PM, HRM, HCM, EWM, and so on. The functional modules. Techno-functional modules with BI, BO, and also HANA also is a techno-functional module and also a database cloud of SAP. Further, after when ECC had to take an upgrade or to move on to the further side of application and to simplify things, to get into a more simplified format, SAP developed it into S/4HANA. Developed it into S/4HANA Simple Logistics. Same way, FICO became Simple Finance. After simplifying logistics and after simplifying finance, further to this, other modules also had to be simplified. Now, how they were simplified, or how was their simplification done, in what modules and what kind of modules, is another aspect that we need to understand. So what is that aspect? One is the HRM and HCM. These two simplified and combined to become SAP Success Factor. So people who are into building their careers into HR professionals or looking their career into human resource management, get certified or gain information on Success Factor. Success Factor also being divided into two aspects. One is employee-centric and payroll-centric. There are two types again for the people who work in HRM and HCM. This is how slowly every module as per the requirement was developed in SAP. Same way, people who are from computer science background of engineering, they can understand. ABAP further developed to OO ABAP, that is oriented programming. So people who have done computer science engineering can understand what's OO ABAP. So this is how from one phase to the present scenario, SAP developed its products. And now, globally, SAP wants people who are already on ECC to migrate to S4 HANA and migrate from their own old database systems, that is DBMS or SQL servers, to move from here over a cloud. So this is how things began to develop within ECC. Now, when I talk about cloud as a database management system, just for your information and your knowledge, I'll just take a small detour for you to give knowledge about the cloud. See, this cloud technology contains different multi-tenant database containers, which we call it as MDCs, multi-tenant database containers, which are divided for different clients, for different, or you could say, products and people, and each contain the database of that particular client or the authority. Again here, based on this MDC as a technology, SAP gave three provisions. SAP gave three provisions for implementation. One is on the cloud, that is in-house. Okay. Second is on the third-party cloud. And third is the hybrid for the implementation. When I say on the cloud or in-house, that means implementing that completely on HANA. But SAP did not very much particularly compel the client that you should deploy it over HANA itself. They gave them an opportunity that they can do it on a third-party cloud as well. So the cloud of IBM, Bluemix, Azure of Microsoft, then there's so many other clouds, many other clouds as a technology. The third, which they use on regular basis over HANA, and what you use it are just for a small period of time. Like for example, in the financial year conclusion, especially in India, we need a lot of financial characteristics and attributes to pay your tax, Feb and March. So in these 2 months, your requirement towards the apps of finance or the backend technology aspects of SAP requirement would be more. So here you can deploy this at that particular specific period of time and utilize them so that there is some type of cost cutting at this area. So this is a hybrid form. When implementation takes place, there are three aspects. One is on the cloud or in-house, or the third-party cloud, or the hybrid. That is on the cloud as well as on HANA. Some part here, some part there. So this is a small basic understanding how it initiated and how it is going now. Okay. But when we talk about differences, when we talk about ECC and S4HANA as differences, yes, there are certain major differences also, and there are certain minor differences also. But when we look out at the enterprise structure, in either of the modules or either of the upgraded parts of the entire product, you see enterprise structure remains the same. The company code, the plant, the storage locations, purchasing organization, purchasing group at level remains the same. Same at the SD level, same aspects and characteristics and parameters at the FICO or the PP or the PM level. But yes, the door through which you enter to execute those transactions, the way that you enter to execute those paths, only that area in certain transactions have been made through one path or through one direction. Like for example, there was a separate window wherein you had to enter into to create a vendor or to maintain the vendor master, and separately for customer master. But now you enter through one door and maintain separate data for your vendor master or customer master. Whereas for material master, it is same as it again. So there are certain transactions of, and also the tables, the database tables. See, the database tables, the form in ECC was different. And in HANA, it is different. There it was in form of tables, but here it's already available on the cloud. So you need not extract the data from very minute within the system. Here the data is already on the system. So you can easily access that particular data that you're looking for the transaction. That's the difference between the cloud or the previous SQL service. Like what was happening is you had to recall the data from the hard disk to the RAM, do the changes and save back to the hard disk. But whereas here, they're already available over the RAM. So you can do the changes at that level and directly. So this is the difference, the various technical difference. There is techno-functional difference and functional differences as well. So I'm going to take you through each and every difference in session in upcoming hour. But before understanding these core factors in cloud, in ECC or S/4HANA, now I want you to give me a business mature answer. For example, if you are a business owner, okay? Listen to me very carefully. If you were a business owner, or if you are a business owner, and you have implemented ECC about a decade back or 5 years back into your organization, and you have invested millions behind that. Now, at this stage, you are being given a chance, or there is a requirement that you have to reinvest and migrate to S/4HANA, which is also a product of SAP. Now, you as a business owner would like to migrate, or you want to stick back, or you resist this idea. In either of these three cases, please justify me your answer. You stick back to ECC, or you're happy to migrate, or you think that reinvesting back is a bad idea again.
So is the question about migrating to any other product apart from SAP?
No, to same from ECC to S4.
Oh, that is needed for sure for future, but then it will be a big investment, so it has to be planned.
Yes, it's a big investment, has to be planned, but now you are being, being notified, or there are certain limitations that are being created. You are being restricted that you have to migrate. So what's your call on that now? Now you have to reinvest again and migrate, re-implement. All this is a cost again for you. And now, because of this implementation, your other production processes, things will be, impacted. So what's your call? What's your call in this? Now, the kind of quotation, the kind of charges, the yearly investment on this product, when you compare with other products in the market, when you compare with other ERPs in the market, probably they are offering you a better price. They are giving you better service, or better quality, better customizations, and XYZ. Like, for example, Oracle has given few people a lifetime license now. So there are so much of competition in the market now. Now you are a business owner here. You're the business owner. Now you are the decision maker here. You're the decision maker. So what's your very present scenario, the market economical situation, okay? And also the national economical situation, or you can say the global economical situation. Considering all these things, what's your call? You gonna invest and migrate to S/4HANA, or you gonna look for some other product, or you stay back in ECC? What exactly will be your call?
So staying back in ECC is not an option anymore, which I believe.
Yes.
Because first of all, S/4HANA is set up. SAP has given a deadline for end of support. So
Yes.
I would call this, that clients are calling this is a gundagiri from SAP side. That nothing can be done. They have to move it. Now, few of the clients have early mover advantage. They got some discount in licensing. but many of the conservative people in the industry are yet to move from ECC to HANA. So as a business owner, I have no choice but to move from S4 ECC to S4 HANA because of the immense customization that either we have done, or reluctance to move to a new platform with a fear in mind that implementation failure rate historically have been high. So doing completely to a new ERP is a very much a mind blocker and a risk that even the success will happen or no. So they rely on the success stories of other clients who have migrated from ECC to HANA. So most likely what I would do is try to get the best deal out of S4 HANA and hire a best consultant and plan well for pre-migration. That's all we can think of. I can think of if I were a business owner.
Okay, now see here. If you see the organizational structure in business point of view, there is a senior management, there is intermediate management, and there is lower management. Now, you being at this place, you decided that you have to migrate and you want to go ahead. The same thing you passed on to the intermediate management that the decision is taken, so we need to go ahead. Now, the same thing is being passed on to the lower management and the decision is being decided and you moving ahead. Now, don't you think there will be a resistance from intermediate or the lower management? Will there be a resistance? See, all your... Sorry?
Will have it. Change will have resistance. So first, I would think resistance would be there.
Exactly. Now, will this resistance impact on the organizational strategic management? Will this impact?
Yes, it is important.
Okay. So how do you manage this resistance? What is that concept that the organizations normally implement? Give me that technical word.
Change management.
Change management. Wonderful. That's a change management. And this is a major challenge in major of the organizations. Change management. Now, which module and which department is responsible for this to implement it successfully, correctly, or manage it? Change management, who's responsible? Or which all departments are responsible, or which all individuals are responsible?
Leadership management.
Sorry?
Project management.
Yes, exactly. In project management, who?
PMO.
Exactly. The PMO is first. Then, after the PMO, PMO directs directly to which department? PMO directs directly to which department? Try to integrate. That's what from first session I'm trying to build in you. Integrate, analyze. No. IT is just support. IT will only support. That's it.
The other finance departments, all the finance departments.
Finance will only support in terms of budget.
Yeah, so we can say like the PMO will connect with all the other departments, like either it is finance or other departments.
Yes, he's definitely going to integrate with other department and come up to a conclusion. But under PMO, there will be one direct department which will implement all the decisions.
So it will include people. So HR?
Exactly. It is the HR. So we don't call it as human resource anymore. We call it as people management. We call it as the people management group. So this is how you need to understand or create a chain or a link from one to another and understand the criteria. Now, whatever the change management that you're doing, whatever the decisions the PMO is taking with HR, integrating with IT, integrating with supply chain department, integrating with procurement, with whom all is he integrating and taking a decision? Here, they should know that these decisions can be executable on SAP. Clear? You just cannot take such decisions and such actions which are not executable on SAP. So you should see that you are within the boundaries of the parameters and characteristics of SAP to manage this. Any doubts or questions anyone has so far?
Sorry, I could not follow that part. So what you meant is whatever changes are being recommended, are those within the boundaries of SAP? That is something that has to be established, correct?
Yeah, it should be executable over SAP. I just cannot have a vague decision or an action for change management, which is not possible over SAP. Yeah?
Okay. Okay.
So this is how you create a chain and link. That's the reason why in the other session also I told you, project management plays a major role for your decision-making criteria. Strategic management, project management, and understanding over the ERP business process will definitely give you good results. And believe me, you can easily impress your clients when you integrate these three domains and give them the solution. And whatever solution you get by integrating these three domains, believe me, they are very professional and of very high standards. Your client expects a different level of standard of solution from your end. So you'll be able to give that high standard solutions when you are having that capability of integrating and creating a chain and keeping it executable over SAP and giving a solution. So this is what you need to get trained on understanding any criteria. Now your client wants to cleanse and migrate. So now blindly, we just cannot say that use these T codes, use these tables, use these methodology, and you can migrate and cleanse. See, that's a completely a core technical solution which you are giving, and probably you might not be successful in that. The reason being is, again, what kind of cleansing needs to take place? What category of cleansing needs to take place? Because remember one thing, what kind of ever the database management system is, okay, over the SQLs or over the cloud, there are two types of data. One is a structured data and other is unstructured data. So managing the structured data and unstructured data and cleansing out of this and taking a separate migration movement into an SAP system to an SAP system or non-SAP system to an SAP system has major criteria. Even if you work on LSMW also, that's legacy system migration workbench, that is LSMW also, there will be certain strategy that you need to apply at that. Just by entering LSMW and you're trying to move certain parts from one SAP system to other or non-SAP system to an SAP system, that thing will really not be successful. So your path, which we say the critical path method, the CPM of your should be well planned using the PERT analysis, process evaluation and review technique. In process evaluation and review technique with also the critical path method, but majorly in two criteria, that you need to understand, in two criteria and two areas that you need to understand is, number one, when you applying CPM and PERT analysis, you need to know where you can apply the concept of Delphi technique. The very first thing is the Delphi technique. Can anyone tell me what's Delphi technique, or anyone who's worked on this before? What's Delphi technique? Anyone, what's Delphi technique? Before coming to this training or before starting this training or before taking the decision to do this training, I'm sure you people would have done that. That itself is Delphi technique. What's that? Okay, I'll explain you. Delphi technique is nothing but, the other word to this is expertise, advice. Okay. Now, whenever there is an aspect that has to be implemented in this area, for example, a doctor. Okay. A doctor, if he has to perform a heart surgery, a cardiologist. Okay. Now, what he does, he takes expert advice from different stream of doctors. Okay. Probably from a neurologist, probably from an anesthesiologist, probably from orthopedics, different stream of doctors. He takes an advice. And finally, with that advice, he concludes to one decision as an expertise advice. So there are a group of panel of people who sit together and take one common decision. This process, we call it as Delphi technique. Is this clear, everyone? Any doubts in Delphi technique? Understanding Delphi technique? Yes, please. Please ask me.
Is it clear?
Okay, you said clear. Okay, fine. So this is what Delphi technique is all about. This particular technique you need to apply in very much coming aspects of whatever decision as a consultant that you take over SAP. The second is, have you ever come across the term Ishikawa diagram or a fishbone diagram or a cause and effect diagram? Anyone? A fishbone diagram, or it's also called as Ishikawa diagram. It's also called as cause and effect diagram. Anyone who can tell me about this? Fishbone diagram, Ishikawa diagram, or a cause and effect diagram? All these three names belong to one concept. Is anyone? A cause and effect diagram or a fishbone diagram?
Used to identify problem.
Exactly. It is used to identify the problem at the root level. Okay. So it's used to identify the problem at the root level. Now, for example, there was delay in delivery of the client material. There was a delay in the delivery of the client material. How will you get to that root level of that problem? How will you know that? For this, a technique was implemented. Okay, that is by Ishikawa, who's the founder or who created this theory, which has been named after his name, Ishikawa. And it's also called as fishbone because it looks like a fishbone. And it's also called as the cause and effect diagram. In this, when you see, the center line is the problem. The problem is delay in the client material. So which all departments will be responsible? One will be the logistics, which will be responsible. Other will be the production. Other will be the procurement, and probably finance also. Now, in production department, we try to identify what was the problem. In logistics, we identify different problems and different sub-problems in logistics. Same way in procurement, we identify the problem and different sub-problems in this. Same way in finance, we identify the problems and sub-problems. Later on, when we analyze in depth problems in this department, this and this, we come to a conclusion what was the real reason for this delay to occur. This was the easiest method, and this is the easiest method which has been applied everywhere to identify the root cause of that particular problem. That is fishbone, Ishikawa, or a cause and effect diagram. Now you might ask where you want to use this. You will use this at the time of implementation of the ERP, that's SAP, when you do the AS/IS study, or when you do the gap analysis. And sometimes during the operations from different transactions, that is of the movement of the material from different stock types and everything, you need to apply this and to understand the root level cause for what was the reason for that act to occur, for that incident to occur, either in preventive measure or either in corrective measure. Either of these two cases, you need to apply that and understand. Any doubts so far, anyone? Any questions? No. Okay. Now getting back to our core product now. The difference in master data between SAP ECC and S/4HANA. As we discussed, a separate master data of object for customers is being maintained and vendors, and a GL account, which we call it as the general ledger account, for different modules will be maintained. That could be for FI, SD, and MM. Either at the material level or sometimes at the customer or vendor level as well. So there's a separate data which exists for customer. That's probably in FI level and SD level. And again, in vendor master data, separately for FI and MM level again. So there are multiple tables that access these data at different levels. That's at finance level, again at sales and distribution level. And they can be accessed through different tables. That is on SE16N, that's a transaction wherein you enter your different tables, okay, like Mara and Myra, all these different tables you access. LFA1 for vendors, KNA1 for customers. Different tables would be allocated through which you can access different forms of data over the tables. And again, there are certain aggregate indexes that are being maintained for the same, for the tables to speed up for any kind of reporting, which can increase the data redundancy. Okay, like for example, MSEG, MKF, MKPF, all these are that table codes that you can enter for any kind of redundancy or reporting to be increased. Same way, in terms of batch management process, if you remember in our first session, we had spoken about the batch management. So for the batch management processing, so the master data again needs to be updated at different table levels, at different criteria levels. For that again, we run the MRP, the material requirement planning process, wherein we enter into the gross requirement, and based on whatever is the available material list, we get to know the net requirement. And net requirement forms to be the major purchase required that has to be existed. Second is synchronizing the data across different modules. So probably this increases the kind of maintenance effort and risk of inconsistencies at different aspects and different levels that need to be maintained so that a complex data can be synchronized easily at all levels, at all master data levels, especially based on the type of material you're handling, whether it is a raw material, whether it is a finished product, or whether it is a semi-finished product. In case if you are a manufacturer, in case if you are a reseller or a distributor, then material type changes again. And also, there is very limited embedded analytics in this criteria, especially in ECC, wherein external reporting tools will be like your BW and other techno-functional modules. So this is a basic small overview that you see in ECC. But what is the difference in S4 now when compared to ECC in terms of data? Now, what's changing in ECC, or what's changing in S4, and what is upgraded to S4, we need to understand. See, there we were talking about customer master, we were talking about vendor master, we were talking about different data being maintained at different levels for different modules. But here in S4HANA, here we directly deal with business partner concept, the BP concept. Here the BP itself is a transaction code. Okay, the BP is a transaction code. Whether you enter the old T codes of ECC that you were entering, that is XK01 or XK02 to create a vendor or anything, that will direct you to BP again. It is going to tell you a message that XK01 is an obsolete transaction now, and it will directly take you to BP as a transaction. Now here in BP as a business partner, you can see that there is customer, there is vendor master, there is customer master, there is associate. You have different types of business partners that you can create, either in terms of customer, either in terms of vendor, either in terms of any associate for that matter. You can create a business partner into a single entity. Okay, you need not enter different transactions. You need not maintain different aspects. Directly into one transaction and one parameter, you can clearly maintain what kind of material master or customer, what kind of vendor master or customer you want to maintain. Same way here, the data models are with few tables here. Unless like ECC, wherein you were entering into SE16N as a transaction and entering your Mara and different types of tables into core criteria, so vendor separately, for material separately, for customers separately. Here it is centralized for all financial and operational data. That is, you will find a universal journal. That is, you can see a complete ad docker, that is ACDOCA, wherein you operate into one core criteria into the system. And under this universal journal, you can process your entire centralized data on business partner as an aspect here. When you see in ECC, it was different. Now in S4HANA, it is a completely different core concept. Any doubts or questions?
Can you explain what
ACDOCA means?
See, basically ACDO, it's a table for accounting documents, which basically serves like a central, like an RBI for all other banks, like the same way it becomes a central financial management accounting, which includes, financial data of FI, also CO, and some the material ledgers, asset accounting, profitability analysis, and everything. So it stores central data of the entire the master data. So you can say it acts like a single source for all accounting transactions and data streamlining. It's a single aspect.
Since it says it's with your tables, so it should be a group of tables that work together in unison, correct?
Yes, of course. See, when we see in ECC, there were more number of tables, and we had to enter a separate table name and enter into a table, right? But here, this becomes a centralized part. Yeah,
makes sense.
Further, we also need to understand. See, I can tell you in this way, if you talk about in a pictorial representation way, in ECC, the data was form of tables, but here it is in form of columns. Okay, if you say in a graphical representation way, wherein all the fundamental aspect that you have it in form of columns, it becomes more efficient, to store data. And also, it sometimes if you have to retrieve the data back, it becomes in a very faster way when the data is when it is in form of columns. So retrieving becomes very easy, and any kind of queries are involved for this particular specific column of the data, you can easily get it into a entire column instead of one row. Instead of me getting only one single row, I can extract the entire column and access that particular data. And here it becomes a kind of, it means my analysis wouldn't be more. I mean, my time involvement for analysis wouldn't be more. Here I can minimize my analysis techniques and aspects. That becomes very easy in S4HANA. So for people for designing any kind of accounting architectures, especially for their back-end GL accounts, cost centers, you can say for account receivables and payables, things become more easy for them at different levels, for different material groups, or for different material types, or different storage types, or different source storage section types. All these things become very easy for them at this level. And it becomes very easy for any kind of real-time data processing from the memory of database technology. See, as I told you before, you have to extract data from the hard disk, get the data onto the RAM, and do the changes on the RAM and again save back to the hard disk. But here you can say that the data is over the RAM already. So you can make the changes and leave n number of data at that place. That's one kind of an advantage. And you can see that there is a kind of a CDS system here. Here the CDS system, that is the core data services, it makes your calculations very easy. So the breakdown for any kind of logic database layers need to be created. That can be done very easily, and the performance can be improved very faster. That is, your operation performances can be increased on a regular basis. And you can say the operations with regards to transactions, let it be from one point of logistic to another point of logistic, or forward engineering or reverse engineering process, the performance becomes much higher and in an efficient way more. And also, when we talk about the embedded analytics and real-time reporting within the transactional system, here there are certain external tools which can eliminate those data which are not relevant at that point of time. And also, there will be a lot of modern APIs that can be integrated, which can have using REST and OData services for seamless connectivity with other systems. Probably you can integrate it with the third-party systems and easily extract the data from other areas as well. Like, for example, there are certain clients who use a different software at POS system, at the point of sales in supermarkets or in the malls, in their stores. They use probably different systems at the point of sales POS. Now that needs to be integrated at the back end with SAP for database. So those things with APIs become possible and they become easy. So there is enhanced master data governance, the MDG systems, and the data quality features increase at this level, at S4HANA level. Further to this, the major differences to understand and give an overview, you can see There are the separate master records for customer master vendors are being maintained independently across these modules. Whereas in S4HANA, it is unified business partner. That's a master data object, which is consolidated into one, but in different lines, customer separately, vendor rules separately, which enables to have a single data record for entities, probably who are working on multiple roles or multiple actions or multiple transactions for different multiple clients as well. So when the migration takes place between this system to another system or SAP system to upgraded SAP system or non-SAP system to an SAP system, the migration definitely requires the correct mapping of whatever the existing data is there of customer or the vendor into any business partner framework. So when this is being strategized for easy migration from one part to another in one single framework, then yes, the migration will be easy. If not, the migrations, you can see there'll be data duplications, probably there'll be missing of datas, or probably there'll be mismatch of datas, and so many other things can occur. So mapping it in the right framework from the existing system to the system that you're migrating plays a major role. Any doubts or questions, anyone so far?
Yeah, I have a question here.
Yes,
In the
please.
previous slide where you mentioned OData services, can you please explain more on what are these type of integration between SAP systems? For example, OData service, you mentioned iDocs, so API being so.
Yeah, go ahead, yes.
What I'm trying to ask is, being a legacy before the ECC being in R3, there were certain protocols like
yes,
integration and communication protocols between SAP and other systems. Is OData being the newest one, or what are those other communication protocols?
See, OData is basically an open data protocol, okay? But this is a standard web protocol, which is, giving a chance for you to expose towards all the data that you have integrated across, either through gateways or any other third-party gateways or any other APIs. So this allows you to access towards all these data as an open protocol. Like, for example, there are certain APIs, like the RESTful APIs, wherein here the APIs are making easy to consume that particular application, whatever you are connecting to. Okay, for example, centralizing cloud as a technology for the overall data, and at the front end, implementing the SAP GUI. Okay, like for example, integrated towards the Fiori systems, the Fiori apps. So how the data can easily be accessed. Like one end, the user is on the GUI, and other end, the other user is on the Fiori app. Now, if the same common data has to be accessed at the user level also, who's on the GUI, and at the Fiori app level, so you need to have OData, which allows you a standard data access on all these multiple platforms. Yeah.
Then what is that iDocs?
See, they are intermediate documents which are related, maintained at the time of migrations, or sometimes even when you have to give limited access towards different users to access, wherein you can say different users will be accessed at different transaction level codes. So iDocs form a frame in between these three. Like they can give, you can say it's a standard data structure again, which will exchange the data. Probably, like, for example, you have certain data on Tally as an ERP. Now you want to move that data to SAP system, from Tally to SAP system, which is non-SAP system to an SAP system. So that intermediate, it acts like a data container in between. Yeah.
And what about the communication between two SAP systems, like MDG to ECC, GRC to ECC, how they communicate?
Again, for that, they're using ODocs or OData services in that place.
Okay, but even so, OData is something is like
standard container.
Even before HANA, is it fair to assume, or is something only S4 HANA is
at the time of S4 HANA?
Right. So if the client have ECC, then they must be using iDocs then.
iDocs there. Yeah.
Fine. Yeah.
So from my things have changed too. Any questions, anyone? Now I'll take you to difference between vendor master and customer master now. See, in ECC again, there was a separate master record which was maintained at customer level and vendor level. And it was maintained independently across again at FI, SD, and MM modules. Again, you enter into same window, but through different transactions. And in that different transactions, you had separate applications where you had to enter your own data at that level. That was in ECC. Whereas upgraded part in S/4HANA, here again we have a unified business partner or the transaction BP. And here in BP, we will maintain a role either as a customer, either as a vendor, or either as an associate. And we consolidate all the customer and vendor roles, enabling a single data record for all the entities playing multiple roles, but through one transaction, BP. Again, if this has to be migrated from non-SAP to SAP or SAP to SAP sometimes, that time, the mapping again of business partner frameworks plays a major role. When mapping is correct, then data transfer becomes very clear and easy. If not, again, it is the same scenario that takes place. But yes, certain organizations prefer for cleansing so that the large data is reduced or minimized to only the useful data, and further they are taken into the migration aspects. So this is what one part of difference between the customer and vendor master is. Now, what is the major benefits in ECC, that is, or in S/4HANA, if you are running the transaction BP, that is as a business partner? Or why SAP had to minimize this into one window? What made them do this? Why the name Simple Logistics? The name Simple Logistics here, wherein SAP simplified the entire logistics process, right from your upstream to downstream, from your entire procurement till you transform your raw material to finished product and you supply the finished product to your customer or consumer. The process of data, the process of operations, the process of data flow, financial flow, material flow was completely simplified at this level. So what was that? There was, by implementing BP as a single transaction, number one, there was reduced data duplication and inconsistencies. Number two, there was simplified master data maintenance and lifecycle management was there. Lifecycle management was occurred. So thirdly, there was support for multiple roles. That is the customer, vendor, or contact person at different levels. They were within the record through one window. And finally, there was an improved integration with other SAP modules and external system. That is, during ECC, integration between one module to another module was a major hindrance and it was a major task. And integrating and extracting data was not assigned or allocated to all the users or the super users, the power users, or probably the consultants. Now, by this S/4HANA, it's been a direct, you can say they have access wherein they get to know, or it's easy to integrate between all the modules. That means everything is merged into one as an S/4HANA Simple Logistics. Or you can say further, SAP has now developed over SAP SCM as well, Supply Chain Management. So this is some core differences in the master data between material master, customer master, vendor master, and difference between the database management system in ECC and S/4HANA. Now, same way, after understanding the data conditions in ECC and S/4HANA, now let us understand the data models and tables in ECC and S/4HANA. As we discuss this, again, a small highlighting points here. In ECC, you can see there are multiple tables, that is per master data type and module. Like for example, the MARA, KNA1 or the customer, LFA1 for vendors. Here, there are the data which is divided again into tables. So the index tables are reporting and increasing the data redundancy, and the complexity occurs more to extract that particular relevant data. If the PR data has to be taken up and all these things had to be made, so there were different level of people. So again, extract the data from that end, develop the data from the develop the data from that end, and then analyze it and use it for whatever purpose it is. Same way it could happen with finance, same way it could happen with, the HCM, HRM, production and plant maintenance everywhere. Whereas in S/4HANA, again, it was consolidated into single general standard database containers, wherein all core data services systems were formed, the indexes, any kind of data related to the entire systems were given a single access. Any doubt so far, anyone, for understanding any kind of differences between ECC and S/4HANA? Yes, please.
Yes. So I had a I had a question. For example, you said that AC Dopa contains, multiple tables that were in ECC, but now they are storing in AC Dopa. So
because a single tank,
single table.
Yeah.
So like you mentioned, XK01, XK02 in S/4HANA, if you put these T codes, it will redirect you to the BP function.
BP, yes.
What happens if I enter MKPF, MSEG in S4?
See, SE16 access is definitely there. Okay. But when you enter these tables into that, it gives you access to the entire table ranges.
So the kind of data that I would extract using MKPF, MSEG in ECC, if I extract it from S4HANA, it would give me the same data?
No. It will give you the entire data linking to the entire modules of that particular column, because you are extracting that entire column.
I'm sorry, I did not get you.
I think when we work on that system now, on the server, I would be able to show you. And at that point of time, I would be able to explain you better.
Yeah.
It's not specific to this slide, but since you were talking about transition, some client might want to, SAP is forcing customers to move from ECC to S/4HANA. So just wanted to confirm that, is that the only option in database? So if somebody wants to go for upgrade from ECC, they have to go with HANA, or they go for other in-memory databases like Oracle, S/4HANA?
See, you're talking about the implementation part or after implemented?
As organization strategy, we were talking about strategy, right? That
yes.
So I'm talking from that point of view. Is that the only option that customers say to go for S/4HANA? No other option? Or there are other options within it?
See now, SAP is not having only one product S/4HANA for that reason, okay? SAP also deals based on the requirement of the customer. Like for example, if you have single user and you are a micro industry, SAP doesn't forces you to get into S4 or ECC. They have one more product called SAP B1, SAP Business One. Now that SAP Business One as a product, but database, it's up to you. You want to manage it over a cloud or you want to have it on a separate database system. This one aspect. Secondly, ECC, when it developed and moved on, it was working on 6.0. Later on, when certain customers, certain clients, when they resisted, they developed a higher version, ECC 7.0 also. Okay. And still towards, if you see in MENA region, that is Middle East and North Africa, the SAP is owned totally by SAP MENA there. There's certain clients, where all I have implemented and taken part towards some parts of Muscat and Salalah in Oman. There's a very big cement factory in Salalah. So they have implemented the same products, but certain clients there, they resist to move on S/4HANA because they don't want to reinvest. They're happy with that. And the users there, they don't want to get retrained again on over S/4HANA. They have made their comfort zone on ECC and they want to stick onto that itself. In certain zones, yes, there is no compulsion that they are migrating, but they have only compelled them to migrate their database system over the cloud. And they have done it either over AWS, either over Bluemix, either over Azure, or sometimes over HANA if they have given them good deal over multi-database, tenancy containers. If they have given good deals, they have migrated. But yes, in certain regions, that has become a compulsion. So as a start, you can choose either of these products from SAP and you can migrate or implement those products.
Okay. Yep. Thank you.
And again, see, it depends on the kind of a reseller that you are approaching. See, there are multiple resellers. And under these resellers, there are platinum partners, gold partners, and everyone who are implementing. And there are so many companies across the globe who implement multiple ERPs. There are many companies who are gold partners to SAP, who are partners to Odoo, who are channel partners to Zoho, Tally, Navision, everyone. There are many ERP implementing companies. So what they do, they don't want to lose the client. So they see the client's budget, whatever the maximum or limited he has. Based on that, they offer him that particular ERP and implement it and give it. But when the client is very specific over SAP and his aspect and customization is very much possible over SAP, then they implement SAP for them. Yeah?
Okay.
So ERP as a market, when you go down and see the products, they sell it like how cars are being sold. One from Mahindra, one from Mercedes, one from BMW, one different. Same way, one company has multiple products as ERP and they start selling onto the client whatever they need. Many a times, few people, they misguide the clients for different financial activities and they implement some limited softwares for them. And some softwares some ERPs have their own limitations which don't fulfill their needs. And again, after 1 or 2 years, the client again moves to SAP again. Yeah?
Yes.
And now you can see in the market, Odoo is come, which is an open source. They have entered into Indian market now. It's a Belgium product. They have entered into the Indian market, and they have their own developments completely on Python, and they are giving you an open source over the apps. So you can buy only those apps which you work on, especially you're a manufacturing industry, and which all apps you need for your particular transactions, you can buy only that, and they charge you only for that. They have that kind of an options. Now Tally has developed their advancement. Before they were only for accounting. Now they have moved to inventory. They have moved to HR. They have moved to different modules now, and they are also developing. Especially when you go to Middle East market, you have the sea of ERPs, and few people have developed their own, and they start selling different ideas into ERP market.
Okay, got that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Anyone, any more questions, please? Okay, can we have a 2 minutes break? We can just grab some water and we'll be back. Can we take 2 minutes break?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Perfect. Yes. The other factor in this is the data processing and reporting now. How in ECC? See, there was batch-wise processing for critical processes, especially separately for material requirement planning. Probably sometimes this could cause, kind of delays, a kind of updation delays and reporting delays. For example, when we issue the stock at the time of GI, then the updations in Material Master, when we go in MM3 and display the data, there could see the valuation and the quant sometimes takes time to update after the GI is being done. So that at that point of time, when there was a delay, which was causing delays in data updates, when at the same time an MRP was being run, that particular data was not synchronizing at MRP level. And hence, when the net quantity or the net requirement was to be calculated, it could be 10 to 20% always extra, because the updating of data and reporting would delay sometimes when there was batch processing, probably which is for critical processes. Same way, when you had to do some higher data transfers, which is leading to higher data transfers and calculating certain primary business logic aspects, then there would be leading into different calculation methods and execution would become difficult at that area. And because of this, the reporting often requires certain external tools like BW or BI, some third-party systems would need it to apply all these core criteria. Here, the data processing and reporting had these limitations as well and very much advantages also. But for all these processes to overcome, what they did in HANA now, what happened in HANA and how it was simplified over S4 HANA. Here you can see the real-time all processing data was enabled and done over the memory itself, which was allowing you to instantly update and take decisions faster. Like, for example, I told you before, you had to recall the data from the database system over the RAM, over your GUI, and then make the changes and save it back. But here the data is already available for you over the web, and you can easily make the changes and update the data and take the decisions instantly. Secondly, the business logic calculations, they were totally pushed down to a database layer, whereas under the CDS views, which was reducing any kind of latency and improving improving a good output system. And when we talk about the embedded analytics, it was integrated into the systems providing real-time dashboards and KPI within transactional screens, which was again an advantageous here. And when we come across MRP, so it was very faster. You could say an overnight batch to seconds to minutes, it was giving you the real-time data on what was available, what was the gross requirement, and at the end of the day, what was the net requirement and what net requirement needs to be processed over the P2P cycle. And here you can say it enabled the agile methodology of supply chain management. So basically, clearly, if I say S/4HANA completely for simple logistics, the whole base was a backbone base, you can say, was the process of supply chain management system. So if you are building your complete career into S/4HANA simple logistics, develop your core knowledge over supply chain management into, I can say, the agile system of supply chain management, and also into digital supply chain management. If you develop your knowledge on these three core ideas, understanding S/4HANA logistics will become very easy for you. Or even SAP SCM, supply chain management, which is the other module, becomes very easy for you. Further, after understanding these data, now let us understand the integration and simplification in ECC and also in S4. In ECC, the master data was segregated into modules, which was leading to data duplication, and there were certain synchronizing challenges because it was segregated into different modules. And here, integration was totally relying on traditional methods like probably iDocs, okay? And the batch interfaces were very less flexible at ECC level. And there were a lot of complexities in upgrading and patching the cycles due to legacy architectures. That is, from P2P to O2C, again, P2P to plan order to production order to work orders. There were different, loopholes, or you could say gaps, from synchronizing the data from one cycle to another and creating different architectural structures for one cycle to another. And though they were iDocs which were intermediately acting for database systems, but still there were no proper upgradations for operation systems between one stream to another. After ECC, when we talk about S/4HANA, here integrating the master data module support was a single source of truth. That is ODocs, which was totally OData, which was completely acting as a single think tank, or you can say a single tank, which was supplying the entire data to all the sources, as if from the single source. And also the various modern APIs were integrated with the REST APIs, and also the third-party systems connectivity became more easy, and the architecture was completely simplified, and the cost of ownership was also reduced, and there were much upgraded systems. And this supported new technologies like artificial intelligence, machine learnings, Internet of Things throughout the streamlines and other processes. This was an upgradation from ECC to S/4HANA at the master data level, at the operational level, at the integration and the process level. Any doubts and questions so far, anyone? After understanding the overall differences based on the data, based on the migration system, based on the documentation system, there are certain enhanced versions of these. That is the additional master data enhancements that took place. What are those additional master datas? Here, one thing is the FSCM with supply chain management. FSCM, the financial supply chain management, which was kind of a functionality which was moved from one operational system to another. And this was made mandatory so that there is improved credit risk handling here for financial supply chain management. And also the currencies transactions, handling up to 10 currencies per transactions were being made as a major change here when compared to ECC. In ECC, you could see only 3 types of currencies. And this supported the global business needs because 10 different currencies were added again. If you see in the latest version, you can see the languages also being added. So you can pick up any kind of language that you want to see over your GUI. And also there are enhanced master data governance tools for better data quality and compliances, and the user experiences over the GUI for different users are being very much personalized, and there is improved user productivity on the same. And also there is support for advanced analytics and predictive, some kinds of insights directly onto the master data. So all these are certain overall more enhancements that are being developed over S/4HANA system when you compare with ECC. This is one either of the case. But as into the table, let us see some major differences that they have done in master data. See, in ECC, towards your left column and towards your right column as S/4HANA, what we discussed so far is being just put here in a simplified form in the table. So when you go through your notes, when you go through your inputs, kindly access to this small simplified table, which will give you the major difference in various parameters and characteristics in ECC and S/4HANA. What was in ECC and how it is being developed or upgraded over S/4HANA, and how it is being simplified, wherein the consultant would be of FI separately, SD separately, and MM separately. But now you find consultant working on an unified platform, wherein he needs to own the knowledge of FI, SD, and MM. That is the complete logistics process. That is the flow of material, the flow of information, and the flow of finance, either from supplier level to customer level or from customer level to supplier level. In both of the cases, this is one. But yes, after all, towards the favorite question of any client, okay, when you go as a implementing vendor, the very first question of the client is the benefits of S/4HANA as a master data model, how they could be benefited over the master data. So you need to have an idea that how in S/4HANA the master data is being simplified and how their maintenance is reduced and the manual efforts and errors are being reduced. You need to be in a position to explain this to your client, how the data is being simplified and any kind of manual efforts or the errors are being reduced. Secondly, how faster transactions processings are being made and real-time reportings are being accelerated towards business decisions. And there is improved data quality and governance, which enhances the compliance and operational efficiency here. And also there is greater flexibility for digital transformation initiatives with integrated analytics and AI capabilities. And also there is a reduced IT complexity, which is at lower total cost of ownerships and probably which accelerates to good innovations. So these are some benefits, but majorly S/4HANA benefits over master data is this: simplified data, faster processing of data, improved quality of data, greater flexibility and digitalization transformation of the data, and a reduced IT complexity and lower cost of ownership are certain major advantages having business benefits over S/4HANA. Same way, under MM process, the material master, that is MMD, that is accurate master data for material management. See, for accurate material master data, that is MMD, it plays a critical role in your material management process. So by serving the central authoritative source of information about all the materials. See, any new material that is being procured in the organization, any new material requirement that is there in the organization, the very first person who enters the information about the material, let it be material information about the material parameters, characteristics, features, price, anything related to the material, the very first person or the very first user who applies or who implements or who enters is the MM. So you are entering all the source information about the material which is used in the organization. Let it be raw materials, let it be components, let it be semi-finished or even finished products. So here your role plays a very important, or you could say it's a very important role, because you enter the whole and soul of that particular material data into the system. So it is important, but there are certain summarization of these roles. What is that? How can you summarize the role here? So first one, you can see in MM process, it acts as a centralized data hub. That means the material master data, it's a complete comprehensive a kind of respiratory containing all essential details about the material description, classifications, dimensions or units of measures, pricings, technical specifications. This becomes a centralized data support for various departments. Let it be procurement, let it be production, let it be inventory, sales, or even the finance. So this ensures consistency and accuracy across throughout the organization. That means the material flow, when you enter the detail of the material at the supplier level, at the procuring level, the data of that particular material remains same at the time of manufacturing, at the time of at the place of distributor, and at the place of retailer also. So that means the flow of material information, the flow of the material, and also the finances related to the material remains throughout the same. But certain valuations, certain aspects change based on the kind of transaction that you do. But the procurement department, the production, the inventory, the sales, that is MM, PP, warehouse, SD, and FICO, that's FICO, manage or access the same data of that particular material, which has the unique identification number which is generated. Secondly, this particular data supports the procurement and inventory management process. So it's very important that you have accurate material data which enables efficient procurement by preventing duplicate records, reducing ordering errors, and ensuring that the right materials are being sourced. And also it also facilitates the precise inventory management by providing real-time stock levels, helping to avoid overstocking or shortages. So these are the core criteria and aspects that we need to maintain and assign. But before I take you further, I want to give you information about certain concepts in warehousing. And I want you to gain knowledge on certain analysis, that is ABC analysis. Okay, ABC analysis of material at inventory level, and also how we maintain this at the warehouse level. What is a storage bin? What is a cont? What is storage type, storage sections, and how these are identified. So small detour let's have to understand these different criteria. Can you see my screen, please?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, you have understood just in time, and I'm very sure you would have studied what's just in time and everything. But there is a concept of ABC analysis in inventory management. Can anyone tell me what's this ABC analysis of materials?
It is activity-based costing.
Activity-based, like can you elaborate it for me?
So I don't have any much knowledge about this, but it's the allocation of overheads, I believe, I can try maybe. Is it basically to categorize the inventory, like what is more important to me, where is how it is stock highest moving inventory, or so it's a categorization basically. A category being the highest, then B. Then
C. Exactly. You're absolutely right. So basically, A is my highest priority material, which I use it the most, which I need it immediate. B is the intermediate, and C is least. I might use it, I might not use it. I might need it for emergencies. So this is ABC analysis, and also you can say classification of materials in inventory management. Now, we spoke about ABC, but while classification, or how do we store them, or how do we identify? How many people have visited IKEA? Not only in India, even in abroad as well. Anyone who's visited IKEA? Yes, Anu? Yes, oh, you have visited, okay. Even Nakshita as well. See now, what they do is, for example, this is a table that you want to purchase. They always mention G, 3 or 4, or they mention G, L or 4. That's it, when you look into this product. Now you take a picture of this, or you note this, and they expect you to go to their warehouse, to this location, and pick up this material there. So what is this basically? In IKEA, they have simplified this process for you. But in real time, it starts from storage section, followed by storage type, row number, column number, and storage bin number. So now, if you maintain at storage section as A, storage type as B, row number 3, column number 4, and storage bin number 1. Now, when you see in your EWM system in SAP, the material, for example, material 3045, description being a pencil, okay? Material 3045, description being pencil. Where is this located physically? That is this identification. That is storage section A, storage type B, row number 3, column number 4, and storage bin number 1. When you reach to this location, you can see this material 3045 pencil is available there. Anyone has any doubt in understanding this? Any doubts or questions?
I have. It is like an ABC indicator.
Sorry?
ABC indicator.
Not exactly ABC, but I've used here the ABC as an example. But here again, the strategy is done by the consultant again. Okay? But don't get confused between internal and external number ranges. That's a different thing. You are not getting into allocations of that here. You're allocating that to your transaction types for your P2P and your material and your vendor. Here, don't get confused with number ranges. Any doubts, anyone? EOQ, POQ, economic order quantity and production order quantity. What do you understand by these two terms in MM? Economic order quantity, production order quantity. I'll give you a small hint. My demand is uncertain. I don't know who's my customer. I am not sure how much my product is going to sell, but I have a forecast that it will sell. So for my production now, when I know that my demand is uncertain, so which order quantity should I follow for my procurement? Which order quantity should I follow? When my demand is uncertain,
Economic order quantity.
Yes, absolutely. Economic order quantity. Why? Justify me. Economic order quantity. Yes,
I'm just trying to apply logic, but don't know the exact meaning of that term.
Economic order quantity. Yes, go ahead. Apply it, please.
Anybody else wants to take a step?
Anyone else who wants to justify? Yes, economic order quantity when my demand is uncertain. Yes, perfectly right.
You don't want to overproduce.
Exactly. So, you don't want to overproduce.
Quantity that you want to keep.
Exactly. Yes. So you play at a safer level. So you go with economic order quantity. Now, production order quantity. How is my demand here? What is my demand here? Should I forecast this? Yes or no? Whether this is MTO or MTS, make to order or make to stock, production order quantity. Production order quantity, whether it is make to order or make to stock, and what is my demand here? Is it uncertain or certain?
It will be MTO because the demand is fixed.
Exactly. It will be an MTO because the demand is fixed and it is certain. You know what to produce, when to produce, how much to produce, and to whom to produce. So make to orders, you go with production order quantity. Whereas MTS, make to stock, you stick to the forecast and your demand is uncertain. So you go with economic order quantity so that you play safe. You're at a safer level quantity here. You're not overproducing or you're not over procuring. Is the concept clear to everyone? Any doubts in understanding this concept for you? But remember the technical terms. Very clearly remember the technical terms. If you miss understanding the technical terms, then it will be very difficult for you to analyze or to take decision. Anyone has any questions on MTO, MTS, EOQ, POQ, MRP, MPS, CIR, CRP? All these are your core technical terms with them. Can you see my screen? Yes. Further, in master data and MM process, it will easily enable a seamless manufacturing operation. That is integration between material master or material management team with the production team. That is, there will be a detailed aspect of customer requirement, customer's individual requirement with material requirement. So here the creation of bill of materials, the bill of quantity becomes more easy, and the master data ensures smooth production process by avoiding delays, defect, and quality issues. And also there are certain plant specific data in the material master which allows certain customizations of material attributes, probably at different production sites, different levels, which enhances operational efficiencies. Secondly, when we talk about financial and cost control, the material master completely integrates for valuations and costing information, which supports accurate budgeting, pricing strategies, and financial reporting as well. And hence, this helps maintain cost control and financial accuracy throughout the supply chain. Whenever you study S/4HANA, this word supply chain is going to be there everywhere, everywhere, and everywhere. So gather your information as much as you can on supply chain process. Research more on as much as you can on supply chain process. Supply chain as an universal process remains the same globally, but it's applied in a customized way in different nations based on their economies. But the motive of every economy, every nation is only one: to localize, to use the local products, to export more and more, to import as less as they can. So by promoting localization, by promoting local products, that means you are contributing towards the GDP growth. By exporting more, you are contributing towards the GDP growth. Remember this: localization and more exports. So people are getting into more implementations of technologies. They are welcoming, they are accepting more technologies or implementing technologies in their organizations so that they become more effective, efficient, and they give a competitive product to their customers in the market so that there should not be any necessity to import the same. Hence, this is the main objective. So as a consultant of ERP or SAP as an ERP or a business process consultant, you need to understand what is the basic objective of all the organizations, either in public sector, private sector, or third sector. And that intention will help you give right decisions. So these are the core aspects and more relevant, you can say, the supporting criteria for enabling a right implementation of master data into the right ERP system. This is one core factor. But there is one word that touched here, that is the quality. Can anyone tell me which is the leading present quality methodology which is being implemented across to build or to produce high quality materials? Or which is that tool or the best tool which is helping the organizations or the manufacturers to reduce the defects? Which is that? I'm sure everyone has heard about it and everyone knows also about it. Come out with that. Why so much time? You are industry
Six Sigma.
people. Exactly, Six Sigma. Why so much time to answer? Six Sigma, it's the present leading technology or a tool that has been implemented to reduce the defects. Anyone who's undergone this training, Six Sigma, Green Belt, Black Belt, okay, probably once you're into quality management system, then you will get to know. Apart from Six Sigma, there is TQM, the Total Quality Management System. It's also certain standards for managing. And USA, of course, they have their own standards, the ISO standards, which is also, again, for quality management system. So there are different quality management like TUV, TUV 300, TUV 500. so many other quality management systems are being applied across the globe. So as a consultant, you must also need to concentrate on the quality as well. Yes. Going further, again, there is a streamlined process to develop or to execute the compliances and regulatory assurances. So here you can properly maintain the entire material data, which ensures the compliances with safety related to environment or probably the legal standards by any incorporating regulations or regulatory requirements, and have the right classifications into your master record. Also, this facilitates reporting and analytics, which is more reliable, and there are standard material data which enhances reporting capabilities. So you get the right analytics to provide valuable business insights for demand planning, for performance monitoring, and also for strategic decision making as well. So this is how you need to understand how the nature of the demand and supply takes place. So when you understand the demand and the supply which takes place into the same standards in SAP ERP, you would be able to accommodate the right material data. And hence, this will increase your data accuracy in process. Further, when we talk about the importance of accuracy, the operational efficiency, or you can also say the data consistency across the system, wherein there is accurate data which reduces manual errors, and also any kind of reworks or any streamlining procurements, productions, and inventory processes get more efficient here. And also this improves a lot of responsiveness to the market demand, and also it reduces the cycle times as well. Further, when we talk about the different aspects in terms of logistics, so there is a data which can be used in different modules in SD, PP, EWM, which ensures right accuracy and consistency with integrating again with the process of procurement, process of sales, process of production, and even warehouse management. Can anyone tell me what's a transit time?
Time needed to move from one point to another.
Transit time from one point to another. What all does it include? Yes, from one point to another, yes. What all does it include? Transit time. For example, if your client says that in how many days the goods gonna reach or hit my warehouse, as per the factory calendar, how many days it's gonna reach, how will you calculate it? Will you just calculate the transport time?
Plus some buffer time.
Transport plus buffer? No. Some more main parameters are there that you need to add. Loading and unloading.
It will take to convert raw material into finished goods.
That's a production time, huh?
Yeah.
That's a production time. So that will not come in your transit time. Loading and unloading. Loading, unloading is part of transport time. Start from GI. Start from GI. See, once the sales order is raised, the GI will take place. So when GI takes place, your transit time starts. So what all does it include now?
Picking, packing.
Yes, wonderful. Picking, packing. You're using the right technical terms. Picking time, packing time. But before picking and packing, you redo the quality check. Picking time, quality check time, packing time, then
Handling units.
exactly the handling time. Yes, picking, quality, packing, handling, loading, transportation, reaching to the point includes all your transit time. It's your transit time. Always be very particular about this. Is this clear, everyone? Yes, perfect. In a warehouse, what all could be the overhead costs for organization inside a warehouse or at the warehouse? What are the overhead costs to the organization, and how will you reduce that? What is your strategy to reduce that? What are the overhead costs at the warehouse level? What's your strategy to reduce that? Why so much time to think?
There are many costs related to maintaining a warehouse, like rent, then security, then operations. And operations covers everything in short.
So what's your strategy to reduce that?
To maximize the utilization and
maximize the utilization of what?
The warehouse itself.
So that means you have to procure more and store it in advance to maximize the utilization.
Oh, that's not logical.
Exactly.
Optimize
the services to reduce cost.
See, if I have to save my storage cost, if I have to save my storage maintenance cost, what should I do? The client is consulting with you. Save my storage cost. My team is not able to save the storage cost. My team is not able to save the operational cost. And there are a lot of obsoletes, scrap, and derbis.
So we reduce the amount of time needed for storage by producing at that time when it is needed, maybe.
Tell me technically. Give me the technical words.
Just in time is...
Yes, just in time is one technique, yes. Second,
I've heard about Kanban, which is small improvement. So not sure if that fits here.
See, Kanban is for your storage. So that you don't run out of the stock, you're doing Kanban system. I'm talking about cutting the cost of the storage. Sorry?
I meant Kaizen, not Kanban, sorry. The small improvements.
Exactly. Kaizen is one. Other technique, just in time, Kaizen. Then I strongly recommend every one of you to study these concepts in the books: supply chain, warehouse management, inventory management, logistic management, fleet management, digital supply chain management. I strongly recommend everyone to back into research and study more on this. That knowledge will help you understand SAP, any product. Let it be ECC, let it be S4, let it be in any product in SAP, or let it be any product in ERP, whichever is going to come in upcoming days or which is already existing. It will be very easy for you to understand.
Can you repeat those again? Inventory management, fleet management?
Inventory management, logistic management, entire supply chain management, fleet management, and digital supply chain management. At present, in there, digital supply chain management, you should have very much handy with you. Digital supply chain knowledge will only help you survive in this industry for a longer time. If you have this knowledge, let any upgradation product come from SAP, from any of the ERP manufacturer. You yourself will be able to tell the difference. You yourself will be able to tell that this is built on this concept, this is built on this technique. And with this, study the different phases of a project and different knowledge areas of a project. Study the PMBOK, Project Management Book of Knowledge, PMBOK, the latest edition. Study that. There again, you can see in their knowledge areas, procurement is a major place. Project can be anything. Even this data cleansing and migration is also a project. And to maintain this project, you need to have that knowledge again. So this concepts and ideas, please keep it in mind. And this will help you give a right decision and consultation to your client. And the right decision and consultation to the client means you will retain the client with you. If not, the client will not even take or think twice from moving from one vendor to another. That is the market situation. There are a lot of projects available in the market globally. But only thing is the client is not getting the solution that he is expecting from the supplier or the vendor or from the service provider. If he gets what he needs, and if we are able to provide him what he needs through our knowledge and our skills, definitely he's going to stick to you. This is what every company wants from their project manager, from their technical team or consultants, or even the directors. Is this clear, everyone?
Yeah.
So develop your knowledge very core into this. What we do over the server or the system, that's just a direct practical part. We enter the data, we enter the transactions, we will definitely get the output. There's no doubt about it. But what decision you need to take out of that, and when the decision has to be applied, and what is the outcome of that decision is what you should be confident about. As a consultant, if we are not confident about what is the outcome of that decision, then definitely we will not be able to give a confident answer to a client. So that will only come when your back-end knowledge and practical skill knowledge is up to the mark. Please keep that in the mind. So with this material, whatever you're studying, try to gather information and knowledge from that books as well. And believe me, those books' contents change every year, update every year. So you should also constantly update your knowledge also on the same. Inventory management, warehouse management, complete supply chain, complete logistics, complete fleet management, and also presently the digital supply chain management. This will help you sustain in this particular product for a longer period of time. Not only this product, if you're not working in SAP, if you're going to any other ERP also, the same knowledge will support you. Or if you're working in India or anywhere else also in abroad in future, that will help you understand major things. Hope I'm clear. For any doubts, please feel free to ask. Don't go back with any kind of doubt or questions.
So we are trying to do the LSMW, the legacy system migration workbench, and we wanted to understand in deep what exactly are the limitations, or how can we be, to safeguard ourselves, because when we are migrating in production data, production environment. So, so we wanted to understand a little bit about that.
Have you divided them into phases? The very first question.
Phases as in?
See, always gather them into two different phases. One is initiation, other is execution. Okay. At the time of initiation, whatever you're trying to migrate, see that it's needed really on the other hand. Okay. So take only that what is needed on the other hand. So what is not needed, you can leave it behind. But whatever data technically you take, it's very important that it has already completed the process cycle. Anything which is half the process cycle, you leave it in the another pipeline.
Okay.
Yeah. So one is which has not completed the life cycle. Second is which has completed the life cycle. So which has completed the life cycle remains a historical data, and which is important, which we call it as the histograms, the historical data. Second is which has not completed the complete life cycle. This can be in one pipeline. And in initiation phase itself, try to drag them into these pipelines. Then go for execution. Yeah.
So sorry to cut you, but if I talk specifics here, we are looking to upload vendor master data. So in terms of that, how would I segregate in initiation and execution?
See, in vendor master data, segregate them like how we discussed. How many are fixed vendors? Okay.
Okay.
As per their ABC analysis. Category A, material vendors. Okay. Category B, material vendors. Category C, material vendors. Based on that, take the migration further. Are they maintaining any blacklisted or blocked vendors or something? Their data also?
Yes.
They're maintaining. So have that in a separate pipeline.
Yeah. So we have segregated in P1, P2. P1 are all the active vendors, which don't have any kind of block function at purchasing or company code or client level. And the P2 are the vendors where they are either any sort of block or deletion flag is present against them. So
go ahead.
Yeah. So we have only touched certain columns of the vendor master, because there's a huge number of columns, but we have touched and cleaned only certain columns like address, street, phone numbers, email addresses, GST numbers, MSME numbers, etc. So I just wanted to understand, like, if I want to be really safe and not override some of the existing data. So how should I do it using, if I have to use LSMW?
See, first classify them. Then the solution would be easy.
Okay.
So classification is very important.
Okay. Got it. Yeah.
Without classification, you just go as per how the client has saved them, like in one list which are active or which are non-active, then that becomes difficult. So all active vendors probably wouldn't be supplying them category A or category B, right? Probably in that there might be category C also. So why do you waste your time on that? You can directly take an approval from the client and, reduce your list.
Got it. So basically the rule of thumb is that we do it in batches and in small batches.
Yes. So small batches, but classified batches.
Classified batches. Got it.
Yes. If you don't classify, it will not synchronize after it has been migrated.
Okay.
That's important.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which field in the Material Master determines the procurement type? Option A, material type. Option B, MRP type. Option C, procurement type. Option D, special procurement. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get good at managing utilities? Our SAP ISU course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP ISU. It's like a toolkit for managing utilities, from billing to customer service, helping you stay on top of things. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced skills. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for years. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This amazing learning opportunity is very affordable. Ready to become an SAP ISU expert? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
With core domain, from wherein I will be taking you across what we have to implement in all the areas. Parallelly, giving you an understanding about what exactly is being implemented in enterprise structure, master data, and moving to P2P cycle. Parallelly, I will be also guiding you over ahead what will be the core sources of implementation and what will be the other resource requirement that we will be utilizing during implementation process. So implementation as a cycle, number one, and different phases of project, number two. The different phases of project. So by integrating some parts of PMP and integrating the implementation strategies, I will take you across right from organizational structure or the enterprise structure, the navigations, and understanding what has to be created, what has to be maintained at all different levels in material management in that. Secondly, while creating this, while observing these all actions, I will also give you an information, a glimpse about who all would be integrated at different level and different criteria. So right from material management, production planning, plant maintenance, and main core areas of financial and accounting and controlling. So these aspects we will integrate together and apply and understand. So I'm sure everyone understands what enterprise structure is. So basically in enterprise structure, in SAP implementation level, the very first action that could be implemented is the company and the company code. So there can be a number of company codes belonging to each company at different levels, belonging to different domains or different industries or different industry sectors, but all operated under one company. So the finance team, the financial accounting and controlling, that could be FICO, simple finance, especially people coming from background of CMA, CPA, ICWA, or the CAs, the authorized CAs, they understand the concepts of basic accountings, or they understand the concept of AR and APs. So when these concepts of AR and APs are being applied at different level of vendors, customers, or suppliers, they know what kind of accounts need to be maintained. And again, this applies with the organizational strategies. Okay. As we have certain CAs in our team now, can anyone tell me what is Dunning procedure? What is Dunning procedure? We have a couple of CAs with us. Can anyone tell me what is Dunning procedure?
Is that something related to, I think I'm not really confident, but it is something related to when the customer is not giving you the money in the right time, and then you said Dunning letters to the customer.
Exactly. That's the right answer. One more person wanted to answer. Please go ahead. Can you tell me in which cycle AR is gonna come and which cycle AP is gonna come? And it comes under which stream? Upstream or downstream?
It's under AR.
AR is which cycle?
AR downstream.
Downstream is AR, yes, of course. The which cycle? It's P2P or O2C? O2C. Exactly. It's gonna be O2C. And P2P is going to be accounts payable. And of course, it's an upstream process. Okay. Now, accounts receivable will be against GI or GR? Accounts receivable will be against GI or GR?
GI.
GI, wonderful. That's one. See now, in your normal banking system, that everyone banks, debit means the money goes from your account. Credit means you have received money in your account, correct? Whereas in process of SAP, in AR and AP, you are debiting from whose account and you're crediting to whose account? In AR and AP, you're debiting from whose account and crediting to whose account? Between vendor and customer. Between vendor and customer, in the process of AR and AP, you're debiting when you do the GR. You're debiting from whose account? And when you do the GI, you're crediting from whose account or vice versa?
In AP, the vendors, and in AR, the customers.
In accounts payable, you are debiting from the customer account, correct?
In AP, we deal with the vendors.
In AP, we deal with the vendors, exactly. So now, you debit in the vendor account or you credit from the vendor or you credit to the vendor account?
Debit.
Sure. I'm expecting an answer from our CAs in the group. See, in a normal banking system, debit is when the money goes. Credit is when you receive money. So now in SAP, the process is not same. In SAP, the process is reverse. So now, based on AR and AP, based on GR and GI, between the vendor and customer, tell me, you're debiting it from whose account and crediting to in whose account? When it is the process of AP, when it is accounts payable, you're debiting it from where and crediting it where?
AP, accounts payable, debiting from our account, crediting to vendor account.
That is banking system. Whereas in SAP system, in GL account, how you maintain? In banking system, yes, you're crediting into the vendor's account because you're paying him. Okay, I'll leave this answer here. When we create the GL accounts for our business partner, I'm going to give you that information there. Meanwhile, you also can research your debit and credit into whose accounts. After understanding AP and AR at the company and the company code level, understanding the GL account, the cost centers, the dunning procedures being assigned to each and every aspect. First, the very first is the company aspect. Here you can see the company or the client is the main operator under which we have a company code belonging which are assigned to different plants or the plants which are being assigned to company code, under which lies different storage locations. It's storage locations, not the warehouse. Don't be confused within that. So there are two concepts while working on this activity. One is to define all these attributes. Second is to assign all these attributes. So on your IMG screen on SAP, you will be first defining all these attributes. That is company, company code, the plant, storage location, the purchase organization, and the purchase group. You will be defining first all these attributes completely. First, you define it. Once you define it,
one thing.
yes.
This one thing I want to, because many other team member may not know what IMG means.
Okay.
Please elaborate more on IMG and SPRO.
Sure, I will do that. So IMG is nothing but your intermediate user guide. Okay. Wherein this is the screen. One is your main menu screen and other is your IMG, that is intermediate user guide screen, which you will call it as the GUI as well. Okay. Graphic user interface, wherein you are directly applying or using the attributes of enterprise structure, or you can see the consultants from SD or MM or PP, PM, everyone accessing their respective portfolios to enter their transactions. This is one aspect. So once I take you on the server, I will practically show you what's a main menu screen and what is the IMG screen. So keeping this in mind, first, I will define all my parameters. Then I will assign them. Okay. Assigning also has the same importance. First of all, when I create a company, when I create a company code, when I create a plant, I know that this company has this company code under it, and this company code has this plant under it. But how will SAP know? For the SAP system to know that this company code belongs to this company, this plant belongs to this company code, I will be assigning them. I will be assigning their respective each attributes to each other. So the very first thing which I'm going to assign is my company to company code. I'm assigning my company to company code. Second, I will assign my plant to company code. My plant to company code. Third, I will be assigning my purchasing organization. My purchasing organization to company code and also the plant. I'll be assigning the company code to my plant, or the purchasing organization to company code and the plant. While creating the plant, while creating the storage location, it will automatically ask me at that place itself, for which plant you want to create my storage location. So at that time itself, we would have assigned the plant to the storage location. Whereas the purchasing group, we don't assign this to anything. We don't assign purchasing group to anything. And we can have one or more purchasing groups. And this purchasing group can be utilized for different material purchases. As we discussed in our earlier sessions, the difference between the purchase organization and purchasing group. Purchasing organization is the centralized organization or a decentralized organization sometimes, which is responsible for the entire procurement process to take place, right from gathering of information, gathering of the requirements, and defining it on the purchase request, running an RFQ, that is request for quotation, identifying the vendors, evaluating the vendors, doing the quotation comparisons, selecting the vendors, entering into a right contract or an outline agreement, and entering it in negotiation process, and finally getting into purchase order. Right from your gathering of information till they execute the purchase order and receive the stocks and maintain the stocks, check the quality, check what they have procured from the vendor or the supplier is same, and close the purchase order. See, in SAP, from creation of purchase order to releasing of purchase order until you close the purchase order, it is an important task. In SAP, it's very important you close the purchase order. So these are the entire aspects, or you can say the actions that are performed by a purchasing organization. Whereas a purchase group, the purchase group will simply execute what is in purchase order. They will have a set of negotiations with the vendor. They will identify the vendor, or they'll be involved in your daily day-to-day purchases. So that's the difference between a purchasing organization or a purchasing group. Now, before I go ahead, I want you to tell me a difference between a negotiation and bargaining. What is the difference between negotiation and bargaining? A clear, straight technical definition. What is negotiation? What is bargaining? In upcoming sessions, I'm definitely going to do one chapter on negotiation and one chapter on contract management, that is outline agreements and contract management in procurement. But before that, I want anyone to tell me what is the major difference between, a direct technical difference between negotiation and bargaining. Why so much time? What is negotiation and bargaining? These are very important aspects for any procurement professional or even an ERP consultant for this matter. You should know how to negotiate and how to bargain, and when to negotiate. What is the difference? Definitely both are not the same.
Bargaining is focused on basically the price.
Okay, yes.
And negotiation is something agreeing on terms and conditions and much more than price.
Exactly. So negotiation happens on complete parameters of your deal. It happens on your complete aspects of your deal. Whereas bargaining is simply all about your price. You directly negotiate over price and you concentrate only over the price. So these are certain concepts that you technically need to understand. Now, moving back to understand the key aspects about what are these roles within the system. See, as you see, in major enterprise structure, especially in manufacturing execution, a company code, a plant and a storage location, a purchasing organization and a group. So these are the various attributes which are being created at level. Same way for company code and plant. So there is separate attributes that are being created at sales and distribution level, at production planning, and also at plant maintenance level. They maintain their attributes, but under the same company and company code. Don't have a confusion or a dilemma that the company and the company code is different for is different for PP, is different for SD. No, the company and the company code remains same for all the modules, all the functional modules, even the technical modules. Only beyond the company code as a process changes for different functional consultants. Okay. But now in S/4HANA, many of these attributes have become common, especially like your vendor master and identifying one material source or one source truth. It's become common for many of the functional modules in S/4HANA. It's been simplified now based on the data. So understanding the core aspects of these attributes, you need to understand that in SD, they maintain a separate sales area, a sales organization, a distribution channel, and a division. Also attached to a plant, a storage location, and a shipping point. But material, the warehouse, at the different storage locations, they store different stock types. Again, I'm taking you back to the stock types. One is the material types. A material type is raw, semi-finished, spares, or finished. But under that, I again talk about the stock types. Stock types like restricted stocks, unrestricted stocks, reserved stocks, block stocks, stocks under quality inspection, and returnable stocks. That is the stocks which you have to return in case of any damages or any warranty claims. Now, when you do the GI, during your goods issue process, unrestricted stocks are 0, whereas the same material type, that is, for example, at the sales and distribution level, at SD level, an inquiry is raised of material 3415, that is ball bearing. SD has raised a query about the ball bearing. So now they raise this query of availability. Before giving the quotation to the customer, they check on the availability. Now, this particular stock, material ball bearing 3415, is available under restricted stock. Say about 10 numbers is available under restricted stock. Second, in unrestricted stock, it's available in the quantity of 0 numbers. Now, based on this availability over the SAP system, the material 3415, will you raise a quotation or will you go for the customer for a remanufacturing time? Will you issue this stock or will you go for a remanufacturing time? And the inquiry from the client is 8 numbers of this material.
What is remanufacturing time?
Remanufacturing time is I give the quotation to the client and I take a remanufacturing time from the client and manufacture and supply the goods.
Basically, you cannot do a shipment if the stock is restricted. Like
exactly,
delivery cannot be made.
Yes. So strictly in SAP system or even in your regular practice system, if the stock is under unrestricted, only you can issue the goods. Many a times in regular practice, what users do, if they see the stock available over MM03, if it's available, they happily raise a query or a quotation directly to the customer without checking the stock type. Without checking the stock type. Never do this mistake, especially at the consultation at the outbound level. Understand stock type play a major role. And to understand stock types, especially in GI and GR, you can only issue goods which are under unrestricted. Case 1. In case 2, if you have restricted a stock, why have you restricted? Have you restricted because you want to issue this for your any customer or regular customer? Or have you restricted this because there is some quality issue in that? On what reason have you restricted this? You need to check out that reason and do the goods movement. If you can send 8 numbers from here, as the client need 8 numbers, if you can resend these from the movement type, if you can resend these stock from restricted to unrestricted, you can send. And then you can do the GI. So, at the inquiry level, at the query level or the quotation level, especially at the outbound process, checking of the stock type is very important. Now, the stock types at the GR level. This is at the GI level. Now, what at the GR level? See, in GR, it is very important that we concentrate over, number 1, the PO. We need to see the entire content of the PO. Okay? This content of the PO should match with the goods received. Now, supposing the PO says about 100 pieces of spark plugs and about 50 pieces of bearings. When at the time of GR, when you see the PO, out of 100 pieces, you find defect in quality of about 20 pieces and 30 pieces do not match the specification which is being delivered, and about 50 pieces are only of the same quality specification, and whatever you have ordered, it matches. It matches whatever you have ordered. So now, keeping this in mind, 20 pieces, 30 pieces, and 50 pieces. Now tell me, these 3 stocks, the physical check is being done, and based on the physical check report of the GR, how will you divide this into different stock types? Which stock type you maintain 20 pieces, which stock type you maintain 30 pieces, and which stock type you maintain 50 pieces?
20 would be restricted and 50 would be unrestricted.
50 would be unrestricted, yes. 20 would be restricted for what?
Quality issues.
Exactly. This will go under quality check stock type. What about the 30 pieces? They don't match the specification. What are you going to do now? 30 pieces, what are you going to do?
Returnable.
No, they're not your returnable stocks.
Remanufacture it.
Why? No, why will you remanufacture? The vendor has supplied you. This is your GR. I am asking you to distribute the stock. You ordered 100 pieces of spark plug.
30 cannot be unrestricted for sure because they have to return. But we have to do GR. Yeah, we have to do GR first of all. I'm not sure. It should be restricted under quality issue or some other issue, but definitely GR has to be done. Later on, we have to do a return invoice.
At the time of GR itself, at 101, when you split the stock, I'm sure many of you have seen this symbol. Yeah? When you split the stock, it will ask you for item number, correct? A box would be there. When you select this item, can only this part you can do 102? Only this item line or item, can you do 102? 101 is for GR. What is for 102?
Return.
Return, yes. Can this only one item, I directly return it and complete the GR, post the GR? This too I split it. This I sent into quality. This I sent into unrestricted. This one item, can I do 102 and post it? Or should I do 101 first and the same PO then do 102 only by selecting one line item. Yes, everyone. Why confusion? I'm sure you would have done this action, and I want you to tell me the technical name for that. Have you not done a partial PO? Yes, everyone. A partial purchase order. When there are 3 line items in your PO, in which one you're sending on unrestricted, you're splitting the stock here. It's called split the stock. When you are splitting the stock, one you're sending on unrestricted and one you're sending on quality. That means the third line item I can return, right? Yes, Anu, please.
I don't want to interrupt you, but after this, would appreciate if you can explain about the movement type concept, because many people might not have heard of it before in the call.
Okay, I'll get that. See, once you create your purchase order, okay, at 21N, and you release this to your business partner, that is nothing but your vendor or supplier. Now, based on the factory calendar or based on the deadline, he is gonna supply you the stock. Now, once you receive the goods, you need to do PR against the PO. Okay. For example, you have released a purchase order 120 to business partner 561. Okay. So now you need to do GR for this particular PO of this vendor. And this particular PO 1020 contains 3 line items. So when you do the GR in SAP, when you're on the screen, towards your right hand side on the top, you can see one column which says movement type. Movement type, basically this is a 3-digit numerical number which is global standard allocated by SAP for different movement types in logistics. For example, 101 is to receive the goods. Same way, 102 is reverse the action. Means what you did in 101, you will receive it in, you will reverse it in 102. Same way, 201, 202, 501, 502, and so on. Like this, you will find many movement types in your transaction to do the GR in your transaction code, MIGO. And this is performed after your PO is released and the goods are received. Whenever you receive the goods to do the GR, I will enter into this transaction to receive my stock. But when I have to receive my stock, I receive it with a movement type. That is a 3-digit number which is available on the same MIGO transaction screen on the top right hand side. So I give that particular movement type what I want to perform as an action for that particular material line item, and I use that movement type and take that action on that particular line item. If in my PO 1020, all the line items are correct, whatever I have received is correct as what is mentioned in my PO, then I will directly do 101 and post my GR and receive all my goods. That means unless and until I do my GR in MIGO, the stock will not show in my warehouse. The stock will not show in the system. Though you have released the PO and though you have received the goods, but after receiving the goods, if you have not posted on MIGO with the movement type, it will not show on your system. It will not show in SAP. Though the physical inventory is there, physically the stock is arrived, but unless and until you post it on MIGO, it is not accepted on the system. So this is the movement type, importance of movement type under the transaction MIGO. Is this clear? Any doubts?
It's clear.
Yeah. Why I'm stressing more on logistic understanding and P2P and transaction is because this is the core area where you will have lot of errors, lot of decisions to be made, and day-to-day operations are more here at P2P and MIGO level. See, enterprise structure is something which they implement it one time. You create the company and company code, plant, storage, location, purchase organization, and group one time. If there is any extra addition of a new plant or a new storage location, you create it. But every day you don't do it. Okay, once it is done. But every day you are involving yourself into complete P2P process and GR, GI, and Miro and Mira. This is invoice receipt and invoice payable. Miro and Mira, I'll take you in the very last, but we're gonna spend more time on P2P and Migo. Our major, you could say the entire backbone lies in P2P and Migo. Right from creation of purchase request, RFQ, outline agreements, going to your invoice, the inventory invoices, and the purchase order. Finally, and from purchase order, release strategy, releasing of purchase order. See, if you have created a purchase order, it doesn't mean that it has gone to the vendor. Or if you create a purchase order, it doesn't mean that the goods gonna arrive. No. You have to release the purchase order to the vendor. For that also, there is a release strategy. For that also, there are different strategies and techniques. So once that is released, now when the vendor supplies the goods, what you going to do? And if there is issue of goods from different stock types for consumption, now production will ask goods for manufacturing. Same way the sales team is going to ask goods for the customers or the consumers. So how you handle your day-to-day operations in this? See, I'm going to give you an understanding as a user also, as a consultant also. First, I want you to understand this particular concept and idea as a user first. Once you understand as a user, then only you will be able to develop your knowledge as a consultant. Okay? First, you yourself has to understand or get yourself into a character that you yourself are using this application. You are using this. When you understand as a user how you are using, what problems you're facing, what doubts you're facing, then you solve those doubts and errors, then you develop yourself into as a consultant. So first, we will understand the whole concept and idea as a user first. And as a user, what all you will be applying here, your skills, your ideas, what all the data that you have to maintain at different levels, let it be at material master level, let it be at business partner level, or at PR, which is the first information when you gather has to be implemented, or what are the data important in PR, what is mandatory data in PR, what is mandatory data in PO, what is mandatory data in RFQ, whether I need a business partner for a PR, and which is an internal document, which is an external document, whether PR is internal or external, whether PO is internal or external, whether RFQ is internal or external, whether outline agreement or a short-term agreement or a blanket agreement is internal or external, or who is the first party, who is the second party, what will be the obligations by the first party, what will be the obligations in the second party, how you execute all these things. We will understand that first as a user. And once you are thorough that, yes, as a user, I understand the complete cycle, I understand the complete movement type, I understand invoice receipt, I understand accounts payable, then yes, we get into solving or enhancing different criterias of functional specification documents, technical specification documents to understand what will be the role of a consultant. So we will understand our journey from user to a consultant. We will not go directly to a consultant aspect. This is one. So after understanding the goods receipt or goods issue under MIGO transaction, I want to give you information about the P2P cycle. Yes, many of you would have understood or have an idea about P2P or previously also done P2P cycle. But in SAP, P2P has different applications at different levels. And if you see in SAP, procure to pay involves a lot of technical applications, which starts number one from your purchase a request. It starts from a request, P2P in SAP, or you could say in SAP MM or logistics. So it starts from PR. PR is purchase a request. Okay. The very first question that I face from many of my students or professionals is that, sir, who raises this purchase request? Or who can raise this purchase request? Or where does this purchase request come from? This is the very first question or common question that every professional asks me or every student asks me. So the very answer to this question is that anyone from your organization means where the user organization is, where the SAP is implemented for the client, anyone from the client organization, any department who has the access or who has an authorization to raise a purchase request for their purchases can raise a purchase request for whatever material they need for their process and procedure in the department. The second question they ask is, to whom do they raise this purchase request? Do they raise it to the management, or do they raise it to the finance department, or do they raise it to the HR? No, they raise it to a relevant purchasing organization. They raise it to a relevant purchasing organization which is belonging to their organization. This can be centralized or this can be decentralized. So a purchase request is an internal document. Remember, this is an internal document which is raised by any of your departments for their requirements to be purchased for them to the purchasing organization. Now, the very second aspect is in purchase request, to vendor entry is mandatory. Do you really need a vendor at this document, or should you have a vendor for this purchase request to be raised? No. At this status or this stage, you have a vendor, not necessary. You can raise a purchase request without a vendor to the purchasing organization. Now, it's the duty of the purchasing organization now to find the vendor for your product, to find the vendor or to find one of the best vendors or suppliers who can fulfill your requirement. Now, the purchase organization, based on the purchase request raised by you or any one of your departments around. It could be from IT department, it could be from human resource department, it could be from housekeeping department also, it could be from production department, it could be from store, anywhere of your organization. Whoever has been authorized to raise a centralized purchase request can raise a purchase request to a purchasing organization. It is not necessary or important that you should know the vendor or you should have a vendor in advance. No. After you raise a purchase request, the purchase organization will find a vendor for you. And they will enter into a contract or agreement with the vendor based on their policies and procedures and regulations. So this is a purchase request. So purchase request, you can say this is a stage of gathering information. This is a stage of gathering information. Now, after you have raised a purchase request, the very next thing that the purchase organization is going to do is they're going to get into RFQ or RFP in case of when it is a bid, okay? That is a request for proposal. In case of bid or in case of tender process or e-tender process, at this time, they go for RFP. If not, they go for RFQ. When they go for RFP also, the very next stage again, they will go for RFQ again, request for quotations and proposals. When this is a process of bidding or tender or an e-tender. If it is a direct purchase, they will go for RFQ. RFQ is a request for quotation. Request for quotation. Now in this stage, they need vendor. In fact, they need vendors. Now these are group of vendors. Either it can be an individual, It can be an organization or group of people also. They are your different vendors or suppliers for whom they request for quotation. So here, to whomever they are requesting, you need to have a vendor here. And this RFQ, they can send to N number of vendors. And now these vendors, based on the purchase request, okay? See the PR, whatever the data the PR contains, the same data contains in RFQ about the material, about the requirement, about the specifications, about the parameters, it contains same. Whereas additional to this in RFQ, there will be a deadline. Deadline is how soon or by when the vendor or the supplier should supply you the material. So RFQ contains exactly same the contents of the material, the specifications, the parameters, the characteristics or attributes about that requirement, same in RFQ. But RFQ is an external document now, which is not internally in the organization. It is being sent to different vendors and suppliers for requesting for the quotations of the requirements that you have is an RFQ. After understanding RFQ, now there is a quotation comparison method. Now you compare the quotations of different vendors and suppliers. So different vendors, X would have given you some value, Y would have given you some value, Z would have given you some value, A would have given you some value. Now, based on evaluation of these vendors, based on their service, based on their quality, based on their lead time, based on their previous track record, based on their historical data, based on the histograms, based on their price, their location, logistic cost, transport cost, what kind of value-added services the vendor is giving you, or what kind of extra services the supplier is giving you. Based on that quotation, you compare. You compare between X and Y, you compare between Y and Z, you compare between Z and A. After you compare everything, whatever suits your policy and procedures and regulations of your organization, you choose that particular vendor. After choosing that particular vendor, you enter into a contract or an outline agreement. You enter into a contract or an outline agreement. In SAP, in outline agreement or a contract, you can see there are three types. One is based on value contract, other is quantity contract, and other is time contract or an outline agreement. So what is difference between a value contract or an outline agreement? What is quantity contract or an outline agreement? What is a time contract or an outline agreement? When I say very first value contract or an value outline agreement, basically this is that type of a contract wherein I am promising or committing to the vendor or the supplier as a buyer. I repeat, as a buyer, I promise or commit to my vendor or a supplier that in this period of time, I will purchase this value of material from you. A value or an outline agreement contract is, here it focuses on value. That means in this period of time, say about in upcoming 6 months or 8 months or 1 year, whatever I purchase, I will purchase a total value of some X dollars. I'm going to purchase from you a value. Same way, in quantity outline agreement or a contract, I promise or commit to the vendor or a supplier that in this period of time, I'm going to purchase this quantity of material from you. Say about X kgs or X pieces or liters, whatever my unit of measure is, what I'm purchasing from him. In value outline agreement, I commit on the value. In quantity, I commit on the quantity. And when it comes to time, I commit that for this 1 year, 2025, this 1 year, if I am purchasing this particular material, For example, if you are supplying me laptops, and if I have any requirement of laptops in throughout this year, I will purchase it from you. This is the difference between a value, quantity, or a time-based outline or a contract agreement. And all these agreements or contracts are called as short-term, Now, why are they called short-term? What if I have to have long-term? Now, for a long-term, I have another type which we call it as blanket agreement. Blanket agreement. What is this blanket agreement now? Simple words, in blanket agreement, for example, I have multiple plants in multiple locations. I have multiple plants in multiple locations. For example, I have one plant in Dubai, I have one plant in India, I have one plant in UK. Now I have a common global supplier. Now in month of Jan, in month of Feb, in month of March, and in month of April. So in different months, in different locations, I will have different quantity requirements. Say in month of Jan in Dubai, I need 50 kgs. In India, I need 100 kgs. And again in Feb in India, I need 100 kgs. Again in March in Dubai, I need 50 kgs. Again in UK in April, I need 100 kgs. So this agreement I would have done before itself with the vendor or the supplier. This kind of an agreement, we call it as blanket agreement. In SAP, this is also called as scheduling agreement. Any certified contract managers with us? Anyone has done certification in contract management, like FIDIC contracts, long-term contracts, any certified contract managers? After I enter into a contract, okay, after I have done my quotation comparison with different vendors and suppliers, and after I have entered into a contract, now I am ready to go with my PI. What's PIR? A PIR is a safe set of document creation that I maintain it, which is called as Purchase Info Record. Maintain a PIR. Means I have come to a conclusion that this is my requirement, this is my vendor, this is my outline agreement, and this is what I'm going ahead with. After that, I move to my PO, the purchase order. I get into my purchase order. Still, we have not completed the P2P. This is the process which I have started from gathering of information or gathering of requirements, getting into RFQ, quotation comparisons, entering into a contract with my PIR, and I move to PO. But now, there is one aspect and concept which I want to deviate here. At the time when you are doing an RFQ or an RFP, now if the requirement is direct, you want to get an RFQ from a vendor or a supplier and you're going to take a material. Now when it is a process of tender, where bidding is involved, wherein you take FP, a request for proposal. Anyone who has experienced in the process of tender or e-tendering process? Tender or e-tendering process. Anyone here from SAP Ariba or Hybris background? Ariba or Hybris background. Okay. Can anyone at least explain me what happens in a tender process? In general, physical tender process, what happens? No one here who's worked on tender process or tendering or who knows tendering process?
Basically, like for getting any contract, I just know that basic thing of tender. Like for example, for getting any contract, like government contract, so you put a tender, you put a quotation of that contract, like you bid for it.
Yes, you bid for it. Not only for government, even in private sector as well. Anyone can, and anyone can call for a tender. Yes, you're right. So what happens in that? When RFP is done, a request for proposal, how many types of proposals you give?
That I'm not exactly sure how many types of proposals.
Okay. If you submit a proposal, for example, let it be for a public sector or a private sector, what are those? When an RFP is given, when an invitation to tender is given, an RFP. RFQ, everyone understands. What about RFP? We have CS in the house. I'm sure they would be knowing. They would have consulted certain clients in pricing at least. Okay, I'll help you here. See, in RFP, we give one as technical proposal, other as commercial or a financial proposal. Or as you can say, a technical bid or a financial bid in certain languages. In technical bid is, I'm going to give them what will be the strategy, a technical strategy to execute their project or to execute their task. Financial bid or a commercial bid is what will be the price for that. For any RFP, that is request for proposal, we give a technical bid or a technical proposal, or we give a commercial bid or a financial bid or a commercial proposal. One which contains technically how you going to fulfill that. Second is at what price. This is RFP, technical and financial. A request for quotation, directly the vendor gives the price or whatever the specification or whatever you need, you're asking. Whereas in RFP, for the tender, you need to submit your technical bid or proposal, or you need to give financial bid or proposal. Now, based on different technical bids and financial bids which are being submitted, now they're going to compare which is benefit to them. That is like how quotation comparison is taking place. Same way the proposal comparison is going to take place, and they're going to choose one vendor or supplier and again enter into a contract or an outline agreement with them, and the process goes on. The process goes on till purchase order. Any doubts or questions from purchase request to purchase order, anyone? Any doubts or questions from purchase request to purchase order?
So for every PO, the entire cycle has to be followed, and that isn't the case.
See, if it is one-time vendor or it's a new material purchase or it is not your regular purchase, then you follow. If it is a fixed vendor and you're already in a contract with them and it's your regular material purchase, then you don't do the cycle completely. You automate it. Now,
so in the SAP, is there any way to find out which is which is being followed the whole process and which is like the direct one that you mentioned?
Yes, of course. When the new requirement comes in your PR, that will come without a material number.
Okay, that will be without a material number.
They will just give you the description. Now MM needs to create this material with this description. Then you need to generate the material number for this.
And then the PR will be updated with the material number. Right?
Yes. Certain companies follow this strategy. Certain companies, they first create it in Material Master.
Extending from this, so what we found here is, so for example, as you said, from the description, they make the material number.
Yes, and description also, believe me, certain companies, especially at the production level, okay, a machine operator, he has no idea what that spare part is. He's just going to give you a vague that MS ball bearing with 12 balls of SKF manufacture. He's going to give a description there. Okay, because that's his skill level. And now the floor manager is going to gather some more 2-3 points of that, and they're going to blindly raise a PR. Okay, or they will create a material number for that and they create a PR, and that PR will not be on SAP. That will be a manual PR, because for this SAP PR to be created, material number is mandatory.
Okay, so what we found here is, like you said, they give the material description of what they want, and in the material master, the material number is generated.
Yes.
Now, naturally, this material number will not have the correct description.
Yes.
Right, or
normally,
the complete description.
Yes.
So what happens is this PR goes to the entire process of PO invoicing, and the material comes, and then a new material number is created rather than updating the material description. This is what we found here.
In some companies, they do this mistake. They carry the same description with the vendor and supplier, and they get the material. And then in the physical requirement, the labor who has given the request, he says, this is not what it is. This practice is there.
Okay. So is there any way to rectify this or correct this?
Yes, there is a way. Before you send, see, PR, as I told you, it's an internal document. So before you send for an RFQ, you need to gather complete information about this. Okay. So in Material Master, there is a basic data to see when you maintain basic data 1. Same way, there is another window, basic data 2, which allows you to upload your CAD diagrams or
pictorial requirements here, pictorial description which allows you that you can upload it here.
Okay.
Yes. So this will be carried further. This will be carried further, and the vendor or the supplier can conform. That's why I stressed on this word conform. Instead of confirming, he can conform your specification that yes, I have what you're looking.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Then you can move on with this. That's the reason why in Material Master, you have to maintain very specific data. See, in ECC, there might be attributes were very less at that point of time. But in S4HANA, if you go in master data, you can see even material validity is being given. If validity is being given, they also mention material status. When material status, they mention whether this is at design level, whether this is at production level, whether this is a finished product level. You can see this data as well now. Now, a lot of attributes are being added at S4HANA level, especially in Material Master. In that, before there were moving price and standard price. Now with moving price and standard price, there are different price units also that you can mention. Before you choose any one and you were mentioning only one price. Now there is an option to mention two prices. And there's an option to end the validity of the material also. A lot of attributes are being developed. So once we start executing over the server, you will see a lot of things.
Hi, I have one doubt.
Yes.
For example, if I'm creating the material for RFP or RFQ purpose, but it is not specific to the OE or any model number or part number will not be there. After the confirming with the vendor, I confirm, for example, bearing, I go with Siemens. So, sorry, Timken. Timken part number will be there. After this, I will make the material description changes or create the new code for that.
See, for that you need to create a code again because that's a totally different material. What you're talking.
But the specifications will be there. Generic specifications for the will matches with the code.
See, if one material has one type of specification, okay, and if what you want has second type of specification, then this will be material 2. You cannot try to manipulate the specifications of one.
Okay. For example, what I'm saying is my description is size, diameter, and the number of rolls for the bearing created. Okay. When I'm creating, I'm floating the RFP.
RFP or RFQ?
RFQ.
Yeah.
Okay. When I float the RFQ, vendors are coming. One is from Timken, another one is from SAC, and another one is from Fanuc, for example. These three vendors are coming. These vendors are the manufacturer itself. They have the product as per the specification, but they have catalog number, part number will be there.
Each vendor has their own model number or
part number for the item. How I will tackle this?
See, here, whatever the model number or part number they have, are there that particular model number, part number matching your specification or conforming your specification?
Yes, of course. All the three are conforming my specifications.
Okay, so now you want to float RFQ to all the three.
I float RFQ. I create the code for general specifications. But when the vendor is saying I have this 3 product is there, this 3 product is brand name, part number, everything will be there. If I'm selecting, okay, for this first RFQ, I selected the Timken now. I purchased.
Okay.
I purchased all the PRPO, everything is done. But some of them I used it, some of them I'm not used. Second time, I'm go for another same description for any other companies. How I will?
So now you're changing your vendor. In purchase 1, you have one vendor. In purchase 2, you're changing your vendor.
That is a part number is different, but its stock is available. In this case, is how I will do.
See here, you in material description, no, in your data, okay. If you are not planning to buy again from vendor 1, okay.
Yes.
If you're not planning to buy again from vendor 1, you're only planning to buy from vendor 2, then definitely in material description in second line, you can maintain the part number.
Okay, you mean to say whenever I purchase the item, it will comes to me first time. I have to update the description.
correct, with the part number.
If you are not going to buy, if you're not going to buy again from the same vendor, if you want to retain the same vendor and also you want to buy from another vendor, then the best practice is create one more material number with a different model number.
Okay.
You can create another material number with a different material description, and that material you can use for your another vendor, and the same material which is already existing, if you plan to buy back from the old vendor, you can still buy it. That's a best practice.
Okay. But when I'm creating the first code, I don't have a part number, manufacturer, everything. I don't know now. As a user, I only give the specifications, physical specification of the item. It's not a specified to the manufacturer or code or anything. So
yeah, but when you receive, but you can mention it as a generic description. When you receive the catalog or before that itself, that time you can mention the part number there.
So you mean to say I have modified the description in the material itself?
Simple. Till when MM01, 02, 03 is there, you can do anything. That is simple. Create, change, display. Create it, change it, and display. Always 01, 02, 03. Clear?
Sir, one follow-up question to something you said, that one material that we can maintain for procuring from vendor one, and the second material, the different material number for vendor two. So, but essentially we can see that these are kind of similar materials or same materials. So will we call it duplicate materials?
No, we cannot call it as duplicate materials because the description is changing.
Description on the basis of the catalog number or the make number?
Yes, it is changing. Okay.
So they will not be called as duplicate.
No. And if I want, I can maintain them in different material group or same material group as well in my strategy.
Thank you so much.
Anyone? Any questions?
One more question. So,
yes, please.
One of the points we had mentioned was that PR is created and it's raised to a purchasing organization.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So when we say raised to a purchasing organization, it means that we have multiple purchasing organizations, and it is one PR can belong to only one PO. Purchasing organization. Correct?
See, yes. See, when I talk about centralized, okay, from any department it will come to one single purchasing organization. Okay, when it is centralized. If I have decentralized, okay, for example, a global brand, I talk about the NAFTA region, that is North America and others, and my European Union, and my MENA region, Middle East and North Africa, and my Asia Pacific. Yeah. If my global brand is there in these regions, these two regions, and again these two regions, I can have a decentralized purchasing team, one here, and one here, and one here in decentralized. So any purchasing happening in these regions will automatically, the SAP system will be assigned in such a way at the time of enterprise structure. Enterprise structure, my purchasing organization will be two parts. One is plant specific, other is company code specific. So I would have assigned this purchasing organization, for example, purchasing organization 1, 2, 3, 4, I will assign it specifically for MENA region only. So anyone belonging to plant A, B, C, D creates a purchase request, which is assigned to 1, 2, 3, 4, will automatically, any request will go here only in decentralized. If I have a centralized purchasing organization, 5, 6, 7, 8, and this is assigned as a standard purchasing organization or central purchasing organization to plant here, to the company code 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 here. Whatever is being created at all these areas will hit to this purchasing organization if it is centralized. Okay? This I am telling you in a global aspect. Now this I can strategize at the country levels also, at the state levels also. Clear?
Okay. So which means that the purchasing organization, finish it.
Yeah, see, this will be done at the time of assigning. By the starting of the session, I told you in enterprise structure, we first define, then we assign. While assigning, when I create my purchase organization, Where all I will assign this purchase organization, it depends on that. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, so which means the assignment can either be automatic or manual as per the configuration.
It is manual.
Right?
It is manual. What I assign it, that will only take place. If I have not assigned that purchase organization to that plant or company code, and when I use that company code or a plant at the time of PO, it will directly say that this purchase organization is not responsible for company code and it will throw an error.
Okay.
So in your enterprise structure, assignment is a major strategy role. So how you assign as a strategy, how you're physically located, whether you're following centralized purchase organization, whether you're following decentralized purchase organization, how you assign it, based on that only you need to enter your codes in your PR, PO, RFQ. Then only they will be through. If not, SAP will throw back an error that this purchase organization doesn't belong to this plant or it doesn't belong to this company code, or it will say it is not assigned properly. Hope I'm clear.
Yeah. And one more quick question. So,
yes,
with reference to the scenario we were discussing before, whatever example that about the material, one material being procured from 3 different vendors, each having a different part number. One thing that I don't understand, maybe it's a basic thing, is the material is something that we are procuring, correct? The vendor might have a different part number. Each vendor will have its own part number for sure. So
model number, yes.
Yeah, model number. So then why is the idea to create 2 different materials just because we want to store the model number of the vendor in Material Master?
See, it'll just not be the model number. Probably, see, I'll tell you one thing. Let me go back to a small example for you. I had given you an example in the previous sessions about the tomato ketchups, okay, which has been exclusively manufactured by Del Monte to KFC or McDonald's, okay? See, there is a regular purchase that happens with Del Monte, okay? They manufacture their regular tomato ketchups. Now, KFC comes in and they give their specific requirement, which we call it as the CIR, customer individual requirement. Now, I have one single assembly line, or you can say a production unit. I have a single assembly line or a production unit. Now, just because KFC has given me a requirement, I cannot add one more, which is a cost tool. Okay. But only thing is, I see out of 10 parameters, KFC is stressing only on 2 parameters. What are the 2 parameters? The packing and some ingredient to be added. Some ingredient to be added. Now this packing item and this ingredient item, here there are 2 vendors who can supply me this. And here there are 2 vendors, vendor 1, vendor 2, who can supply me this. So for a safer aspect, rather than maintaining one material with 2 different descriptions, what I will do, for these 2 vendors, I will create separate materials, M1, M2, M3, M4. So that at the time of my MRP, when BOM and BOQ is giving me gross requirement and giving me net requirement, my MRP gives correct positive outcome and there is no error in the cycle. For my safe activity of MRP run, I maintain separate numbers so that I easily add them in my BOM and BOQ. That is the idea behind that.
That all makes sense. But if you again go back to the packing part where you have written M1, M2 for 2 different vendors, they both are essentially the same product.
See, sometimes the product varies with customer individual requirement. See what happens in summer, they ask a separate packing item. In winters, they ask a separate packing item so that the product doesn't end in a more shelf life, or they need more shelf life for that matter. And now same vendor is ready to supply me both the materials. And this material has just different model numbers. So what I will do, I will maintain them as different material. Yeah. Why? Because I will not have any issue with the production, or I will not have any issue when I do my GI to consumption. Now my production team will say they want this particular material at this point of time. After 6 months, they say they need this particular material for packing. So when I do my GI, it will be easy for my stock type to move the stock if the material is different. When I treat the material as different, and it will be easy for me. It is simple policy, divide and rule. If you divide and rule it, you have no problem. But you put it across into one, then it becomes very difficult. Clear? Any doubts or questions, anyone? Okay, everyone, we'll just have 2 minutes break and I will join you in 2 minutes. Okay? Okay. Yes, everyone, can you hear me? Yes. Now, after understanding till reaching of your PO level, I again want to draw your attention on different purchase order types. What kind of purchase orders we can maintain, or how many types we can maintain. So accordingly, in SAP, when you go into 21N, you find different types of purchase orders. The very first that you see is a standard PO, the consignment, third party, and subcontracting the pipeline. Yes, standard PO, it's a regular purchase order wherein you have your material that you want to purchase from a vendor. There is a regular registered vendor, and there is a value, and whatever the contract that you have entered an outline agreement number, and you execute the PO. In consignment stock, it is sometimes also called as the VMS, vendor VMI, the vendor management inventory, wherein the stock is in your warehouse. Like for example, there is a construction site. This is your construction site. Now you're building a big project of an apartment or a villa or flats. Now for RMC, the ready mix concrete that we say, the RMC, you have outsourced either to L&T or you have outsourced to ACC. So what L&T and ACC are going to do is, their plant is very far from your site. So now that will be a transportation cost, logistic cost to you. So what L&T and ACC will do, they will install their plant on your site. Their RMC plant, they will install it on your site. So whenever there is a requirement for your construction, they're going to supply the material from your site itself to you. But the plant contains raw materials, machinery assets, and other things. This will be counted as your inventory, but you are not the owner of this. The owner is either L&T and ACC itself. So whatever you use out of this, you pay for that. Such a stock is a consignment stock. Same thing in your supermarket. Let it be products from Unilever, let it be products from P&G, let it be products from Cipla or Ranbaxy, or products from Nestle, products from Cadbury, wherever the products are from. What they do, you give them your display racks, they showcase their products. They showcase their products, and based on this showcase, whatever sales out, you pay for the sold products. But rest of the product which is in your supermarket, it is in your inventory, but you are not the owner of it. The manufacturer or the OEM is the owner of that. Can anyone tell me what is an OEM? What is an OEM?
Original equipment manufacturer.
Exactly, the original equipment manufacturer. So the products which are being displayed belongs to their respective manufacturers or the marketers, and you pay as the goods are sold. Such stocks are your consignment stocks, so sometimes the vendor managed inventories. Third-party stocks or third-party processing, that is again on your behalf, someone else manufactures your product or labels your product and supplies it to your customer. Subcontracting is you supply the raw material to your subcontractor, and the subcontractor fulfills either a part of your manufacturing process or complete process. Pipeline is those goods or those aspects that you procure through pipelines. That could be your gas, water, or other requirements. So based on the type of material, based on the type of purchase, based on the strategy of purchase, you choose the type of purchase order. These are the different purchase orders that you use or apply on SAP. Any doubts or questions? Anyone here?
One quick question. So consignment stock can be called JIT stock like consignment stock?
Can you justify more about that? So that if there are any tags in that, I can explain you much better.
Consignment,
if I understand it right, it is a stock of the vendor which is kept and can be used within the plant when needed.
Yes,
Right?
and you only pay for what you have used.
Right. So that aligns with even just-in-time concept, does it not?
But it depends what kind of contract that you have entered with the vendor for just-in-time.
Okay, I don't know.
See, in just-in-time, the manufacturer or the vendor supplies you the material at that period of time. Whereas in consignment, the stock is already available with you in-house.
Oh, okay, I understand. So maybe the difference would be then in just-in-time, the ownership or the stock is still owned by the vendor till the time it is needed by us. While in consignment, it's already with us, so we own the stock at least on our property. Does it make
Exactly.
sense?
Yes,
Okay.
you own, but you're not the owner. You pay
Correct,
it if you have sold it or used it. If not, he's responsible.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you can see in supermarkets and everything, the manufacturers display their products, especially the day-to-day perishables, day-to-day bakery products and everything. They follow this concept of EDLP. So people who have studied this contract management from FIDIC contracts or certified contract managers, they know EDLP. ED is everyday low price. So they would have entered this into the ERP system when they have done the FIFO and LIFO. First in, first out, and last in, first out in your batch management system. You can see in everyday low price when the product is come today on 31st. Okay. Sorry, on 30th. So it has one price of $100, for example. On 31st, it's a very aggressive perishable. They make it as $95. And when it goes to 3rd June, this would have become $50. And when it comes to 5th June, buy anything $10. This is how they maintain a contract of everyday low price in, again, certain consignment stocks. If it is a consignment stock, again, they have a subcategory outline agreement of everyday low price in your perishables, bakery products, and so on. So at the place of POS, point of sales, when the barcode system is being read, it triggers to your everyday low price aspect, and based on that, it charges you. Yeah.
How is it then designed in the contract with the vendor? Is this pricing that you've shown redefined?
Yes, it's predefined with the vendor or the supplier because the manufacturer knows his shelf life. So based on that shelf life, he gives you this. So, for example, if his billing is fortnightly, or if it is monthly, so at the end of the month, if he has given you a stock of 100 pieces and each piece is costing him $10, okay, he cannot expect $1,000 at the end of the month. Okay, so till the end of the month, you can see the sales taken place at different dates. Based on that, it is calculated and paid for him. Get it? Can you hear me?
Yeah, got that. Thank you.
Yeah. So this concept, every supermarket is following. Every manufacturer, every reseller or distributor is following. They maintain damages. They maintain obsoletes. They maintain, sometimes there are relabeling processes being done, white labeling processes are being done. They enter all these criterias into everyday low price, especially Metro Cash and Carry in India, D-Mart, all these places, Vishal Mart, all these places, they have these concepts. And for this, they have certified contract managers who handle these. And again, this has the part of negotiation, bargaining, and so on. Negotiation, again, it's a separate, vast chapter. But as an additional chapter with you, I will do that in the next session for you. Because as a consultant, you should have idea about contract and negotiation. Because at the time of implementation, I'm sure in future you're going to go ahead with some implementation projects and any other company if you move out also. There you will find different tasks and roles with different industries. So having a contract and negotiation skill and knowledge with the consultation over SAP will help you take a lot of positive decisions for your client. But in future, if you get a chance, do study FIDIC contracts. Do study FIDIC contracts or certified contract manager, or do study these courses from American Purchasing Society or from CIPD, CPD. There are many certifying bodies across the world. Okay, you can definitely get a chance. You can study this. Being certified in These areas is like you being standing among others, okay? Just not one ERP certification. As an add-on, if you have this business strengths and knowledges on supply chain, procurement professional certification, inventory management certification, warehouse management certification, contract management certification, fleet management certification, logistic management certifications with SAP as a certification, definitely you will have a very strong career and a long way to go. Keep upgrading. And with all these, PMP certification again, definitely you will have a very stable and sustainable career, a professional career. Any doubts or questions, anyone? Is this clear with you? Now, once we move to your PO and PO is released and the vendor has supplied you the material, we get into the process of G, that is goods receipt, or sometimes commonly called as goods received also. And here, a very commonly used and multiple times used and which runs the whole operations in your procurement is MIGO. Always remember this transaction code, MIGO. In MIGO, we do the GR, but using the movement type. And remember, movement type is always 3 digits. And they are globally universal. And again, if you want to have your customized movement type, there is a provision in SAP, you can create one for yourself. If you want to have any customized movement type for yourself. So you can create, there is a provision for that. But commonly, generally for GR, it is 101, 101 or 101 for GR. So here, you need not enter any material number manually, or you need not enter any quantity, any description of material or date, anything here. You just need to enter a simple PO number. You just need to enter a simple PO number. Whatever the PO that you have created against that PO, which you want to do the GR, you enter the PO number. Once you enter the PO number, whatever the contents of that particular PO is there will be displayed below. And whatever material you have received, if it is same as per the PO, whatever is there in the PO and whatever the material that you have received is same, then you post your GR. There's an option of post. You post your GR. Once you post your GR, that means you have accepted the material. Now, for example, your stock is of 100 pieces. Now you find there is some mistake in some pieces. So you can always find there is an option to split the stock. You find the symbol on SAP in MIGO. That means you can split the stock. Means you can do the partial PO. For the partial PO, wherein you are accepting only 70 pieces and 30 you want to return or you want to reject. So 70 you do on the moment type 101 and for 30 you do 10. Yeah, you return 30. Return 30 doesn't mean you're sending it to the vendor. There will be a different movement type that you need to enter to return back to vendor. When with that PO, with that movement type, you enter that material aspect, it will be returned back to the vendor. Any doubts or questions, anyone?
I have one doubt.
Yes,
how many standard this movement type will be there?
There are many. There are many standards. There are many. Like for example, 122 is to return the stock back to the vendor. 501, 502. There are many for that. It depends on what at the time of implementation of SAP, what your client, that is the user, is using for the products, what kind of services and everything. They maintain those moment types. As I told you, you can also create one or more for your based on your customization for your requirement.
One quick question.
Yes, please.
When we it's a partial PO. So is this a different type of PO on top of other, like we discussed, standard consignment, or is it an
just an extension. The standard can also be partial, or consignment it can also be a partial PO.
Can you come again, please? I missed your starting line.
Yeah, I was saying that when we are talking about this partial PO, like we are talking about when we are generating this GR, the 10 can be 101 and 30 we are generating with 102. So we are calling it a partial PO, right?
That's
so
a partial PO, yes.
So it's a different type of PO, or like the standard PO can also be partial PO, and consignment PO, it can also be like extended to partial PO.
See, consignment PO also has movement types. Any type of PO has movement type, either partial, either returning. See, even in consignment stock, I can return back.
Okay.
See, a 102, I am just reversing that. Okay. Whereas if I have to return back to the vendor, I use 122. It's standard.
Okay.
And this can be in any form of PO. See, in any PO you go for the matter, there is specification for quality, there is specification for different requirements. And the PO, when against the GR is not being fulfilled, definitely you can reject.
Okay, got it.
Any doubts or questions, anyone? See, these are very small scenarios that we are discussing. Once we go ahead more technically, I'll give you more complicated real-time scenarios of real companies which are really facing, and you can come out with a lot of solutions. And there I'll get to know your thinking capacity and ability to give the solutions. I'll give you more enhancements. I will give you more scenarios. But all the scenarios I will give you very much related to theoretical aspect on which the ERP is built. And with that theoretical concept, you need to give me a solution, but such a solution which is possible over SAP. Any solution that you give should be possible over SAP. Then yes, by the end of the training, you will be definitely come to a position wherein you can consult things now at logistic level. At logistic level, you will be well equipped wherein you can consult things. See, to use the software, you don't need me. You need me only to know how to use it, when to use it, for what all situation to use it, and how the situations are, and what will be the approach towards the situation, and what will be the strategy, and how to create that strategy you will get trained on. That will automatically increase your confidence and boost your knowledge level. And using the software, we will partially do it in our classes. And by the end of the training, you would be in a position that you would have gained enough knowledge, and you'd be in a position to create instant strategies based on the problems and scenario. And definitely your business maturity sense would increase in such a way that any kind of situations or scenario or a problem, your approach will be very technical, professional, and you would know whatever strategy you're applying, what will be the outcome. The very first quality of any professional is he knows what will be the outcome if he applies any kind of strategy. If he doesn't know what will be the outcome on whatever input he has been providing, then it is just an experiment or a trial and error. So he is not a professional. Any doubts or questions anyone has? But at the end of the training, I'm telling you, equip yourself on technical language. You should start speaking the SAP and the supply chain language. Complete technical. No using the terms of documents, purchase document or anything. Simple, a purchase request, a GI. How these words are MPS, MRP, CRP, CPS, CIR, everything, every technical aspect you should be well versed with. Yes, someone wanted to ask me something.
Not a question, but I could not hear clearly the last question that was Abdir was asking. Was it about the partial PO, types of PO? Was that the case, Abdir?
No, he wanted to know like how we split the quantity, how we cancel certain, we return back the material in standard PO. Is it possible in other POs as well?
Okay. Just wanted to ensure that there's nothing called as partial PO. So just wanted to mention that it's just the same PO, right? There's nothing called as partial POs.
Actually, internally they use that partial POs.
Okay.
Because what happens is at the time of reporting, they very much ask which are the POs open now. So certain times, certain users say that out of 10 open POs, about 5 to 6 are partial. So that word partial PO became common internally.
So this is the status of a PO. So it's
Status of the PO, yes. But there is nothing a separate transaction or an action for that. It is just a status for understanding.
So I posted a couple of questions on chat. If time permits, we can cover. Otherwise,
oh, you've posted in chat. Sorry, I didn't see that. Let me see that. See, the very first question, Mad, is like how they decide how many purchasing group and purchasing organizations they need. See, this depends on the organizational structure they have. For example, if they have their plants in different geographical locations, if they have their purchasing requirements in different plants in different locations. Like, for example, if there are 4 different plants of Tata Group, one in Delhi, one in Mumbai, one in Kolkata, one in Chennai or Bangalore, here, probably Delhi plant wouldn't be manufacturing the same products what Chennai or Bangalore would be doing. Or probably their geographical locations, as I told you, the pestle analysis. For example, in Bangalore and Chennai, if you talk about Kerala, there is a lot of pestle, the political implications of it. That means the local vendor supplier, their prices, they have a lot of associations and groups. Yeah. So now that impacts the price. So what the group would do is they would like to purchase it from Delhi because they're getting at a good price and there is no political much impact there. Okay, though they are paying a bit of logistics. So what they will do, that they're getting a better price if they need about 20 standard materials to fulfill their products. And that 20 standard materials, they're able to source it at one place in Delhi at a good price without any hindrance, without any political, economical, legal, environmental, social, any obligations. If they are able to fulfill that, then I will have a centralized purchasing group and a purchasing organization there. It depends.
One for Delhi, one for Kerala.
If I am having a strategy to get a better price, one for Delhi and one for Kerala separately. So
you mean it's location is specific, is it?
One is location, second is the pestle. The very first thing is the pestle, you can say. Yeah. So see, go ahead. Yes.
So that makes 2 purchasing group.
Yes, you can have one purchase organization. See, post pandemic now, people are practicing centralized. They don't want to go for decentralized. Pre-pandemic, about in 2018-19, the scenarios were different. People were manufacturing, storing, and selling it. Now the scenario is changed. Now many of the manufacturers wait for the order. Though it is an economic order quantity manufacturing, but still they wait for the order. Many of the manufacturers, they don't want to stock it and sell it. Yeah. So here the pestle analysis plays a role. So majority of the time they go with centralized purchasing organization, but in multiple locations they will have purchasing group everywhere. The local.
Okay.
Location, pestle, and of course the SWOT. What is the strength, weakness, and opportunities out of having a local purchase organization or purchase group, or to have centralized or decentralized?
Is it at the buyer level that you were mentioning in the previous call that the buyers are tagged at purchasing group level? Is it also plays a role?
Yes, buyers, definitely yes. We have a lot of such scenarios.
Now, why I asked this question is because Gautam has a question, but let me complete. Because client, based on their business scenario, they might be facing certain problems on insufficient purchasing group and insufficient purchase organization.
Yes.
That's why this is a prominent question from a consultant point of view, which we have to answer. And that's why I wanted to discuss this.
Yeah, the very first thing is here you can go with this, whether they want to have centralized and decentralized. If they say centralized, you do the analysis. Pestle, SWOT, and their abilities. If they want to go with decentralized, pestle and SWOT. You will get the pros and cons automatically.
Last thing on this is it depends on, let's say, one sort of team manages direct material or indirect, or some type of buyers only deals with vendor from outside India, and some deals with just domestic vendor. Do we have to segregate those purchasing groups again?
yes, you have to segregate both. Otherwise, it will be a conflict of interest. No, again, and conflict of interest is not an ethical practice in procurement. And as a consultant, you cannot promote non-ethical practice.
How it become ethical or unethical?
When there's a conflict of interest.
In this scenario, how it is a conflict of interest?
Like, for example, when a procurement manager inside, okay, the client company, he proposes very adamantly an international supplier, okay? So the very first question rises is, does he know him personally? If he knows him personally, then he has to disassociate himself from the deal. Ethical practice.
Yeah.
If he doesn't disassociate, then it is an unethical practice. Same happens with the local as well.
That's true, but why there is need to create two purchasing group in this case?
So you're talking about the creation. You're talking about the group, is it? No, you need not have two different groups for that.
Understood.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a question. If I'm creating the purchase group as per the material group, what will happen?
As per the material group, no, purchase group is different, material group is different.
No, the purchase group I'm creating, I will segregate either by the material type I'm creating the purchase group or material group wise I'm creating the purchase group. Is it possible or not?
No, I create general. I don't create specific for anything.
Is your question is about, like, for example, raw material, you create one purchasing group for
material type.
Group.
You're talking about the material type.
Oh yeah, material type.
Material type as well as a metal group. Both the scenarios I will need to ask.
See, in material group, I can add multiple materials, no? Any type of material I can add. But yes, if you talk about material type, I can have.
Okay, material type.
Yes, I can have. Yes,
no, the question is possibly is not the possibility to create an SAP. SAP will allow, but the business scenario that why would a company would like to do this material type wise?
Of course, physically, they wouldn't maintain so many people. SAP would allow you a number of purchasing group. You blindly enter OME4 and you create a purchase group and use that in any PR or a PO. And you don't assign as well. There's no provision to assign them as well.
Okay, if I want to automate the purchasing group, it will assign that some purchasers and all these things. How I will make automate this?
See, you cannot assign purchase group to anyone. You can just add it at that area. That's what I told you in an enterprise structure. You assign till purchase organization, but you don't assign the group.
If I'm metal group wise, I'm doing it. I can able to assign it now, purchasing group.
You can you can allocate it, not assign it.
Okay, what is the difference between allocate and assign?
See, allocating is at the time of creation of any of these P2P process, I can allocate them wherever I need it. Assigning is I have fixed them for that particular plant or I have fixed them for that particular company code. So I've not assigned them.
If I'm a role-based assignment is possible in SAP?
Role-based.
Role-based. For purchaser 1, purchaser 2, purchaser 3, or else purchaser metal group combinations.
Allocation is possible. Not assigning to the enterprise structure is not possible. Allocation is different, assigning is different.
Okay. We can cover the second question, need not to cover.
Okay, fine. No problem. So basically, we need to explain the type of blocks available on vendor and material.
Yeah. Again, this is again a practical scenario which our team needs to know, because clients do apply various sort of blocks at various level, like company code level, client level.
Yeah. Is it blocks or restrictions?
Blocks, like purchasing block, black for deletions, duplicate block. There are a number of blocks are available.
Yes, yes.
So what to apply? Again, our consultant job is to suggest what is the right way to apply what block at what level.
Okay. That depends again.
Scenario.
See that it depends on the purchase type again.
Take them some examples like you took, like for Tata. Maybe you can take some example and explain in a scenario based.
Sure, I'll do it.
Because it depends on a lot of things which we always know, but to understand this in a scenario would be better.
I would consider 2 specific purchases and explain you that.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Everyone, any questions, please feel free to ask me.
Thank you so much. Good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the purpose of the base unit of measure, UOM, in the Material Master? Option A, it defines the purchasing unit. Option B, it is the primary unit for stock keeping. Option C, it determines the sales unit. Option D, It sets the production unit. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get good at managing utilities? Our SAP ISU course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP ISU. It's like a toolkit for managing utilities, from billing to customer service, helping you stay on top of things. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced skills. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for years. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This amazing learning opportunity is very affordable. Ready to become an SAP ISU expert? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.